that's a good song. I totally didn't realize that 3 minutes passed. Almost 4 minutes. Just love Nintendo 64 sound fonts so much. We need to go back. Truly. And wasn't there pretty sure there was like Kirby either Triple Deluxe or Robobot tracks that had like Smash 64 sound font-ish sounds. Kirby Triple Deluxe 64 remix. Is this it? Oh, this is just legit from the Kirby 64 soundtrack. Never mind. We are here to acquire you on behalf of the Microsoft Corporation. No! Oh, honestly though, you know what? No, probably not. I was thinking, like, honestly, like, if I was like an indie publisher or indie developer, I might say yes, but then I'm also like, no, but I want my game on Switch. If I was making games, I would want it to be on Switch. But I could probably still put it on Switch if I was under Microsoft, depending on what kind of deal I got. I don't know. Maybe being owned by Microsoft ain't too bad. Ain't that bad. Hey, look, Bethesda put out Redfall. After all. Honestly, I don't think I would ever take a deal that means selling off anything I own, you know? I think, like, well, it depends. If it's like a project I don't really care about, then whatever. Like, if I was just like a product manufacturer and someone said, hey, let me take this off your hands for $5 million, I'd be like, choice. 100%. Absolutely take it. You know? Go right ahead. But as for like a creative work, I don't know if I could give up an entire creative work. Um, yeah, we've seen how bad that can turn out. And you remember making Fiends? Started out as a web comic slash web animation. Nickelodeon said, "Hey, we want to turn this into a cartoon." They're like, "All right, cool." Didn't even get through the first season until it was canceled, and now that person can never make that web comic again. Isn't that cool? I think the only thing I would do if I was working on a creative work like a game is potentially give the rights to the singular product. That's like the biggest I'd go is like if I can't get this game done without publisher support, and the only way to get the support is for them to own that game, I'd be like, whatever, as long as I'm getting paid for it, you know. But as far as like a series, no. Like I'm pretty sure MDHD still owns Cuphead as a series, if I had to guess. But I'm assuming they don't own Cuphead the game. At least I have to assume so, because I don't remember seeing Microsoft's name on the show. I'm pretty sure they still own the IP. It's not that specific game. It's kind of like a Bayonetta situation, you know? Like, Platinum technically owns Bayonetta 1. I think. Either that or I think maybe Capcom owns Bayonetta 1. And then Nintendo owns the rights to Bayonetta 2 and 3, but they don't own the rights to the franchise. I think MS just funded MDHR. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know how that all goes. The acquisition date? Is there an acquisition happening today? I thought it was just document leaks. I thought we were just getting a little bit of document leakage. Anyway, it might be a React stream today. We might be reacting. I mean, we might do a little gaming. I said there wasn't going to be gaming today, but there might be a little gaming. Who knows? But we got a video to watch. Jaywalk sent a video that I've been meaning to watch. It's been in my recommendations for a while. I'm like, you know what? I care about this topic, but I haven't watched it yet. So now we could watch it together. I have no idea what it's gonna be like. I did actually watch another one of this person's videos beforehand, just to like get a vibe to make sure the vibe is all good. And the vibe did seem good. So I'm pretty psyched about this video. I'm psyched to talk about it. I hope we have a lot. It's an hour long, but I'm hoping that we have some pauses here and there to talk about, bring up some interesting conversation. But we can knock this one out real quick. I have to imagine. Do I have my Twitter? Specific Twitter? Yeah, here we go. Hold on, wait, no. Let me just take the slides out, actually. If I do that, what if I just take the slides out? Yeah, hold on. So, actually, wait. No, hold on, let me get some music. Oh, what's this? You know what? I will put this up. All right, so big leaks, Xbox gamers. This is a list of the complete list of leaked Xbox documents from the FTC versus Microsoft case involving the acquisition of Activision Blizzard King. There's 3 of them in there. Someone didn't properly protect the documents during an upload, and this leak, the biggest in Xbox history, is the result. Someone might get fired. Oh, probably. Or we might just laugh about this. Full timelines of Xbox plan from now until 2030. It's a while from now. Xbox trying to buy Nintendo, possibly Warner Brothers, Valve, and more. That better not happen. You know what? Honestly, I've changed my mind. I think I want to block this acquisition of Activision Blizzard King, because I don't want any of this other stuff to happen. What's up, Moon? Yeah, I think I'm in favor of blocking this acquisition. Xbox handheld with pictures. Picture? Mid-gen and next-gen Xbox dates 2025 and 2028 with pictures. Next Xbox controller, codenamed Sebile, coming May 2024. Oblivion and Fallout 3 remasters remakes. I don't know why they would do that. Red Dead Redemption 2 next gen Xbox Cloud console. Next Series S, Series X, codename Brooklyn. Indiana Jones coming soon. Who is asking for an Indiana Jones game? Yeah, the franchise score of Indiana Jones is exceedingly low right now. I think everyone needs to give up on that. Dishonored 3, next Doom game, Elder Scrolls was originally planned for 2024. Wow. Ghostwire Tokyo 2. Wow. Didn't they fire the director of the last one or something? Shooting for 100 million Game Pass subscribers in the next 8 years or less. Cloud gaming smart TV app spreading to more TVs. Good luck with that. On smart TVs. New Elite controller in the plans. Premium controller in plans. Better than standard, worse than Elite. upgraded cloud gaming server blades, Series X version codenamed Uther, and much more. Let's see what we got here. How big are these? Wow, the images are very tiny. Wait, these images are like super duper tiny. Does anyone have like a good list of all of them, but like upscaled? Some of the images on this Twitter post are like very, very small. Xbox FTC leak. At least I'm gonna find one on like a website. I tried to find one before, but like some of them just, most of them didn't even have all the slides. It was really annoying. We can just pretend that we're ants. I mean, I legit can't read them. They're that tiny. Let's see, maybe Reddit's got my back here. Oh, Reset Era? Never mind, Reset Era's got my back. Except not really. They only... Yeah, a lot of these articles only have like a couple of them because they came out in like waves. So no one has... Let me look up like full documents. Xbox full FTC leaked documents. Full recap. Thank you, Destructoid. Never mind, there's no slides in here. Never mind, there are no goddamn slides in here. Oh, but damn it, Destructoid with your clickbait. Leaked documents reveal... Hero Gamer, you got anything for me? No, that's just 2 slides. Can someone... Does no one have all the slides in one place that is easy to read and large? Go to Reddit. Reddit Xbox. Here we go. We got a mega thread. Yeah, FTC leaks a mega thread. No. That Wario 64, do you got me? I bet Wario 64 got me. Oh my god, Wario 64 just tweets fucking everything, dude. There's a Bluey video game? Oh my god, they just tweet fucking everything. Alright, let's get some of these slides. That Wario 64 tweet, maybe we'll get a clearer picture. Damn, they leaked like a lot of games. Or a lot of plans for games. Alright, here we go. So this is the Xbox Series X refresh. This will be 2025. It looks like a cylinder this time, digital only. The most powerful Xbox ever, now adorably all digital. Well, the whole point of the Series X is that it had a disk drive. I mean, it better be, like, affordable. Like, more affordable than the Series X if it's gonna be all digital. Giving our fans more love to beautiful and innovative new design. All new immersive controller. Same great price. Wait, same great price? Like as the Series X? This is the same price? What do you mean it's the same price? Hmm? And only a single USB-C port in the front? What if I want to charge 2 controllers? Wi-Fi. Damn, this is crazy. It really leaked everything. Ooh, yes, design. And this is a new controller. Oh, I saw an image of this, and like I thought it was like, you know, one of those like slidey comparison images where like you could slide up and down and see what it like looked like compared to the old one. I thought that's what it was, but no, it just has a weird change in color at the bottom. But not like the Switch controller where it's just like on the arms, it's also on the body. Pants controller. The world's best controller, now playing on any screen near you. Xbox Wireless 2, direct to cloud, seamless pair and switch. That's pretty cool, seamless pair and switch. Feel the game. Does it have gyro? Anything here? Any gyro? Can anyone see gyro? Accelerometer? Wait. Does that mean gyro? I mean, we could finally play Halo with gyro controls? Slider, buttons, and thumbsticks. Man! But I like the clackety-clack. Ain't no controller clack like the GameCube, though. Rechargeable and swappable battery, recycled materials and less resin. That's pretty good. Repair and disassembly, pretty good. Sustainability, I like that. Durable and reliable new modular thumbsticks, improved longevity, continued build improvements. Lift to wake. Wake up. Wake up. Familiar Xbox feel. I mean, it looks nice. I think it looks kind of nice, and it's got gyro. It's got haptics. They're still just like so far behind in terms of the controller game, though. Like, everyone makes fun of Nintendo for being behind in the hardware game, which is true. But Xbox has been hella behind in controller. I hate the low-rise pants. Yeah, I don't get that. Like, just have it be like the Switch, where like the grabby points, like make those the different color, but make the main body the white color. It just looks a little weird. I mean, this is a leaked document. It's possible that it won't look like this, especially now that everyone's possibly making fun of it. They could change it. Yeah, it looks nice. I'm a big fan of the Xbox D-pads. Like the new D-pad design they've settled on. I'm a big fan of that. So I'm happy they're sticking with it. But yeah. Pretty interesting. Mid-gen devices lineup. Okay, this is just like, yeah. ID refresh. Launch timelines. So, Xbox Gaming Beat? What is Xbox... What is... Wait. So... The Sebile. So this is supposed to launch next year? And what is Xbox Gaming Beat? What does that mean? Why is it the biggest thing on this image? And I don't know what it means. Dude, I hope Valve makes a new Steam controller. I feel like they're like the one company that can innovate in that space. Like, I keep thinking about the Matthew Matosis video about how, like, our controllers still aren't designed to take full use of 3D. He keeps screaming in the back of my head that our controllers aren't good enough. And it's just like, no one else is gonna innovate on a console generation, you know? We're gonna need, like, a weird third-party, third-tier studio to do that. What's up, Coast? Hope you're doing okay. Team Controller 2 with the build quality of the deck would be so nice. Yeah. I think honestly the trackpads are a pretty dope idea. I think trackpads, I think Valve was onto something with trackpads. That's Legally Blonde it is. What are we talking about? We're talking about the Xbox FTC leak. Yeah, I think Valve was onto something with the trackpads. I think honestly, like, there are certain things where like I wish we kept them. You know, like trackpads, even like the ball, like a little ball. Oh my god, imagine having like a little ball on your controller. Imagine what you could do with that. God, I just think about like the Playdate and the Crank opened up so many fun like game ideas. It's just like, man, I wish we got like more types of inputs. We need more new inputs. Just wonder how we make 3D Celeste, you know? I think honestly, uh VR or some type of VR equivalent could be a good like 3D Celeste. Cause like you could do like a fling. You could like grab the character and pull them in a direction and they fling in the opposite direction. That could be like a 3D Celeste. Oh, that's true. Hair would get all up in that ball, huh? I don't know if VR will be long forgotten. I mean, a lot of tech giants are pushing for it. Now, that's not to say it's gonna become a thing just because the tech giants are pushing for it, but like AR will make it obsolete. I mean, AR and VR are kind of one and the same. Like like thinking about like FNAF AR, the like carnival thing where it's just like all rendered into engine assets. Like that's still AR, but it's kind of VR-ish, you know? I think AR and VR, like the dream is that they collide, you know? And so like you could choose to have something that's only just like in front of you and something that is all encompassing. I wish VR was better. Yeah, I don't know how you. I don't know what like the how we could take AR and VR further. I think the future, like, I don't know if it's even possible, but I think the future has to be like non-wearable. Because as long as it's wearable, it's going to be an isolating experience, which makes it bad for anything other than, you know, lonesome play. Like, I guess I know there's like some VR enthusiasts that like will be in VR together with the other VR enthusiasts that they're with, you know? I know there's people that do that. But it's a different it's a different experience. Non-wearable. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's even possible. Non-wearable. I don't even know if that's like physically possible. The fuck is this, the Matrix? I mean, it might be. It could be. Send me into the cube. It's either gotta be non-wearable or it's gotta be so much less than what it currently is. And also affordable. Like, it needs to be basically glasses in order for it to, like, I think, like, really, like, take off. Like, the huge ass Apple Vision goggles is a bit too much. I think big screen is getting there with, like, their like kind of cyborg Cyclops like visor. Here, let me show you. I think I've showed you guys this before. Well, that's what I'm saying, Coast. I think like AR and VR are gonna be like one and the same at some point. Like this one. I think this one's kind of getting there. Like it's small enough that's not just like covering your entire face. You could probably easily take it on and off. But I do think there is still that disconnect going on where like you can't see other people and other people can't see you. Cyberpunk concept art. I mean, I think it looks... I might be alone here, but I think this looks kind of rad. I think we gotta keep innovating on making it smaller and smaller and more, you know, sociable. Bro's not here in the game. Apparently the audio is very good on it. Apparently the audio on that thing is very, very good. From what I've heard. Either that or you have to wear your own headset. Yeah, let's get back to this. Doom Year Zero in DLC. What is Doom Year Zero? Project Platinum. Starfield DLC. Before Christ? Oh. Indiana Jones game. Ba, 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 ba. Dude. You know what's sad about this image? Where the fuck the Rareware games? Is Everwild even on here? Are you watching this on the Steam Deck cache? Oh my god. Yeah, next gen cloud hybrid games. So Xbox is going all in on the cloud. I'm a big believer in cloud technology. I'm very interested in cloud gaming in the future. Very, very interested. The xCloud is fine, but it isn't great. Like, Stadia was still better than xCloud, even currently. I did, I played Human Fall Flat to get some Bing dailies done, my Microsoft dailies, and I played it through the cloud, and it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad at all. I do think cloud is very bad for, like, twitchy experiences, but, like, if you don't have an Xbox and you want to play Viva Pinata, you could just get Game Pass. You can play it via the cloud. It's pretty cool. You lost your Bing streak? Oh no. Your Robux. Had a hamster. I could do that. Yeah, cloud gaming seems to be their next big thing for next system. But that does mean even more reliance on the companies keeping games up, you know? Making sure games are playable at all times. So it's a bit scary. But I'm still interested. I still remember, you know, wasn't the cloud supposed to be part of Crackdown 3 or whatever? Crackdown 4? Like in the like that was supposed to simulate the destruction in multiplayer, and then it was really bad. Or something, or maybe they didn't even use the cloud. I just remember Drivatars. Valve time finally came, SteamOS 3.5. Like right now? Like right this moment? Cohesive hybrid compute, cloud-to-edge architecture across silicon, graphics, and OS, enabling ubiquitous play. What does that mean? Am I stupid? What does that mean? That new Steam thing coming to deck is actually so nuts, games look way better. Huh. I don't know what you're talking about. AI and ML enablement. Optimization, acceleration of game performance, operations, and developments for players and creators. Creator platform. You can code on the new Xbox? Next generation gaming powered by AI and ML. I don't know what ML is. Game performance, super resolution deep neural network. Whoa! Oh, machine learning, okay. Frame rate interpolation, whoa! xCloud latency compensation, whoa! Game experiences, AI agents, codecs, and RL based. Oh my god. Matchmaking player ranking. Oh no. They got the skill-based matchmaking now. And everything. AI game testing. That seems like a disaster. Procedural content generation. Physics inverse kinematics. Oh my god. Y'all make like fun games though? Can y'all... Where's the artistry, man? Can't y'all just make fun games? Safety and toxicity, personalization and discovery, support services. What did they say in that one game facts thread? What did they say? I know what you're talking about. That's what Nintendo is for. Oh yeah, they apparently want to buy Nintendo, yeah. That's right. That's not gonna happen. Absolutely not gonna happen. Windows majority machines will keep them alive forever. Yeah, Microsoft ain't going out of business. They could potentially one day shut down Xbox as a division, but like, as far as like, Microsoft the company, they're fine. They're more than fine. Right. I thought that was a Reddit post. I didn't realize that was a game facts thread. Alright, be right back real quick. I just need water because we're gonna be talking about this video coming up. I'll be right back. Alright, what's good? Alright, what's up? I can't. This is a good song, though, but I can't. This is a good song. Can't do it anymore. Alright, so Jaywalker. I believe it was Jaywalker. All I see in Discord is J ellipses, so I'm assuming it's Jaywalker. When are they ever gonna fix that? Why is that a thing that happens on Discord now? Is first letter ellipses for names, but only like sometimes? How'd they not fix that? Streamer mode? No. It's not just streamer mode. It happens to me all the goddamn time. Even when I don't have OBS open. And it's not even every name. It's literally not even every name. Look, I can see Dippy's name. Why the fuck did they say fuck Dippy for? Vanilla, why did Vanilla add a Trump emote? Hello? What's this stupid emote? I'm taking that one off. Alright, so Jaywalker sent me this video and said that, you need to watch this on stream. You will feel every kind of emotion. So I'm assuming the good and the bad. I don't know what the hell I'm about to see here. But it's a video, an hour-long video, so buckle up. about rebooting Smash Brothers. You can't see the R, but I promise it says rebooting. Rebooting Super Smash Bros. As we know, Smash Brothers ended almost 2 years ago now. The end of Smash Brothers happened. With the classic iconic Sora reveal trailer. And honestly, I have mixed feelings about Smash continuing. I have like big mixed feelings about Smash continuing. Just because like, and I really wish, it makes me wish they didn't do the Sora reveal like this, because like, it's hard to look at stuff like this and be like, oh yeah, we need a new one. Like, no, it ended. Smash ended. This was the ending of Smash Brothers right here. This is what it was all leading up to. This moment. This moment. And this moment. This is what it was all leading up. This feels like a conclusion. And continuing after this, in my brain, it feels weird. Like, I want this... I want this to be the conclusion. MCU after Endgame? Exactly. Like, you don't continue after Endgame. This is it. This was the Endgame. You can't, you legitimately can't top this. Yeah, but Mario didn't shake hands with Chief yet. On God, if this was Chief, it would not feel this special. 100%, if this was Master Chief shaking hands with Mario, this would not feel as special. It's the fact that it was Sora made it feel special. They gotta bring it back so they can put another final protagonist in there. No, not the toothpaste guy. No, please. If they add actual cartoon characters, I'd buy. I don't want that. I don't want anything that's not specifically video games. I don't want multimedia assholes to show up in this game. This is a celebration of gaming. Put in John Cuphead. Cuphead would be cool. Like, here's the thing. I would obviously love to see new Smash Brothers characters. But I don't know, it feels wrong, you know? Like, is it worth continuing after such a perfect conclusion? Like, is it worth getting like Ring Fit Trainer? Like, I don't know. It feels it feels weird. It feels weird to me. God, I love Smash Brothers, and I never thought it would ever end. I know, I was always like, oh, Smash is gonna be like Mario Kart, where like every fucking generation we get a new Smash Brothers. I don't know, it just feels different here. Like, it's Smash Ultimate. Ultimate. Ultimate means final. Ending. It's the ending. Give us Melee HD? You have Melee HD! Turn on your fucking computer! And it's gonna be better than whatever Nintendo gives you. Just play fucking Slippy or Dolphin. It's better than whatever Nintendo's gonna give you. By far. Melee HD ain't happening because folks will never be happy with it. Yeah, exactly. You're gonna make Melee HD and no one's gonna fucking play it. Like, the people that actually play Melee won't play it because there's gonna be something wrong with it. It's gonna have like 2 more frames of input delay and everyone's just gonna go back to the GameCube. Justifiably. I think they should have a new Smash Brothers game and only have like a third of the guys in there because it would be funny. Dude, Nasby 2 cut 11 characters. People are not happy about that. Nasby 2 cut a lot of characters. 11. 11 characters. Could you imagine the hysteria with Smash Brothers? Like the next Smash Brothers comes out and there's like 25 characters after this game? Oh my god. The veteran posting will never end. Like, you know how like half of the DLC in Smash 4 were veterans? It's gonna be even worse. And the thing is, I think the reason, like, I feel like I'd be fine with some cuts in the next one, but I feel like the reason I don't want a new one, or I don't want one that isn't like an Ultimate Plus or whatever, is because like I know the characters I specifically like will be cut. Mine are the first on the chopping block. You know, like Min Min, Bowser Jr., Rosalina, Banjo Kazooie, Sora. Those are first on the chopping block, 100%. Maybe if I'm lucky, I get to keep Isabelle. If I'm lucky. Never noticed Ness was back here. Check out little Ness. I want online discourse so bad. I don't. I don't. Yeah, I don't. I don't. Hmm. Like we'll get Rabbid Peach for DLC at least. I prefer if it was just a normal rabbit. I prefer either a normal rabbit or Edge. They put a rabbit in. Rabbit Peach is cool, but I don't think her weapon would be a very fun move set. Or like try shooter or whatever. It'd be like a cringe zoner. Not even like a fun zoner, but like a really cringe like snake type zoner. I wouldn't want that. Yeah, either like Edge, Rabbid Mario because he's got the gauntlets, which would be cool. He'd have like maybe like a grappler play style, or just like a normal Rabbid with like a plunger gun or a plunger. That'd be my picks. Keep Sword, add Roxas. Ugh, nuts, man. God, when I was making that roster, remember when we made that roster, doing those cuts? That wasn't even real. That wasn't even the real thing. I can't imagine how that feels like actually putting the roster together. A normal rabbit would make more sense because they just give it alt costumes. Exactly, exactly. Yeah, I don't know, man. And also at the same time, like I don't know if we need another Smash Brothers. Like Smash Ultimate, like I know people have their opinions on which Smash Brothers controls the best. I think Smash Ultimate is like, aside from a few issues like the sticky platforms, I feel like it's like Sakurai's vision for this series perfected. Like the way the combat is in this game, like again, aside from like a few issues, I think it's like Sakurai's vision for what he wanted Smash to be since the beginning perfected. And I really love playing it. Like I don't know how we do this. How do we keep going? Unless it's like a brand new kind of game, like if it's like 3D or something, I don't know what you do. Mario's got a big ass nose. You guys notice this? Oh my god. The profile is crazy. Let's watch the video. Let's get some thoughts from this guy.
Well, you thought it was over, you thought you'd escaped, but here I am, once again, to be passive-aggressive about Smash Ultimate. You know, there is nothing I hate more in this world than backseat game designers. Except the short-hop macro in Smash Ultimate, which I would have fixed if I was there, because
Yep, they absolutely, again, like this, they should have absolutely fixed.
I'm smarter than the dev team. But there is almost nothing I love more than views. Except Smash without the short hop background. And for the first time in a long time, it feels like there is something interesting to say about this franchise. Recently, on his own YouTube channel, Smash Bros. Series director Masahiro Sakurai talked about the future of the series after Ultimate and said that he cannot imagine the franchise without him. That makes one of us. Smash Ultimate is obviously a monolithic game, a crossover of unprecedented proportions that is going to be hard, if not impossible.
It is crazy they did not add an option for that. Like, they did 13 full-ass patches for that game, and not a single time did they think to add an option in the control scheme to turn off the short hop macro. Insane.
Top in terms of sheer content any time in the next 10 years. But Smash is a huge system seller, and there has to be another one eventually. Sakurai himself practically confirms this in this video. It's not ludicrous to suggest that we will see another title in this series within at least the next few years. So the question becomes, what will that look like? Realistically, I think the answer is that it will look like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. It'll be a port of Smash Ultimate with all the DLC by default, and you'll get Dante from Devil May Cry and Travis Scott and some fucking guy from some JRPG, I don't know, they all look the same to me. But what if we looked into the future? Whoa, go back. What if we looked into the future of the series? Let's say the next Smash game isn't a port of Ultimate, or even let's say it is. We still want to think about what's next, where you go after this unbelievable 80+ character celebration of hashtag gaming. And thankfully, I have. That's why I made this video. Anyone who's been following this channel for some time now will know that I have some opinions on Smash Ultimate, especially as a competitive game, but also...
Oh, I remember this guy now. Yeah, I watched his video about Smash Ultimate as a competitive game. I think he's wrong. I thought that video was wrong. I felt that video was very much early opinions, early I don't care opinions. I feel like whenever I hear someone say that, like, dude, there's like no individuality in the characters. Like, every character, everyone who plays this character just plays it the exact same way. I feel like that's very I don't care about this competitive scene day one opinion. Because people said the same goddamn thing with Smash 4. Early on.
Game. They should also know that I have a very long history with this franchise. It's something deeply important to me that I grew up with and I love a lot, even if I'm not as enthused about the latest title as most people. I do genuinely love talking about this series as much as I've wanted to avoid pigeonholing myself on YouTube, and the thought of a new entry in the franchise, especially one that isn't just a port of Ultimate, is hugely exciting to me.
And again,
there is nothing...
I mentioned this before, we got into this, like I get that not everyone is going to be into Ultimate, because like they change the game every goddamn time. Like, all the Smash games feel so radically different. Like, I understand that some people are gonna not like this entry in comparison to others, but it's my personal favorite. It's my personal favorite, and I think it's like I said, Sakurai's vision perfected. I think it's better than Smash 4. I think it's better than Brawl. Competitively, I don't know if it's quite as good as Melee, but I think it, like, generally it's better than Melee, and it's better than 64.
In the world like a Smash Bros hype cycle. I salivate over it. It is cocaine for a quirked up little white boy like me. So today I say I shall throw my prejudice to the side. I will be that guy who says this is how I would make a game better than...
He hates Sora, the vibes are atrocious now? Listen. As a Kingdom Hearts fan, you have to understand. You have to be understanding that, like, we're cringe. We're a little cringe. Perhaps I'm the biggest nobody of them all.
of my stupid little YouTube channel, I'm gonna throw my hat in the ring and tell you how I think you could go about rebooting Smash, and in the process, I'm pretty much gonna tell you what my Smash 6 would look like.
Get them all out of there. Cut them all. Round them all up and throw them out. A Mario Maker sound effect?
Here is the obvious sticking point with going forward with this series. It has an amount of characters that can likely never be replicated again. Sakurai himself has said this. Getting the rights to this many IPs from different...
Sakurai also said Ridley was too big. He can do it again if they wanted to. Do it again. Get Namco back on the phone. Do it again.
companies for one project has to have been a logistical nightmare. Square Enix in particular seem to have been quite rocky to work with, considering that Cloud debuted in Smash 4 with 2 songs, and Sakurai has said that Hero was particularly hard to get in Smash Ultimate. And not only could it likely never be replicated again, I don't think it should. As my girlfriend tells me, bigger is not always better. Isn't that right, babe? Okay, she doesn't hear me. Okay, she isn't real. There is such a thing as too much of a good
That was
thing.
good delivery.
And who else do you even want in Ultimate who you didn't get? Gino? No, you don't. Stop lying to yourself. Smash Ultimate's
I wanted
whole thing
Gino.
was that it was this unbelievably ambitious crossover. I'm gonna let it stay that games thing, and I'm gonna let it stay special. It should go without saying,
Okay.
roster size is gonna come down significantly. Not just because contract negotiations and file size will be an absolute...
He does have a point though, is like when you look at Ultimate, it's like, who else did you want? Like like is any new character worth trampling over that game's legacy? And there really isn't. There really is, like, even though I have characters that I want, there's not a single character that's worth trampling over that game's legacy. Let's be 100.
nightmare, but also because it frees up dev time for some
Jibanyan.
attention to be given to other aspects of the game. Though a YouTuber I may be, I promise I am actually aware of what is and isn't feasible in game design, and as much as I'd love to be like, yeah, it's going to be a perfectly balanced 100 character fighting game with rollback netcode and Subspace Emissary and Slinky from Toy Story, I am trying to keep the scope of my pitch here somewhat realistic. Because I'd like to put some focus on single player content and some more fundamental...
It's still gotta feel bad when your character's in the next game and they finally get in. It's like, oh, they missed out. Yeah, again, that's like why I kind of don't even want a new Smash Brothers game, because like it's gonna feel like shit either way. It's gonna feel bad either way. They missed out. They're not in the big poster.
design aspects, I'm gonna say that my version of Smash 6 launches with 41 characters,
Okay.
which is still huge for a fighting game.
That is still huge. That's definitely much more than what I would typically put in a reboot roster. That's like Brawl. What? How many did Brawl have? Brawl had like 38 or something. I think Brawl had close to 4, or Smash 4. Either one of those. No, Smash Ultimate had like 89, right? How many did Smash Brawl have? I think Brawl had 38. One of them had 38. I'm pretty sure. Anyone got the numbers? Here, hold on. How many characters did Smash Bros. Brawl have?
5 playable characters, 39. Sheik, Zero Suit Samus,
Yeah,
and
Brawl.
Pokemon Trainer in number 39. S3 Pokemon without including Pokemon Trainer are counted. Super Smash Bros.
Cool. Yeah, so Brawl had 39.
I can't stress enough how spoiled some people may have been by Ultimate's roster size, but this is still very big and will genuinely be quite hard to balance. This is without mentioning an additional 9 DLC characters that were released after the game is out, bringing the total up to 50. Yes, this is smaller than Smash 4's final roster size by 8 characters, but there were quite a few characters in Smash 4 that frankly didn't need to be there, and again, dev time is going other places. So, the $1 million question then. If you're backing the character count down to 41, who are you getting rid of? And this... this is the fun part.
Oops.
The cuts. So as
Okay.
we'll get to in the
Real quick, if he cuts Isabel, he's cringe. If he cuts Isabel, he's cringe.
The following
100%.
section, my overall vision
That's
for
my
Smash
stance.
6 is that we pull it away
Also, if he cuts Rob, he's cringe.
from being a celebration of all of gaming and make it a bit more grounded. Bring it back to being a celebration of Nintendo. There's been more
True! True! That's what I want! That's what I want, baby!
first and second party Nintendo titles since Ultimate came out in 2018 to pad out the roster, and if you want these other characters in a fighting game so bad, then you'll have to hope that Sony do a PlayStation All-Stars 2 or something. Competition is good. They didn't put Snake or Cloud in the first one because they were in Smash. This means that almost every third party character is getting cut in my vision of Smash 6.
These crossover obsessed Twitter users. Exactly! Exactly, dude. I think I've said this before on stream, but like, the moment I saw Cloud, I felt like, I don't know how I could describe this, but I felt like this feeling washed over me that's like, oh, fuck. It's over, dude. It's so over. And Smash Ultimate's launch roster was good. Ultimate's launch roster was good. It's like all Nintendo characters in Simon Belmont, which is basically a Nintendo character. Cloud was the point of no return, 100%. But then Smash Ultimate's DLC was just like, dude, Nintendo fans don't know these characters. Joker? Was Joker in anything other than like Persona Q2 before he was put into the game?
And actually, all of them are gone in the base game. You're gone, you're definitely gone. Boom. Peace. It's sad, but for the sake of maintaining Ultimate's identity...
It is sad. It is sad. Ugh. Especially Sora and Steve. Ugh. That is sad. Can we keep Banjo? Can Banjo stay? Looks left, looks right. Can Banjo stay? Hold on. Anybody? Anybody disagree? Can Banjo stay?
And making this game the best it can be, I think it has to be done. Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Smash Ultimate's 82 character roster without any third-party characters, even the earliest ones like Sonic and Snake, comes down to this many.
Okay. Damn, even Banjo. Oh, we're not gonna make an exception for Banjo? Come on! Please! He's a Nintendo character, please! This is so true though, because why was there only like 4 Nintendo DLC characters out of like 15? I know! It pissed me off! It really pissed me off! Smash Brothers is a Nintendo game! Fuck, I'm like fucking Mr. Incredible. You're like, math is math. Smash is Nintendo. Fucking Joker and Terry and Kazuya. And I liked Terry. I ended up really liking Terry. Like, come on, and Sephiroth, like,
Yeah. We need to keep cutting. Okay, first things first, I don't feel the slightest bit bad about this. Mies, you're out.
Damn. I mean, I don't feel bad about it either, but that's like a big money-making... Well, it's not even that big of a money-making thing, because me costumes are 75 cents. But still, that's crazy. That's pretty crazy.
Imagine looking at a roster of 80 plus of the most legendary characters in gaming history and being like, I want to play as me. Jesus Christ, even my ego is not that bad. I love a good jape as much as the next guy, and Piranha Plant is a very cool and fun character that I loved the humor of seeing in the game, but yeah.
Yeah, Piranha Plant. Get the fuck out of here.
They're gone. Min Min.
No! I told you they're the first on the chopping block. I fucking told you.
You're gone. Ironic. The series all about arms didn't have any legs.
Oh, funny. Everyone's favorite joke.
Let's talk about Fire Emblem, shall we? Oh, I'm salivating over this. Can't wait for the comments to be totally normal and rational. I am still traumatized by Corrin's side B from Smash 4, and they're also from the worst Fire Emblem game where you can have sex with your cousin, so they're gone. Roy is...
Nice, yeah. They're in the incest parentheses literal tier.
It's kind of cool, especially in Ultimate, but he's a semi-clone of Marth from one game that's over 20 years old, and he sucked in it.
If Plant goes, Min Min goes? Why is that the rule? Hello?
He is unfortunately gone. Ike is also gone.
Don't worry, bros. ARMS 2 will revitalize the franchise, and we'll get a second ARMS character in the next Smash Bros.
I like him, go figure.
Ike? Wow.
but his time is up. His games are long past relevancy.
I never liked that. I never liked that whole justification for getting rid of characters. Like, just because a character is old and hasn't appeared in anything new means they need to go. Like, that's so, like, disrespectful. Like, people saying that, like, Ness shouldn't be in the next Smash Brothers. It's like, the fuck you, he should. Earthbound still inspires new games to this day. What do you mean Ness needs to go? Earthbound is like one of the most influential games on the Super Nintendo.
I am cutting Chrom, but keeping Robin because I think Awakening is so important to the
Yeah, the Awakening characters. Maybe even Lucina. I don't know if Lucina stays. But I do think Awakening needs to be in Smash.
franchise and deserves representation, and because Robin is the most unique Fire Emblem character in Smash.
What's up,
Lucina
Vanilla?
stays as an Echo Fire.
Yeah, Lucina's cool.
By the way, Echo Fighters are still in, and they're going to retain their differences. One of the dumbest changes Ultimate ever made was eliminating the differences between Echo Fighters. So in this game, Daisy's turnips will have different properties. Dark Samus will continue to float and have slightly different animations. If anything, we might add slightly more subtle changes to the Echo Fighters, because why wouldn't we?
Yeah.
Literally, what is the point of an Echo Fighter being different from an alternative costume if you're just going to have no gameplay differences whatsoever? Byleth.
This game is for people who grew up with Nintendo games and love them so much if the old characters aren't in. Who is it for except little baby children? Exactly.
As much as I hated Byleth's inclusion in Ultimate, I must confess that I think they're cool in the game and that Three Houses is good and important. However, I'm cutting them. There will be a different modern Fire Emblem.
Damn. I'll be honest, I was kind of I'm vibing with Byleth staying if Byleth wants to stay, but like I don't mind if they're cut.
I'm repping my Smash 6, and no, I'm not particularly happy about it either, but I think it's inevitable. I'm cutting
So what does that mean? Marth, Robin, and Lucina are the only ones left? That's crazy.
Toon Link and Young Link because I don't think Smash needs 3 Links, and Young Link's...
Damn, I like Toon Link though. I think Toon Link can stay. Toon Link is cool because he represents like this completely different side of Zelda that like is still represented to this day. Like we just back on the 3DS, we just had like a new Toon Link game, you know, with Triforce Heroes. I think Toon Link is cool to stay, especially if we make Link himself more divergent of, you know, the traditional Link style of gameplay. Like if the next game Link is based more on like Tears of the Kingdom and shit, like the new Zelda, and we keep Toon Link and keep him representative of classic 3D Zelda. I think that'd be cool. Earthbound Clover, what the fuck are you posting today? I've seen so many bad takes from you today, and I've tried my hardest to ignore them. What the fuck is going on? Sorry, I couldn't ignore it anymore. I had to blow up.
Noises annoy me. I'm also cutting Sheik because she was in one game over 20 years ago. In terms of Pokemon, I'm cutting Incineroar, which hurts me because I think he's awesome in Smash, even if his games suck. I'm cutting Pokemon Trainer because I'm cutting Incineroar. I'm also cutting Sheik because she was in one game over 20 years.
No, again, this argument holds no water for me. I mean, like saying that she was in one game 20 years ago, it literally does not matter. Like she's still like an important and relevant character. You could say that her time is just up, like that's fine. But like to say like her time in Smash, but to say like she's not relevant because she was in one game, like who gives a shit? It's only one of the most beloved games of all time. You know? It's not like she was in fucking Wave Race Blue Storm and just kept sticking around. She's in Ocarina of Time. What are you talking about?
Years ago. In terms of Pokemon, I'm cutting Incineroar, which hurts
one game is the one game everyone argues is one of the most influential games ever. Yeah.
me because I think he's awesome in
Incineroar is great.
Smash, even if his games suck. I'm cutting Pokemon Trainer because I'm tired of Gen 1.
Alright. I can't argue that. He's just being honest.
Cutting Pichu and Greninja, who just aren't that
Damn, no, you can't cut Greninja. Greninja's the most popular Pokemon. You can't cut Greninja.
important in Nintendo history.
Wrong. Literally wrong.
Overall, and ooh, this one hurts.
Ooh. I actually got scared.
But I'm cutting Mewtwo.
Oh my god, I got scared. Mewtwo cutting Mewtwo, really? I don't know if that's a good idea. Wait, he didn't cut Jigglypuff. He didn't cut Jigglypuff, but he cut Mewtwo. Yeah, those are bad choices for cuts. Yeah. He didn't cut Lucario either.
I don't want the only Pokemon in our base roster to be Gen 1, and we have to be aggressive. I'm not cutting Puff. I want to cut Puff, believe me, because it should have been Meowth in Smash 64, not Puff. But Puff is too important to Smash history.
Okay.
At this point. Another one that hurts, I'm cutting Wolf. Really?
Damn! Before Falco?
If we're going by the relevancy argument, I should probably cut all the Star Fox characters, but I'm going to leave the other two in because they're cool. Okay? That's my reason.
But Wolf is more cool than Falco. I love Falco, though. I love Falco, but, like, Wolf over Falco? That's crazy!
They're just cool. Look at Fox McCloud, by far the least drippy of the space animals, and he still has more style than everyone watching this video. Falco might even have as much drip as the guy who made it. Spaceys have historically always been some of the coolest characters to play in Smash. We need them in for the sake of the game's meta. Lucas is gone. It's a miracle he ever got into Smash, considering how Nintendo treats Mother 3, and fighting him is about as much fun as having a root canal. Back into the Shadow Realm with you. Ice Climb
Ness stays, though, right? Okay, we've skipped over Earthbound. Ness is still in. We're in the clear.
is gone. I mean, obviously they are.
That's sad, though. I like the Ice Climbers.
Palutena is gone, and
Why? Why Palutena? What did she do?
I would get rid of Dark Pit too, because Kid Icarus is so irrelevant right now, but...
What the fuck? What are you talking about? Everyone still talks about Uprising! You literally can't go a few months without people begging for Uprising HD! What are you talking about? It's irrelevant. What do you want to do? It's one of the most asked for remasters! Oh my god. What are you talking about?
He's an Echo Fighter so similar to...
Just because the games aren't coming out doesn't mean they're irrelevant. Doesn't mean that they still have lasting appeal. What are you talking about? Oh my god, Jay Walker was so right. I am feeling every kind of emotion.
Hit already. I'll just leave him in because it won't take any dev time. I didn't keep Chrom earlier, by the way, because I think 3 characters from one specific Fire Emblem game is a bit much, and the character that he is an echo of is also getting cut. Zero Suit Samus is gone. She may play...
That's fine. I mean, we already have Samus. I like ZSS's playstyle, but, like, we have Samus. Samus is in. We don't need 2 Samuses.
Differently from regular Samus, but with Metroid Prime 4 on the horizon, there's a much cooler Metroid character that we can put...
Oh, Metroid Prime 4. I thought he was gonna say, Ravenbeak.
...in than Samus without a suit. Bowser Jr. is gone.
Why?
Sorry, buddy. They shouldn't have put you in that little car. You just
Oh, true.
deserve better than that.
True. Fair enough. Yo, dab me up.
Pyra and Mithra. I would do this anyway, but the fact that it'll upset Xenoblade 2 fans makes it even sweeter for me. Finally, I'm
That's crazy. Honestly, like, I think Aegis should be in over Shulk. Like, Xenoblade 2 is the one that everyone likes.
cutting a lot of the weird niche picks put in to represent retro Nintendo. I'm keeping Game & Watch because I think he's novel enough and has a long enough history in Smash, but Rob, Little Mac, Wii Fit Trainer, and sadly Duck Hunt Duo, who
Nah, this is cringe. This is super cringe. Little Mac I understand, and maybe Wii Fit. Actually, no, I don't understand Wii Fit. Wii Fit's very, very precious. It's very, it was a good time. Cutting Rob is cringe, though. Cutting Rob is, like, Omega cringe. Duck Hunt, like, everyone else I can kinda understand, but cutting Rob is Omega cringe. Duck Hunt's kinda sad, too. People recognize Duck Hunt a lot. Like, I remember there was a video that came out where, like, this lady was asking people on the street what, like, each character was. Like, most people did not get the majority of the characters. But, like, the one character that I did not expect that everyone got was Duck Hunt. Everyone knows Duck Hunt.
I think were very cute and very underappreciated are gone.
I forgot to say, I really thought Doc was an Echo Fighter. Turns out he's not. He is now. Okay. Yeah, cutting Rob I think is cringe. And yeah, Punch Out's iconic too. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with these cuts.
So for those keeping track, 34 veterans remain, and 34 veterans of our 41 character base roster means 7 newcomers. Our base veterans are as follows: Mario, Luigi, Bowser, Peach, Daisy, Echo Fighter, Yoshi, Rosalina and Luma,
Surprised he kept Rosalina. I thought Rosalina would be cut too.
Mario, Donkey Kong, Diddy Kong, King K. Rool, whose inclusion I think some people may question based on the relevancy argument, but we need villains. I cut a lot, and he's my favourite character. Coke, Seed, Mauled. Link, Zelda, Ganondorf, Pikachu, Jigglypuff, Lucario, whose inclusion I think some people may also question, but is a really cool character when Aura isn't bullshitting you, and I want a Pokemon that represents the series from after the 90s. Marth, Lucina, Echo Fighter, Robin, Samus, Dark Samus, Echo Fighter, Ridley, Villager, Isabelle,
W.
Shulk, Kirby, King Dedede,
Well, no Kirby cuts is kind of crazy.
Knight, Fox, Falco, Inkling, Mr. Game & Watch, Pit, Olimar, Ness, and Captain Falcon. Now, probably...
I disagree with some of the retro cuts. I think the cuts, like, here's the thing. I'm fine with Palutena being cut, but saying she's cut because Kid Icarus is irrelevant is, like, a really piss-poor argument. But I think that's a pretty decent roster.
Probably the part most of you are hyped for. It's the newcomers. Who's joining? Well, get comfortable, grab a bottle of water, and don't get a snack because snacking's bad for you. Have some fruit, and also check your posture, and let's dive in.
I don't know what this is. Why?
It's an obvious choice, but a sensible...
Is it obvious and sensible? What is obvious and sensible about it after you cut Wolf? What is obvious and sensible about the weird, lanky, not Wario's brother, Wario brother, that is only in spin-offs? What is obvious and sensible about this after you cut Rob? The Trojan horse of the video game industry. What is sensible about it?
One. I'm not even going to begin to speculate on Waluigi's moveset because there's so many directions you could go with it, but definitely, let's just have some fun with it. This would be a great character to reveal early, a nice long-awaited bombshell that I think would get a lot of people invested in the game. I think it kind of sucks how, throughout all of Smash, all of Zelda's representation has, in some way, only been 3 characters. So for our 4th and final Zelda rep in the game...
Don't be Impa. Like, I get it. I get that Impa is, like, the obvious next pick because, like, she's in, like, a lot of games. But it's so boring. I'm sorry, Impa's really... I'm sorry, Impa's really boring. I have not liked a single version of Impa except maybe the Hyrule Warriors one because she has the big old sword. Like, you could put in anyone. You could put in fucking Skull Kid. I'd even take Fi over Impa.
I want someone entirely unique. For the longest time, I thought that was Impa, who has a long history in the series and who we could base off her Hyrule Warriors appearance. Then, Tears of the Kingdom came out, and I scoured that game for a rep who could be in the next Smash, and the most sensible pick to me seemed to be Rauru.
Raru's a base pick. Raru's a base pick.
But the thing about Rauru is he's lame, and I like...
Come on, he's not lame.
Characters that can represent more than just one game if I can help it. We also know that popularity plays a big part in deciding who gets into Smash, which is why Min Min got into Ultimate over main characters Springman and Ribbon Girl. You don't have to be the most important character in the game to end up in Smash. It matters more to be popular, but a mix of importance and popularity is even better. Which is when it dawned on me that the perfect pick had been...
Okay, who's he about to, is it gonna be, don't say Purah, right? Please don't say Purah. Master Koga? Master Koga would be, oh, Master Koga. Wait. Master Koga would be a crazy Smash character. It's gotta be Sidon. It could be Sidon. Sidon would be cool.
and staring me in the face the whole time, with a gorgeous, gleaming, handsome smile.
It's Sidon, okay.
Say, hey there, young one.
Sidon's cool.
Above you.
We're okay with that. And Mipha could be in his final Smash, yo!
Yes, Smash has served the retro crowd, it's fulfilled its villain quota, now it's time to start filling up our Tumblr sexy man representation with Sidon. He's got a trident, he's a giant fish man, he's very agile, he has canonical water powers, he's very unique, and he's a beautiful representation of modern open world Zelda, both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Get him in. Alright, let's get this out of the way. The Pepsi people from Fire Emblem.
No, not the Pepsi people.
Engager in. No, I'm not happy about it either. I can honestly say I'd rather have Byleth because at least their game was good, but it's gonna happen. It's inevitable. Let's just accept it. My experience with Xenoblade is limited, but I will say that Xenoblade Chronicles 3 generally looks a lot less embarrassing than Xenoblade Chronicles 2, and the main dude's character design doesn't actually make me want to vomit this time. Actually, I think it looks pretty cool. Whoa, JRPGs, calm down. Yeah, I think it feels like the tide of public opinion has turned against him recently, but I'm gonna say it. I am a Bandana D truther.
Is this bait? Is this bait? Don't. This is bait. I don't believe you yet.
He's just.
I'm not gonna believe. Okay, never mind. We're in.
Guy with a spear.
We're in.
He's been in a lot of games.
W.
Kirby fighters are generally cool and very different. I like him. I just think he's neat. I'm putting Bandana D in. All right, I don't want to date this.
W. You know what? This guy's game ain't too bad. You know what? I would play this.
After the release of Metroid Prime 4, please skip to the timestamp.
By the way, I mentioned this in the Discord, not in stream yet. Source Gaming did a poll last year, like a year after the DLC ended, for who you would want in a hypothetical Smash 6. Bandana D got second. Out of like a ton of votes, he got second. Just under Crash Bandicoot. The hype is still there. The hype is still there.
Turn on screen so you don't have to hear me talk about how Metroid Prime 4 isn't out as of the making of this video. From what little I know of Metroid Prime, it seems that there is good reason to believe that the character Psylocke from previous Metroid Prime games is going to be a big deal in the next one. And I mean, look at him. I don't know anything about Metroid Prime, but yeah, you best believe we're putting...
I wouldn't mind Psylocke being in, however, Psylocke to me feels like a Sceptile moment. You know what I mean? It's not even close to being the same thing, but it feels like a Sceptile moment, you know? It's like no one really cares about Psylocke, but everyone just wants him in because they feel like it makes sense.
him in. I have no idea what he does, but I reckon it's cool as hell. This leaves us with one more newcomer and character 41, and for this I am going to break my no third party rule. I think we can afford to have...
Okay. Well, it's a newcomer, so it's not going to be Sonic or anything. I don't know who this could be. Layton? Could be Layton. Jibanyan? Huh? It's gonna be Crash or Rayman. It could be a Rabid. I'm trying to think of who's important to Nintendo. Because it's gonna be a Nintendo important character. He's not about to say fucking Dante, you know? It's gotta be a Nintendo important character. And... I'm trying to think of who... Ring Fit? No, Ring Fit's not third party. Among Us? Among Us would... Honestly... I really want Among Us in Smash Brothers. Or Undertale. It could be Undertale. It could be Undertale. It could be Rayman, though. That's true. Not Tifa. They're not going to put Tifa in. Why am I saying they? Like this isn't a fan roster.
One third-party character in the base game, and we need one big bombshell to go kind of crazy for the marketing in this game. But to be honest, a lot of the big third-party series have been done in Ultimate, and I don't want to go back to the well with Final Fantasy or another Capcom character. I want to do something a bit out of left field. Here's a character who will not create the buzz of a Cloud or a Banjo, but who is cool and whose fan base I think deserves a win, especially considering that they were a Mii costume in Smash
No. Okay. W.
Ultimate.
It's not gonna be Gino. It's not gonna be Gino. It's gonna be someone else. Oh, interesting.
Fuckhead!
All three no more
I mean, I personally don't care, but like, I get it. Like, a lot of people do like this character.
Heroes games are on Nintendo consoles.
This would be like a Snake tier reveal, yeah.
Suda51 supposedly has a good relationship with Sakurai and seemed a bit bummed to see Travis as a Mii costume. Plus, Travis himself is a parody of internet weebs, and if there's one thing you should know about me from this video so far, it's that I love making fun of anime fans. It'd be cool to give this series a spotlight, and if they can make Bayonetta PG enough to be in Smash, then we can make this work too. I say, let's do it. Now, if I haven't talked your ear off enough about characters already, there are the 9 DLC characters I mentioned earlier.
Wait, we're doing 9 DLC too? We're going the whole way?
Smash Ultimate, yes, again, you have been spoiled. It's still more than Smash 4. Over the course of 4 packs of 2 characters, 2 characters, 2 characters, and then the final one having 3 characters, I would seek to patch up the holes left by some missing veterans and sneak in just a couple more newcomers. First off, you have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, well and truly outfoxed. I am very impressed at my own ability to keep it together during the earlier segment, if you don't mind my saying, because yes, I am in fact
Okay, okay, redemption arc, here we go.
Back after all. He's just too cool, okay? I don't care if Star Fox never gets another game again. Let Wolf be the new Captain Falcon. He's just a Smash character now. We can put him in every game because he's cool. Coming along with Wolf, I think Animal Crossing is deserving of a 3rd rep.
Okay.
I think there is something cosmically funny about having to pay money for Tom Nook. I imagine him a bit like Shovel Knight in Rivals of Aether, with an inventory system where he picks different items to attack you with and probably throws bells at you too. Fair to say the reveal trailer featuring these two would go crazy. Next pack, I also really considered bringing...
Oh, having like a DLC pack reveal instead of just a singular pack reveal, having like each DLC pack have its specific trailer with all the characters in the packet revealed, that's actually kind of crazy. I love that idea.
Mewtwo back, but considering this hypothetical game wouldn't be releasing until like 2026, 2027 at the earliest, I think it's more likely we get a Pokemon from the latest generation, and that's probably the more interesting pick.
Honestly, I'm kind of surprised he didn't... He's eating the moon. I'm kind of surprised he didn't put in a new Pokemon in the base roster.
Badly as well, though I really do like Mewtwo in Smash, even when he's bad, which he usually is.
Palutena Cup because Kid Icarus is irrelevant, but Star Fox gets 3 characters. That's what I'm saying, though. The logic is like off the crazy train. Like, if you just didn't want Palutena in, that's fine. Like, oops, my bad.
It'd be cool if this could be the grass starter, since Charizard and Greninja have previously gotten in. This would be like Gen 10 they'd be up to by now. Gen 11? Man, they should just stop making Pokemon after Gen 10. Anything after Gen 10 is just going to sound ridiculous. Coming along with this yet non-existent new Pokemon would be Ryu and Echo Fighter Ken, technically our first third-party character. I know I said I didn't want to go back to the well with Capcom earlier, but getting these guys in here specifically is important, as you'll see in a bit. Pack 3, I'm also bringing back Bayonetta because I'm indeed a feminist. Hit my line, ladies. This is an important second-party character to set the groundwork for something to come later. I want more series represented. Obviously, she's just had Bayo 3, and she's pretty cool when she's not killing a game's meta. She is paired with a Rhythm Heaven character.
I'm kind of into this roster, guys. I was a bit of a hater at the beginning, but I'm kind of into this roster.
Because I think Rhythm Heaven seems cool, and I'm sad that it's never got a character despite seeming so close twice now. Often the chorus kids are thrown...
I'm being baited. He's gonna fucking end off with like Kazuya and Crash Bandicoot.
Around as the most likely rep, but I'm gonna go with Karate Joe because I think he looks funnier. Imagine this guy bicycle kicking Princess Peach in the head. I want that. And for the final pack, we want to see the game off with some hype and bring back some big deal characters. So this pack sees the return of Sonic and Pac-Man, two huge third parties who are...
Damn, no Mega Man. Rest in peace.
I feel like we really can't do without in the final roster. Sonic is one of the OG third party characters, and I think is important enough to Nintendo's history, even as an opposing mascot, to warrant a place in Smash forever. Pac-Man, even disregarding his legacy, is a very intentional pick, as you'll see when I talk a bit about the game's identity and theming after the characters section.
Okay.
And then, Character 50, my piece de resistance newcomer, This is a pipe dream. It's almost definitely not happening. He's not relevant. He hasn't been in a long time. Ubisoft are more interested in making NFTs and E3 press conferences
Rayman.
from 2010 than they are making games for him, but man, I want Rayman. I really considered saying Crash here. I'd maybe want him even more, but he is in the middle of a very confusing IP situation, and to be honest, I want other companies to compete. I want to leave characters owned by the likes of Microsoft and Sony alone for the potential PS All-Stars 2 that's probably never happening, or some Microsoft crossover where Master Chief fights a Mercedes AMG 1 from Forza Horizon. Rayman is so
I think Smash players like speculating about the roster more than playing the game. I mean, yeah, I'm sure some Smash fans are like that. I like both, just enough. I like speculating. I think speculating is fun. I like speculating about, like, most games, but, like, I do love playing Smash Brothers. I have fucking 1,000+ hours in Ultimate, and I don't do 1,000 hours in most games.
expressive and colourful and beautifully realised in Brawlhalla. Lord, I see what you've done for people and I need that for me. He deserves better, he'd be a ton of fun, his stage would be gorgeous. Rayman Legends is dead-ass the best 2D platformer ever made. Free my mans. So there you have it, my full 50 character roster with DLC included. How did I do? Rate my roster.
I think your reasoning for some of the cuts is a little whack. I think removing and continuing to keep Rob out and keeping other certain characters out for relevancy's sake, and then having 3 Star Fox characters is insane, a little bonkers. It's a little fucked up, but generally this roster wouldn't make me too mad.
Like I said, Tesco meal deal.
Or even mad at all. I think I'd honestly be pretty fine with this roster. I mean, obviously Bandana D's in, so what can I say? They put in Bandana D. We got a little Sidon Ender. We got a little Breath of Wild tier Zora. Cutting Pyra and adding Waluigi as sheep behavior. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit, yeah. First Smash to sell 3 copies? Come on. Listen, we're gonna have to deal with this eventually. the online hysteria when the next Smash is announced and they cut, like, the majority of the roster, it's gonna be insane. It's gonna be insane.
Brits or not, I'm talking about there. This one's just for us. I took a lot of factors into consideration and think we got a diverse and neatly rounded cast of characters that will appeal to everyone and is respectful of Nintendo history but also appreciative of what's come recently. Real quick, because I'm already concerned this roster section has gone on too long, Echo Fighters. Obviously, Daisy, Lucina, Dark Samus, and Dark Pit are still in, but we're going to get some more going in too, because with minor gameplay changes, they're almost different characters for minimal dev time, which I like a lot. Dixie Kong for Diddy, I think, is an obvious one. She just has a
She should have been an Ultimate.
different up B for flying with her hair, and maybe her neutral B changes too, or her F smash is a bit less animalistic. Octoling is here for Inkling.
Cool.
I don't know anything about Splatoon, but they're here. Galactonite for Meta Knight.
That'd be dope.
And Nintendo for Ness. I also don't know enough about these characters to know what would change, but I'm sure we can think up something cool. Finally, if we're really trying to make this final DLC pack a big deal, then on top of offering 3 characters, something else we could do is give one of them an Echo Fighter.
Shadow?
I am still hurt by that Grinch leak for Smash Ult.
Yeah. Yeah. God. Wouldn't that have been amazing? Shadow, Banjo, Isaac, Mach Rider. Man, I'm sad we never got a retro character in this game. Like, no weird Nintendo retro character. Mach Rider would have been so cool.
In 2018, I kinda just want Shadow. He can be a slower and stronger and perhaps consequentially less lame version of Sonic.
Dude put in a Leer. It's crazy. There's definitely gonna be a new Fire Emblem out by the time this hypothetical game happens. There are 5 Kirby characters though, so it's everything gets evened out. All the negative things I could say. Where's the Style Savvy character though? Where's the Style Savvy at? I feel like this roster is kind of lacking, like, a Sakurai pick, like a weird character. There's no weird characters in this roster that are, like, new, you know? He took out all the weird characters from before and replaced them with no weird characters. Like, the weirdest one is maybe Rhythm Heaven. Even still, like, where's a weirdo? Put in fucking Virtual Boy. The console. Karate Joe seems weird not knowing the franchise. Yeah, I do think this roster is lacking a bit of character in terms of, like, weird picks. For sure. I'm looking around to see if there's, like, anything that's, like, interesting. Shulk and no with no Aegis is so fucking crude. Yeah, the Aegis cut is really weird. Travis stands out like a sore thumb. Yeah, I don't know if Travis is the one, but just think, like, where's like a Bulborb? A Bulborb would have been a cool, fun pick. That's like a little weird. Like, you want to be weird, but you don't want to be like too weird, like fucking Piranha Plant. But like, there's no one new in the like that. That's kind of an issue I have with Smash Ultimate's newcomer roster as well. Is like, where's the weirdos, man? That are also cool, not Piranha Plant, like a real weirdo. Ochi, we need Ochi. Ochi's not weird enough though. Ochi's like a big character in that game. Thanks, Multiman. Yeah, Ochi's not weird enough. The 5 Kirby characters is actually insane. They are taking up a sizable chunk of this screen. I mean, W for Kirby, but are they like the most represented franchise outside of Mario now? Because Zelda only has 4. Zelda has 4, DK has 4. Yeah, they have that's a lot of characters. That's crazy. Like, where's a Freaky Forms character, you know? Where's Rusty?
So, with over 30...
To be fair, Plant was a weird character and no one was happy. I mean, Plant was a weird character, but also, like, he wasn't a character. Like, Piranha Plant isn't a character. Piranha Plant is literally a plant. It's a flower. Piranha Plant has never had a character. Even in, like, the RPGs, I don't think a Piranha Plant has ever had, like, a character. They're just, like, a hazard. They're a flower. If they put in, like, Goomba, that would have been cool. Or, like, a Shy Guy. That's a character.
Less characters in this game than its predecessor, one may ask, how do you justify such a culling? The answer? With reworks, baby. A lot of characters have existed in Smash since time immemorial in basically the same ways.
I really want this. I want this not in like a change a couple of characters kind of way. I want this in like a Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 2 kind of way. Like, if you've been watching how they've changed the characters in Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 2, I want that for Smash, 100%.
And it's time they got an update, a refresh, some new moves.
No face, no body. It's not about not having a face. It's that Piranha Plants have literally never had a personality, ever. Like, they're not characters. Ever. They're never characters. They're just flowers. PD Piranha Erasure? PD Piranha doesn't count. I'm talking about Bach standard Piranha Plant.
that represent more modern outings. It's probably time for Mario to
It's like a Bob-omb. Well, Bob-ombs have had a character before, but you know. Like King Bob-omb is very different from the normal Bob-ombs.
ditch that cape and start using Cappy, and maybe even ditch Flood and do some elephant stuff instead. By the time this game comes out, he'll probably need to be doing some stuff from the latest 3D Mario as well. DK should pull a barrel.
I don't really like that idea for Mario. I think, honestly, my favorite Mario moveset is the Rivals of Ether one that came out recently this year, where it's just like taking Mario's acrobatics and making that his moveset is so good. And having like a lot of his moves deal damage if you jump on their head or like use the move on their head or whatever is such a good idea. I don't know, I think just like filling up Mario's moveset with like whatever the most relevant power-up is not the right way to take him.
Don't know why he doesn't, but DK's down B should not be that silly hand slap. He should spawn
Yeah,
an
DK
empty
needs
barrel
barrels.
and be able to throw it. The hand slap can go somewhere else on the moveset because it should stay. I think it's his down smash. Link. I mean, how do you even start with Link? After Tears of the Kingdom, it's like, what do you do, bro? Grab you from halfway across the stage? Let him summon the fucking dick robot? Let him build Optimus Prime? I don't know, man. Let your imagination run wild. Lucario can be less reliant on aura and more reminiscent of Project M Lucario, high-key, one of the coolest Smash characters ever created. And make no mistake, while this is not quite melee speed, this is a fast-paced and combo-centric game. There are two characters in this roster, however, whom I deem more desperately in need of an overhaul than any other. The idea of reworking characters was practically introduced solely for them. They are screaming for a total ground-up redesign and have been for a long time because their representation in Smash is frankly pitiful and something needs to be done about it. Can you guess who it is?
Sonic and
Yes.
Samus?
I'll give you a moment.
Let's say Sonic
Seriously,
and
I'll play
Samus.
some music and go ahead and leave a comment. Tell me right now who you think it's going to be. Say, I think you are reworking blank and blank, and see how you do.
Wario and Sonic? No, I'm gonna say Sonic and Samus. I feel like Samus definitely needs a rework. Oh, Ganon, you're so right. Yeah, Ganondorf. Sonic and Ganondorf.
Okay, it's these guys.
Okay, yeah,
these
yeah.
characters both drive me completely insane. Easily, historically, some of the worst designed characters in every appearance they make. Ganondorf is an all-powerful dark wizard, bro. 4 games later, he should not still be feeling like Captain Falcon just stepped in dog shit. He should be doing magic stuff with malice or gloom or whatever. He should have more sword attacks. He should probably be floating like in Project M. He certainly shouldn't have a literal worst Falcon punch for a neutral B and the worst up tilt ever conceived. Maybe you keep Flame Choke and you get rid of just about everything else.
Yeah, definitely keep Flame
1,000
Choke.
ways
Flame
you
Choke
could
is great.
design Ganondorf for a fighting game better than he has been in Smash for over 20 years now, but one thing's for sure, if I'm balancing this game, I'm going well out of my way to ensure he's a straight up top tier. It's about time, he's long overdue. I don't care how broken he is at release, I am never nerfing him. If he's not good at release, I am buffing the shit out of him every patch until he's top 10 minimum. It's time for Ganondorf to be meta relevant for once. Sonic! Jesus Christ. Again, there are literally a million ways you can make this character not the lamest thing on earth, and suggesting all the specific ways you can do that is outside of the scope of this video, so the basics. Maybe we do more with his 30+ year history as a video game character. You probably make it so that side B and down B aren't functionally the same thing, and if you keep side B, then you probably nerf it quite significantly to make it less of an obnoxious camping option.
I think honestly, it should be a down B. Like, spin dash should be down B, because that's how you do spin dash in the game, is you hold down and you press the button. And also with the down B, you can charge it like Sonic. I think down B is the spin dash.
To nerf Sonic's disadvantage in defensive tools and buff his buttons, encourage some rush down. I mean, Jesus, man. It is so tragic how lame this character is and has been for so long. He should be so cool in theory. Again, hate to be that guy, but Project M. My hope is that the trimmed down roster and focus on reworks would bring a lot of depth back to the roster, without harping on Smash Ultimate too much, depth that I think has been missing from a lot of characters for a long time now. This is how you justify less content, the most different feeling Smash in a long time, largely down to how every character should feel more fresh than ever.
Frontier's moveset would be cool. Yeah, Frontier's moveset would be pretty cool. What is happening? Okay. Finally, we're out of the roster. We're out.
Hard to believe that Sonic should be the thing to hold us up, I know, but finally, at long last, we're out of the characters section. I felt that was the most important part.
There's
of
more?
first
Yeah, this is a whole, like, top to bottom video about a reboot. We just finished the character section. Was like half the video.
Biggest obstruction to coming up with a feasible pitch for a Smash game, I think. Now, we need to think wider. What is this Smash game? What's its thing? Its identity? Well, we definitely don't want to do another Smash 4 and just forget to give it a name, so let's make sure we fix that. And there's tons of potential names out there. Smash Bros. Rumble, Smash Bros. Clash, Smash Bros. Hootenanny, Hoedown, Barnstormer, Donnybrook. Let's go with Clash. As this game is more focused on Nintendo history, I like going with an arcade aesthetic. I like to imagine some neon in the logo and a lot of the key art. I think classic 8-bit Mario and Donkey Kong and classic forms of older characters will be shown off a lot, and this also has a bearing on some single-player content we'll be talking about in a bit, and is about half the reason we brought Ryu, Ken, and Pac-Man back as DLC. So, Brawl gave us final smashes, Smash 4 gave us custom moves. What's our unique selling point here? What sets this Smash game apart from others in the series? I call it the assist meter. We're taking cues from other fighting games and including a meter that builds up when you successfully land, dodge, and parry attacks and allows you to summon an assist trophy of your choice once it's full up. Basically, it's like Final Smash meter, but we're actually going to go out of our way to balance the assist trophies in this game. Contrary to what Sakurai and Nintendo have seemed to believe, something can be competitively balanced and casually enjoyable at the same time. Any particularly broken assist trophies will fine-tune. I've always thought assist trophies were really cool, and leading into them here I think really helps this game as a crossover, as we get to feature so many cool characters and IPs who may
it's kind of like the Framemakers moment.
Still get to be an important part of core gameplay. We're going to bring back nearly all of the assist
not the
trophies
cameos.
Games,
I mean, I think it's a good idea. Again, for like specifically like a crossover game, like getting more characters in there, I think it's a good idea.
Some, like the Nintendog and the Devil, either need to go or be overhauled entirely for the sake of fairness. We can't have this.
I do think that this it does kind of make assists. They're gonna feel a lot lamer. Like you're not gonna get like cool assists like Nintendogs anymore.
Level of
It'd be a little sad.
Competitive play. There are also some fairly obvious inclusions like Ochi from Pikmin, Elfilin and Magalore from Kirby, Raru from Zelda, etc. I think some of the new and DLC characters also bring some assists along with them. We're gonna look to have, as a ballpark figure, about 60 or 70 assists.
Sheesh!
Yes, that is a lot. It is a lot to balance, but with the leaned out character roster, I think this is something we can achieve. I
just think my issue with like an assist thing is like you can't have too many or else it's gonna feel like, how can you make that many and have them all feel unique if they're only gonna be able to do like one or two actions maybe? I just worry, like, I think about, like, Framemakers, and I feel like there's, like, maybe, like, 3 that are, like, probably gonna be meta-relevant, you know? Like, there's just some assists that just don't function.
We have the dev time to pay attention to the balance here. Balance is definitely a slippery slope with so many variables introduced now, but assists are a cool concept that have potential to make for some incredibly cool and exciting gameplay if we're conscientious enough to pay attention to the balance. And an important note, in an attempt to make up for the characters that were so ruthlessly slashed from the roster earlier, every single non-third-party veteran is back as an assist. Young Link, Toon Link, Bowser Jr., Greninja, even Pyra and Mithra. Yes, all of them. They all perform one of their more iconic moves from previous iterations of Smash.
It really is
Final
cameos.
Smash or something close to it. Again, whatever feels the most balanced. Some people whose entire personality is wanting Isaac from Golden Sun in Smash might suggest that this is not a make.
Coast, I'm so sorry. Coast, I'm so sorry.
Good and is instead an insult, a slap in the face, to which I say that it's a video game, there are 50 characters in it, and you should go outside and reconnect with nature. The assist meter brings an exciting and dynamic mechanic to Smash with the potential to hugely shake up both casual and competitive play, and I'm going to be somewhat
why did he have to do that? What did the Isaac fans do? The Isaac fans are not even, like, annoying about it. They just got a little upset.
And say that you will not be able to turn the assist meter off. It is a fundamental part of the game, and I don't want it to be eschewed in competitive play in particular. I know this sounds like forcing items or unfair stages on pro players, but I promise that my theoretical, non-existent design team and I will be watching the meta with eagle eyes. In this hypothetical dream scenario that does not exist, I would simply balance the assists. They are the crux of the game's identity. They are what makes it unique, and I want to see them being used. I want to see all the exciting combinations people come up with. Also, ideally, across a 3-stock match. I think on average, most players and characters would only be able to build it up and use it, like, twice. This mechanic allows us to feature a lot of characters who would have otherwise been cut and lets us pay homage to many facets of Nintendo history. It's worked in other fighting games, it's almost always exciting, and it's appealing to casual players as well, I think. I'm a big advocate for something like this being the direction of the next Smash. Speaking of direction, why don't you go ahead and direct yourself over to the Hard Drive Maggie YouTube channel. It's where all my work has been for the past 10 months and will likely continue to be for the foreseeable future pending my inevitable termination or potential...
Yeah, only twice in a match seems a little low, doesn't it? For like a core part of the game?
I'm immensely proud of what I've been doing on that channel. I think it's been a lot of my best work and would implore you to go give it a look and maybe a subscribe. It would help a lot. I would greatly appreciate that. If you're watching this video and have found yourself thinking, wow, I wonder where Fudge has been these past 9 months, it's been for some video as a deep sense of disappointment in me. Something I am concerned may be coming across in this video aside from my toxic smugness is that I may be letting my past as a competitive player and present as a spectator cloud my judgment, that I'm gearing this hypothetical game far too much towards competitive players. There's a reason it may seem that way, and it's because I fundamentally disagree with Sakurai and Nintendo's design philosophy in regards to casual and competitive players. A game having depth in its mechanics does not suddenly turn off casual players, especially if you're going to accommodate them with separate online modes, a bit like for fun and for glory in Smash. You could argue that snaking and fire hopping are alienating to casual Mario Kart players, for example, but are they really? Casual Mario Kart players...
They are. Like, I've definitely seen casual players complain about fire hopping. Like, they absolutely are.
Players don't know what this stuff is, and they don't care. It's far more skill intensive than the less dedicated players care to learn about.
Okay, but in these games, like, it's a party game. I think I watched a video recently talking about how, like, we need more games with low skill ceilings. And I feel like that's kind of true. Honestly, like, I think that the appeal of Mario Kart is that anyone can win. Right? Like, obviously there's depth to it, and, like, obviously, like, the better player will win a good chunk of the time. Like, I think it's important that, like, someone who doesn't know all the advanced tech can win a Mario Kart race. I think that's important. And snaking and fire hopping, like, drastically widen the gap between good players and bad players.
Yet these things, much like Mario Kart 7's more expressive control over your glider, which allowed for nifty little shortcuts, have been removed in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, which, sure, makes it a more instantly balanced experience, but also...
The guy, when he hears about game essence... Yeah, Sakurai literally just uploaded a video about this today, about how more game essence makes it less accessible. And yeah, here's the thing. I'm not saying like these games shouldn't have depth, but the depth shouldn't be in like these super like niche hidden mechanics that don't really mesh well with the game. Like I think snaking is fine. I think snaking is fine. I did not think fire hopping was good.
Makes it feel shallow and vapid for anyone who isn't just a casual player. It strips away all mechanical identity, and that's just not something I believe in. Quite unlike real Nintendo, my imaginary design team and I will go out of our way to maintain the mechanics that fuel competitive play, but still cater to casual players by ensuring that they aren't so broken that they're an instant win in any match, and including separate online modes for people who want to play competitively for rank, and people who just want to have fun. This is my way of saying, yes, this, my Smash 6 would have a ranked online mode. I'm not going to go into detail, otherwise this video would be 4 hours long, but it will be better than GSP, I'll put it that way. It will be an actual, real online ranking system, and we're going to try really hard not to have 48 frames of input delay and online servers run by a fleet of poorly coordinated hamsters. But what about the casual players? I hear you cry, which is weird, get out of my house. Listen, as long as the core tenets of Smash are maintained, which they will be, the casual players are gonna come anyway. They're not gonna see Ridley do a wave dash and be like, oh, not playing now. Their other casual friends aren't gonna care or learn how to do it, and if they do, they can make an agreement not to use such things.
That's not how that works. That's not how that works, though. Especially when you're building a game that's like online, you know? Here's the thing. If you know how to wave dash and you're playing with like your friends, I don't think there's like telling you not to wave dash. Like what? It's just at what point does it end? Don't use the C stick, that's cheating. I don't know. I definitely think like again. Like, I think there is an importance to lowering the skill ceiling in some instances. Like, I don't think raising the skill ceiling is always a 100% benefit to every single game. But yeah, I mean, adding stuff like this, like... Again, I'm trying to, like, brain process and describe what I'm talking about here. So, like, if I'm a casual player, and I don't want to wave dash or anything, I'm just trying to get in and have a good time. You know, like, Splatoon? You know how, like, Splatoon is like so meta focused after like a month, and it makes online play like shit for anyone that isn't like a super hardcore player? That's what I'm talking about. Or like Tetris 99, like go play Tetris 99 again like today. You're never winning a match. Like if you aren't a hardcore Tetris player.
In their matches, Melee did not suffer whatsoever in terms of sales and popularity for being a...
Okay, but that was before like competitive scene took off. The competitive scene didn't enter like mainstream gaming discussion until like 10 years after it came out. What are you talking about? I played Smash my whole fucking life, and I didn't even know tournaments existed until like before Smash 4 came out. If Melee had online, there would definitely be people complaining about it. Like, if Melee had online at launch and it was the exact same game, there would definitely be people complaining about it.
Game that appealed to both the casual and competitive market. If anything, it's been made more popular overall. A deep divide didn't happen there because of depth in gameplay mechanics. It's not gonna happen here. Even so, though...
The casual people don't play Melee anymore! What do you mean there was no deep divide? Casuals don't play Melee anymore! They moved on! There would absolutely be a deep divide if Melee was relevant today. Also, how... Oh...
To Ultimate's fixation on characters and crossover, it did have to compromise a lot of single-player content.
And I know this because I was in a Brawl/PM group, and there was a big divide. Oh my god, was there a divide. The hardcore players were so fucking annoying. When I dared to ask that we played Brawl one night, or played with items, or played on funny stages, there was absolutely a divide.
content, a lot of stuff that I, both pre and post tournament career, loved. So this game, with its much smaller roster, now also has the resources to put significant dev time into said single player content, which again is a huge draw for the casual player. When thinking of single player content, the first thing people often bring up, especially in regards to stuff they want to see back, is the Subspace Emissary from Brawl. The Subspace Emissary was great, but we're not bringing it back. Because again, I like letting certain games in the franchise maintain their identity, and I don't think just bringing stuff back from the past is always the most interesting option. And so trimming down the roster has freed up a lot of resources. I think everything we're about to get into, plus 60 plus balanced assists, plus all the cutscenes and story of a mode like Subspace Emissary might still be a bit too much to ask. Instead, for our main single player mode, we're looking at Ultimate's World of... No, we're fucking not. We're looking at Melee's Adventure Mode.
Melee's Adventure Mode, you know, we talk about how, like, Earthbound was overrated. Melee's Adventure Mode is super fucking overrated. It's, like, good at the start, but it falls off hard near the end.
A single player mode that I think is oft forgotten and a bit underappreciated. I really like the stage by stage, go to different game worlds and do different platforming and fighting challenges approach. The first level in the Mushroom Kingdom is very platforming heavy and is littered with Mario enemies. The second level, set in Hyrule, seeks to emulate a Zelda dungeon. The F-Zero level has you trying to cross the calmest road in London. I want to do something like this again, but I want to take this idea further and expand on it. Melee's Adventure Mode was just about right in terms of length, but I want branching paths where the player can decide which stage to do next. I also want secret paths and unlockables that show up when you fulfill certain conditions, and instead of just fighting Giga Bowser at the end,
the people need online Smash Run. Yeah.
Unique potential final bosses. Yes, bosses from Brawl are back. We have about as many as Brawl had too, even without Subspace Emissary. Giga Bowser is back, of course, and Taboo will be a nice little surprise final boss for anyone playing Adventure Mode or the yet again unlockable Boss Rush mode on very hard or intense difficulty. But we also have Ganon and Marx returning from Ultimate, as well as Kraid, Hades, Lord Frederick. Okay, so originally I had another one here, however I've recently learned that there's a villain in Splatoon called Mr. Grizz, who looks like this. So ignore whatever else I was going to say. Put Mr. Grizz in the game right now. Make him a playable character. I don't give a shit. Mr. Grizz and Ultra Necrozma. Master Hand and Crazy Hand will also, of course, return, but they will not appear in Adventure Mode and instead be reserved for Arcade Mode. Functionally the same as Classic Mode, just with a new thematically appropriate name and coat of paint. One cool new thing is that every character's penultimate fight before the final boss is a rival battle with a character that we will deem appropriate and sometimes funny. Yes, Zelda will fight Sidon because I love the idea of gay subtext. Travis will fight the Fire Emblem Engage Pepsi.
What? What did he mean by that? Whatever, we're moving on.
He would roast the shit out of them, and Isabelle will fight Ridley because that's just funny. All the modes you expect to return will also be here. Events and co-op events, home run contest, target smash, multi-man smash, and of course All-Star mode. Something you may not expect to return, but I think definitely needs to come back, however, is Smash Run. High key, the best part of Smash 4 on the 3DS, and the best single player mode we've had in Smash in 10 years. Finally, also coming back, trophies! God, how I miss them. And not just trophies, but the coin launcher too, which will be used to unlock not just trophies, but also music tracks, Smash Run powers, assists, maybe a stage or two, and even diorama pieces.
You gotta unlock assists? That seems kinda crazy.
Oh, here's my nifty little unique idea for a new piece of Smash content. One of my favourite things about Brawl was the masterpieces, full-on demos of iconic Nintendo games. Not only an awesome celebration of Nintendo's rich history, but also a super slick advertisement. This was seriously the first time I ever played Ocarina of Time. My pitch here is for buildable dioramas, or models of iconic moments from Nintendo games that we show off inside an empty arcade claw machine or something similar for flavour. You collect 3 unlockable pieces by engaging with various modes, and when the diorama is complete, you can hop into the diorama and play out that exact moment in the game itself, like a 10-minute vertical slice. One of them would be Mario throwing Cappy at Bowser at the end of Mario Odyssey, for example, so you play that segment. One is Fox and Wolf's fight in Star Fox 64. One of them is Link pulling the Master Sword in Ocarina of Time, so on and so forth. You get to play the game for 10 minutes or so from that moment, moment, and it serves as a demo, an advertisement, and a sick unlockable with some really cool and worthwhile content. It's something that I think makes so much sense that I am profoundly confident.
Why are all these examples like heavy spoilers? Why are these like, hey, play this demo for Mario Odyssey that is the ending of the game? What?
Nintendo will never do anything like it again. Oh yeah, Stage Builder is back, because I think we can do a lot more with it still. I don't know if this is a hot take, but I miss when things took effort to unlock in Smash, and unlocking characters felt like an achievement. It's another of my favourite things about Brawl, and Melee to a slightly lesser extent. I don't necessarily want kids blowing up their houses by leaving their GameCubes on overnight because you had to have played versus matches for 20 hours in Melee to unlock Mewtwo, but significant unlockable content adds a lot of mystique and intrigue to the characters who are hardest to unlock, and it makes the casual and single player offerings feel a lot more substantial when everything isn't just handed to you on a silver platter.
I thought this game was made for competitive though. Having like in-depth unlocks makes it like really hard to set up tournament setups. What? You know what? I was into some of the roster picks, but I think I'm back out.
So yeah, another point for the casual players. Unlocking everything is actually going to require you to engage with multiple different parts of the game. Let's just touch on stages real quick. I won't go over everyone, but here's some obvious ones that should come back and some obvious ones that should be included. Hyrule Temple, Big Blue, Smashville, Pokemon Stadium. These are all classics for various reasons that should definitely come back, as should WarioWare, but with some funky new minigames and aesthetics to represent the newer entries in the series. I also want Pirate Ship back because I love that stage, and with Toon Link no longer playable, we want to make sure that side of Zelda is still represented. Let's also get some of the 3DS exclusive stages that missed Smash for Wii U back in as well. I'm talking Rainbow Road, and particularly that Pac-Man Maze stage can come back in DLC Pack 4 because that one remix goes crazy, and even us white boys need to bust it down sometime. As far as new stages, if Metroid Prime is getting a new character, Metroid Dread should definitely get a stage, perhaps in the form of Itarash. Itarash? I did not play that game. Fire Emblem Engage should get the fucking Samoyed or whatever it is. Pikmin 4 should get whatever the nicest looking level from that game is. I'm quite partial to Giant's Hearth myself because I like the idea of fighting on a giant barbecue or just watching someone's uncle grill in the background. A Sky Island from Tears of the Kingdom is an obvious choice, maybe the Great Sky Island, something from the new 3D Mario, Natural Plains from Kirby and the Forgotten Land, and I'm gonna say what we're all thinking, the streets need a new Pokefloats. Well, I'm a white guy from southern England, so I don't really know what the streets are saying, but I assume that's what they're saying. Give us a new Pokefloats from the latest generation of Pokemon at the time. All new balloons, all new Pokemon, all new chaos. The streets are probably demanding it. Splatoon 3 should get a stage. I don't know, what maps did the Splatoon 3 players like? Hagglefish Market looks cool. Let's go with that. And lastly, let's give some stages to some series that don't have fighters for the novelty factor. I want a Nintendo Land stage. It's 10 years too late, but put some respect on Nintendo Land. Professor Layton's apparently getting a new game. Let's get a World of Steam stage. Let's get a Ring Fit stage. Starting block.
A Layton stage, but not Layton as a character? That's a little weird. He's not even like a Nintendo game. It's a third party.
Bridge, perhaps. That's where all the hardest battles of my real life have taken place. And obviously, our final base fighter, Travis, gets the motel. What else would it be? Yes, Alpha and Omega variants will of course return. One of the few things added to Ultimate that I was a truly big fan of, the inclusion of Small Battlefield feels like exactly the kind of thing a stupid YouTube video like this would dream about happening, but would never actually happen, and then it did actually happen. Crazy. My team and I would ensure a good swath of stages could be healthy, balanced, and tournament legal when switched to hazards off. Obviously, we've already got Final Destination, Battlefield, Pokemon Stadium, and Smashville, and I like to think maybe Town and City could come with Tom Nook, but for my own selfish purposes, I am ensuring that Motel and some Xenoblade stage is legal so that we can listen to songs from those games during tournament play, and we aren't cursed with having 50% of the most high-stakes matches in the game's competitive history happen to Brewster's Roost. Huh. Wonder who that is. Oh, it's the most obvious business decision in the world! DLC costumes. Sometimes you would swear Nintendo don't actually like money. The fact that they haven't done this yet just blows my mind. Again, I'm not going to go into all the potential these have. I'm literally just going to put some pictures up as I talk to illustrate my point. There is so much money that's been left on the table by not having DLC costumes, but now with Mii's gone, the time is more right than ever. You pretty much just position these like Mii costumes. You have them go up for sale alongside the DLC packs, and you put a lot of them up. I would hope to have given every single character at least one one super sick DLC costume by the end of the game's lifespan. You could sell them individually for like £1, $1, whatever. You could sell them in bundles. I don't care how you do it, just do it. Oh my god. Something I should have mentioned when I was talking about assists earlier that I'm going to say here, you pick your assist at the start of the game. I realised late into recording audio for this video that when I explained it earlier I made it sound like you can pick literally any assist when the time comes and I couldn't be bothered to edit it. No, you can't. You pick one at character select. It's how every other assist in every other game that's ever had them has worked, just in case there was any confusion. Okay, mechanics.
We're going back in time.
I think it'd be cool if, like, you know how in, like, Pokken, you choose a set of assists? And at the start of each round, you get to choose which assist you want. It'd be cool if, like, if you're on the spawn platform, you could hit a button and swap to your second assist. I think that'd be cool.
Time to the
Release of Smash Ultimate.
to get
Short hop macro.
off the menu. That's right. We're going back in time to the
Release of Smash Ultimate.
to get
Short hop macro.
off the menu. Who are you talking to? This guy right here.
Hard to believe I'm going to be taking out the one thing that unintentionally kneecaps all depth and player expression from Smash Ultimate's gameplay, but yeah, I actually am going to get rid of the short hop macro, or at least fix it, or make it toggleable. Controversial as it may be, I would like my gameplay to be good. I'd also like the term platform fighter to not apply to players actively having to fight platforms in order to get off them, drop through them, or do really fucking anything on them, so whatever's up with them in that game, I'm gonna fix that too. Here's an actually controversial decision. I would remove directional air dodges. We'd go back to having only neutral air dodges, which you can use multiple times in the air, because I don't think directional air
Ew. No. Spammable neutral air dodge was really bad. No, that was like the worst thing about Smash 4. No. What? No.
air dodges really worked in Ultimate. They didn't really add as much depth as they did in Melee, probably largely because edge hogging doesn't exist anymore. Directional air dodges were an experiment that didn't work, and only served to make many characters' disadvantage states too powerful. I miss air dodge reads. They were some of the coolest and most skill-testing moments in any game of competitive Smash. I feel like I haven't seen one in 6 years. I am aware of the ramifications of this. Despite my little joke about Ridley wave dashing earlier, this would effectively remove wave dashing and wave landing from the game. My response to that is fine. Melee can be its own thing. The addition of directional air dodges to Ultimate proved to me that the devs were just trying to make a game that wasn't like Melee at all, more like Melee, without understanding or wanting to understand what makes Melee such a good competitive game. They were trying to fit a square peg into a round hole without even studying geometry. Neutral air dodges in my game, however, would stale in the same way rolls do in Ultimate to prevent them being too powerful and thus spammed. For every instance of an air dodge past 1, you would suffer increased landing lag next time you touch the ground. Pretty simple stuff. We don't need wave dashing or wave landing to have movement in this game, because guess what? I'm bringing back tons more of the cool Smash 4 stuff that Ultimate inexplicably got rid of. Perfect pivoting is back, because of course it is. It was dope. Shield dropping is back, because platforms in this game would actually function. And while I am trying to let past games like Melee maintain their identity, I think we can afford to shave some first actionable frames off everyone's initial dash and get dash dancing up in here. Dash dancing, foxtrotting, you name it. And what do you know, just like that, we have movement. We have technology. And I'll do you one better and look for some brownie points with the Ultimate fans by telling you that I'm also going to be retaining the cool pieces of tech that that game introduced too. Both of them. Slingshotting, which can't really be attributed to Ultimate, it is more a credit to the community digging for oil in a rainforest over the course of 3 years, would combine with all the other movement tech to make something truly special, I think. Add in pivot cancelling, and we've got something that tech fiends could run wild with, and be floating and sliding all over the stage in a way that looks different to any other official Smash game. Finally, and this only kinda counts as movement tech, but C-bouncing, what did they do to you? Why did they get rid of you? I miss you. Get back in here, you saucy minx. Justice for C-bouncing. Okay, point 2.5 for Ultimate fans. I actually like not being able to tech grounded spikes. I think it opens up a lot of combo routes and gives spiking down airs some utility beyond dunking people off stage. What I don't like is this arbitrary percent limit on techs. Not being able to tech the stage after you've taken a certain amount of percent. Come on, man. With a change like this, how are we ever going to see another El Tech de Jesus moment? Oh, you've never seen the El Tec de Jesus moment? Let me show you
I've
guys
seen
the
that
El
moment.
Tec de Jesus moment.
I remember this moment. This is a classic moment.
Offstage, el tech de Jesús, el segundo tech de Jesús, el tercer tech de Jesús, el cuarto tech de Jesús, el quinto tech de Jesús, el sexto tech de Jesús, el séptimo tech de Jesús, el octavo tech de Jesús. No!
Smash 4 was great, and you are all wrong. 50k subs on hard drive by the end of the year and I'll make that a video. No longer being able to run through your opponent's shield is a change I'm split on. I really hate how it contributes to the back and forth in a straight line jousting neutral of Smash Ultimate, and I also hate how running through opponent's shields has historically been so inconsistent, having to take character sizes and shield sizes and body blocking into account, and seemingly, surely, being a nightmare to program. It also is an inadvertent buff to fast characters, as dash speed is another factor that plays into it, and fast characters are almost universally always extremely good anyway. Thing is, it affords so much more expression in your movement and gameplay, the dancing around the opponent's shield, the footsies, the mix-up of whether you go for a grab or a tomahawk or you take the risk of running right past your opponent's shield to open them up. I love it. I've gone back and forth on this, but right now my heart says bring back running through shields. To make up for the way it buffs already good fast characters, my pipe dream design team and I would be very intent on giving slow and heavy characters as many tools as possible in this game. Heavy characters are universally...
Just make it good, guys. Duh. We just make it good. We just make the heavies good. Duh.
Getting godlike recoveries in this game. No more aerial spinning Kong. This motherfucker's getting squawks. Okay, squawks probably wouldn't be able to carry him, but we'd come up with something. Final matter on my list, 2-framing. It has been here too long. I've got my shotgun, I've got my shack. Come on out back with me, 2-framing. Your time is up. No one should be punished for literally just recovering. It's shocking that we as Smash players...
You said you didn't want... What? You said you like edge hogging, though. What?
Have had to put up with an exploit as stupid as this, but yes, I am removing 2 frames. We're all going to have to get better at edge guarding or ledge trapping, and now being in the corner will be an actual phase of the game. These mechanics, I believe, would create a game that is mechanically unique and, more importantly, mechanically deep. This cocktail of movement tech would surely give way to more advanced strategies as time passes, especially should Jesus himself, my Smash Corner, feel like emerging from his tomb again anytime in this alternate timeline's next 10 years. Some may suggest that it's too much like Smash 4, but I'd reject that. One, even if that is the case, that game's movement and fundamental mechanics, in particular buffer system, were very underrated, but we have melee-style dash dancing, slingshotting, pivot cancelling, and yes, acting out of dash from Smash Ultimate, and parrying, fine, whatever. And the all-important assists meter. With this, I think we have a fast-paced but readable game with boundless potential in its movement and expression, and endless possibilities in the combos you can come up with when pairing characters with assists. Absolutely no one asked, but if it were up to me, top 5 would be these guys.
Oh, how's it glitching? Hello?
And Fox, Pikachu and Diddy can sit a game out for once. They will be our bottom tiers. Along with this guy, because that's funny. Consider this a challenge to Nintendo, who definitely will not watch this video or give a second thought to anything I have said, but I will say the minimum requirement for me to consider this video, or any of my videos on this series, a success is to see any kind of Smash entry in the next 10 years that fixes that goddamn short hop macro. It seems incredibly unlikely, but one can dream, as I've been doing for this whole video.
Huh.
So, there you have it, Smash 6. Will the next entry end up looking anything like this? Truly, I have no idea. But as I say, I consider this a challenge that will almost definitely go unanswered to Nintendo to come up with something even better than this one idiot on his stupid little YouTube channel has. What did you think of it all? Furious at me for forcing the assist meter on? Moulding at me for cutting Mewtwo and keeping Lucario? Outraged by all my jabs at Ultimate? Let me know in the comments, because it counts as engagement, and I don't have to read it. I would really like it if, going forwards with this series, we could normalise a smaller scale and even learn to enjoy that and look forward to it. Rarely is a game as deep as it is wide. That being said, videos like this often are as deep as they are wide because damn, this shit took ages to make. I haven't plugged this in a while, but I have a Patreon. It would mean the world.
Alright, we move. Gosh, I have a lot of thoughts about that. Gosh. Death of Smash Bros. If this guy touched it. I mean, I don't think the stuff he was saying, I think his reasonings for it were misguided. And I think Smash 4 had cool stuff, but I think just the general gameplay really fucking sucked, especially like in a casual like sphere. Like I know this guy like apparently just does not give a shit about casual play. But like casual Smash 4 was really bad. The items were awful, and the constant spamming air dodges was awful, and the general movement was awful. For like casual play, it was awful. For casual play. Competitive play, like I did enjoy competitive Smash 4 in the middle there. Like I think like the Ryu patch for Smash 4 was like pretty good. But like early game Smash 4 and late game Smash 4 were not very good. Like I think Smash 4 had some neat stuff, but the actual core game really held it back. Like the character balance, the fact that every character was just up air, up air, up air, up air, up B. It's the same shit with like Nazby, you know? Like Nazby has cool stuff, but every character at launch was nair, fastal, nair, fastal, nair, fastal, nair, fastal, nair, fastal, up smash. You know? That was every character. Or, you know, like fucking down air fastball, down air fastball, down air fastball, up air fastball, up air fastball. That was every character. And the same thing with Smash Bros. Like up tilt, up tilt, up tilt, up tilt, up air, up air, up air, up B. Let's go. Yeah, Smash 4 had a lot of issues that held it back, but it, you know, like perfect pivoting was cool. Perfect pivoting was cool. Dropping through like again, like I think like Ultimate. I say this a lot. Like I think it is great, but its platforms and its shield mechanics and the air dodging, I think all that could have, and the you know the short round macro, all of that. It's crazy to me that none of that got fixed in over 13 patches, you know. And I do agree that we don't need wave dashing to have a good Smash game, you know? Like, I kind of am annoyed by how much everyone just wants fucking wave dashing. I think wave landing is cool. I think wave landing is very cool, but like wave dashing, I don't think it's necessary. I think too many people that work on Smash style games are maybe a bit too obsessed with Melee in particular. Um yeah, no, that's a lot to process. That's definitely a lot to process. Yeah, I do think a lot of his reasonings in the video were pretty poor reasons. I don't really care as much about the decisions per se as I did about the reasoning for them. And I think it's like a Final Fantasy 16 type thing, right? Like people like Final Fantasy 16 and like I liked what I saw of it so far. We haven't finished it yet, but I liked what I saw of it. But I feel like the reasoning behind it felt misguided. You've lost your mind. I'm not playing any music right now. Like reading Yoshida's reasoning for why Final Fantasy 16 is the way it is, it's just like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about? Look at fucking Persona and Pokemon. But like people like the game, so who cares? I guess. Yeah, no. It's very funny that he does make fun of Ultimate for having like little player expression and not being as good as Smash 4 when like that's all I heard during Smash 4, you know? Was how Smash 4 had such little player expression and depth from people that weren't into Smash 4 competitively. Like it's just a never-ending cycle, you know? What was his comment on 16? No, he's talking a lot about how like Final Fantasy 16 needs to evolve in order to be like Final Fantasy in general needs to evolve in order to keep up with what the modern gaming audience wants, and that's why, you know, turn-based was taken out, or anything resembling turn-based. You know, they turned it into more of an action game than an RPG. And I don't know. Maybe this is just me. I feel like when you're making a game, you should just make what you think is good. You know? Like you, yeah, exactly. Like it's funny how they said, and then immediately Baldur's Gate 3 happened. Exactly. And yeah, that's the thing. Is like 16 is still cool. It's just the reasoning for it feels misguided, you know? Like if you wanted to just make that game, if you just wanted to make Final Fantasy 16 and be like, all right, dope. But saying like you made it this way because you feel like the audience wants that, I don't know. It feels like like where's the artistry, you know? And obviously, like you don't have to like entirely what you're doing in order to make something good, right? But still, it feels weird. I feel like when you're making an artistic work, you should make what you want to make and what you think is good, rather than making something that you feel like the gaming audience or the audience might like. Is that weird? I don't even know if I'm like being honest or truthful here. I'm just saying shit. Make something because you believe in it and not because you feel obligated to. Yeah. That's a better way to put it. That is a much better way to put it. Oof. Yeah, if the video was more just like, hey, I think this would be a good and fun game, and this is why I'm doing this, that'd be fine. Some of the reasoning in there was really weird, like the whole like competitive and casual thing is really like wrong. It's just wrong. As someone like I like competitive Smash play, but as someone who is generally a bigger fan of the casual side of Smash Brothers, it always frustrates me hearing people that only ever play competitively talk about what casual people like. You know? It's just a little frustrating. They're just like, hey, casuals still like Melee, it wouldn't be different, they just made the new one like it's like you don't have that perspective though. No, I'm not playing the Fantasy Life theme. I could play some music just to like maybe drown it out. There we go. Maybe that'll help. I've spoken to so many casual players that say melee is too overwhelming and loose feeling. Exactly. A friend showed me how wave dashing worked and I immediately stopped playing melee. Exactly. Exactly. Like, yeah, there wasn't a divide in the beginning with melee because... No, there was a divide though. Because there was the people that knew about the stuff and then there was people that didn't know about the stuff. If you added it into, like, the modern landscape of gaming with, like, online play and social media and everything, and those two worlds finally collided, I don't know if it would be as pretty as people think. I'm a casual 10-year-old gamer, and I hop online, and I'm placed in a match with someone that knows all the tech. It'd be frustrating. If it makes you feel any better, I tried to get my casual friends into HDR and they all hated it. I don't know if that makes me feel any better. I don't know if that makes me feel any better. I don't even think I'm feeling bad, I'm just like... befuddled. It's frustrating to hear. And I like wave landing. I like wave landing. I kind of like wave dashing. I don't actually really like wave dashing that much. Like in games like Nasby, I don't even see what the point of wave dashing even is. Just let me run, dude. But I like wave landing. Browse through this and pick something you fancy? The fuck are you talking? Coast's recommended video essays. Like for you or for me? Well, this is your recommended video essays. Well, I've already seen the Disney Channel one. Yo, Polybius. Watch the cat shit one? Oh no, I saw that shit on you were streaming it. I'm not watching that. That looks stupid. I'm not watching cat shit one. I watched the AMSA one already. Adventure Quest, Rhythm Games, Ned's Declassified. Xenoblade Chronicles. Every Smash Bros. Reel explained? What do I need explaining? I remember the Cyberpunk one. Could you call the Cyberpunk Kroby Cat video a video essay? It's not really a video essay. I don't know if I want to watch any of these right now. Maybe the aesthetic of evil. I need to get more water, and I need to get some lunch too. I think I'm gonna get some water, get some lunch, and then maybe we'll watch This Week in Video Games, and then we'll maybe check out Coast's playlists. Maybe we'll watch the aesthetic of evil. That seems kind of interesting. Why vigilantes can't deliver meaningful justice. That's an interesting sounding one too. Alright, I'll be right back. Then we'll watch This Week in Video Games, and then we'll watch one of Coast videos. Take a break. Actually, can I put on Baby Sensory? But with the Kirby music. So it's even better. Alright, be right back. What up? Man. Oh shit, stop the presses, stop the presses!
Everyone, my name is Nick C, competitive platform fighting game enjoyer and Hey Arnold superfan. I'm here to walk
Who's Nick C?
you through all the info on the eccentric, all-powerful, battle-ready black belt, Grandma Gertie, in Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 2. You heard that right. Arnold's beloved grandmother, Gertrude Shortman, may seem old and frail to the untrained eye, but do not be mistaken. She's fast, she hits hard, and she's completely capable of dealing massive damage
grapple hook.
with a wacky moveset full of surprises and fearsome martial arts techniques. The first of such techniques is her
Got
neutral
good
special,
ults.
Calamity Strike. This move is a powerful uppercut that can be charged up and stored while you wait for the right moment to release it. Her side special, Blitz, is a quick dash that can intercept your enemy's movements and send them flying. As for the surprises in her moveset, her down special, Christmas Gift, is a surprise for all parties involved. When used, she reaches into her purse and pulls out a random object that could be anything, from a fly swatter to a pile of tacks, a wrecking ball, or even a piano?
Why did it just fly?
Finally,
Oh!
Gertie's up special is a grappling hook that allows her to tether straight to the ledge. Grandma Gertie has all sorts of strange tricks up her sleeve that are worth exploring. Being so fast makes it easy to chase your opponents down or run away throwing random items until something
Arnold
works
doesn't
out.
fight or whatever.
The choice is up to you. Her up and down throws are a great way to get a combo going or set up tech chase scenarios at low percents. Her up air is good for juggling opponents to build a percent so that you can knock them out with one of her many powerful finishers. For example, her grounded forward and up charge attacks are great choices, and they both utilize a massive halberd, which provides a lot of unexpected range. Hopping in the fray, doing some scrapping, and then hopping back out to continue throwing.
Oh, that's her
random items
jab
a
is
solid
knitting the
general
sweater?
game
That's
plan
cute.
With Gertie. Do you think you have what it takes to harness Grandma Gertie's power? There's only one way to find out, and that's by giving her a try in Nickelodeon
Oh, she's the powdered toast man of this game. This is the random ass character.
All-Star Brawl 2. Stay tuned for more character spotlights, and as always, thank you for watching.
She looks fun. Yeah, she's definitely like the powdered toast man of this game. Bro, when are we gonna get the Ember showcase? We got the LT Gray showcase right after he was revealed, and we got the Gertie showcase right after she was. Where's the Ember showcase? I want to know what she does. Do we know who's cut yet? Yeah, we do. Kind of sad about a lot of them. Leo and Mikey are cut, which is crazy because those are like the two most popular turtles. It's crazy to cut those and not, well, including the other two. Crazy. Shredder's cut. Sandy's cut. Toph is cut, which makes me very sad. We don't have an Earthbender on the roster. Who else? Cat Dog was cut. Again, crazy. Let me see. Get the Nasby roster. I'll know once I see it. Lincoln Loud is cut. Ulga from Our Real Monsters is cut. It feels bad to cut the characters that only are like the only representation of their series, you know? Because now there's no Our Real Monsters representation in the game. Kind of sucks. Powdered Toast Man is cut. Helga is cut. And I think that's close to everyone. I can't find an image that's just the entire Nasby roster for some reason. Oh, Hugh is cut, which is crazy. Again, very crazy, considering how much of a meme pick he was and everyone wanted him. And how much the actor of Hugh wanted him. A lot of cuts. Who else? Yeah, can't find a good image of all the characters in the game. Did I say Sandy? Sandy's cut. I think that's it. I think that's all the characters that got cut. It's like 11 characters that got cut. It's crazy.
To check them out right now and get 10% off your order
Yeah,
with
cutting
offer code
Sandy is
SkillUp,
crazy.
or stick around to the end of the video to learn more. Gamers, we begin with this quote: "When you are 6 hours into playing Battlefield and you run out of ammo in your clip and we ask you for $1 to reload, you're really not very price sensitive at that point." End quote. That was John Riccitiello speaking 12 years ago in his capacity as CEO of EA. That clip is legendary, the moment when EA's top man waxed lyrical about the idea of charging us for ammo in a Battlefield game. He wasn't proposing it per se, he was speaking abstractly about the moment where we might be most vulnerable to all of the in-game spending shit that EA was working hard to shovel into their entire portfolio of games. His leadership tenure was the true golden era for EA bullshit, with him pushing the monetization envelope so far that the company won the Worst Company in America award 2 years running. Riccitiello eventually resigned his position as CEO owing to the company's poor financial performance, ironically enough. So where did he end up, you might ask? Well, wouldn't you know it, Riccitiello spent a bit of time in the wilderness before
he's the guy that got to Unity?
Failing CEO, getting another CEO job. He was appointed the CEO of Unity in 2014. What is Unity? It's a game engine. Game makers can use it to make video games for all platforms. It's very popular with the indie dev scene. Think games like Among Us, Call to the Lamb, Rust, and hundreds more household name indie titles. But the engine is particularly popular on mobile platforms, with over 50% of the mobile games you might play being made in Unity. Not only a lot of the shovelware that hits app stores, mind you, but big hitters like Pokemon Go, Marvel Snap, and Genshin Impact.
Pokemon Go!
Unity as a company isn't just a game engine, it's also the advertising platform and in-game spending tools that the developers can use in their Unity-made games to handle monetization. So if I make a mobile game and I want ads to appear at certain points, or I want to sell players in-game items, then Unity can help with all of that and they take a piece of the action. The ads and in-game spending side of that equation accounts for roughly half of Unity's revenue.
Wow.
That's an important point that we'll come back to. So Unity has existed for a long time and developers have historically really liked it. But in 2020, something important happened. Unity floated on the stock exchange, and we all know what that means. Everything's about to get way, way shittier. From this point on, developers became increasingly frustrated with the engine, with many commenting that core features were being abandoned and general usability eroded, while the company focused more and more on its ad sales platform called Level Play. Still, Unity remained squarely focused on their ad business and in-game spending tools to drive bottom line growth. So intense was their focus that anyone that didn't share their fervor was labeled a fucking idiot. Who would be crass enough to say such a thing? Why, it's old mate John Riccitiello. Speaking to Pocket Gamer, they asked about developers who don't prioritize monetization early in the development process. Riccitiello responded, quote, "It's a very small portion of the gaming industry that works that way, and some of these people are my favorite people in the world to fight with. They're the most beautiful and pure, brilliant people. They're also some of the biggest fucking idiots," end quote. Cannot believe that the dude who wanted to sell bullets in a Battlefield game would belt out such a clanger. I'm truly shocked. He later apologized for those remarks, promising to do better, and I, for one, really believed him. I mean, if there's one group of people who you know you can trust, it's CEOs. So I was shocked yet again when this week Unity uploaded a blog post titled "Changes to Unity Plans and Pricing." Now there's a lot to unpack with these changes, so I'm going to keep it really simple. Basically, Unity want more money, and rather than provide new features or better service or anything that might induce more developers to use Unity, they just added a new fee of approximately 20 cents that would be incurred whenever someone installs a game made in Unity. There were some thresholds announced, meaning your game had to have been installed X number of times and make X number of dollars, but bottom line, tens of thousands of developers would be affected by this new fee. This was not something targeting just a handful of games or studios. It was a broad-based change that would affect every successful studio or any studio hoping to one day become successful. So immediately as soon as this was announced, the games development community went absolutely fucking apeshit. Because not only was this some bullshit, it was obvious that Unity had done zero consultation with the industry and had not thought through so many elements of this plan. For example, developers will often give away their games as part of charity bundles to raise money for certain causes.
Yeah, honestly, even if they do roll this back, I think everyone's dropping Unity. Like, if they're working on a project, or they just started working on one, or they're about to work on another one, I think a lot of studios are going to drop Unity. Honestly, open source, baby. We love open source software. Godot stocks skyrocketing. Ain't no stocks. Actually, open source. I'm definitely on the Godot train. Like, I was considering Unity, even still, but like now, it's like there's no stability with Unity. At least with open source software, there's like some stability, you know? Yeah, I'm firmly locked in on the Godot train.
These bundles can be wildly popular with hundreds of thousands of people purchasing them. Under the initial reveal of this policy, developers rightly assumed that those given away games would also incur this fee, meaning that developers would have to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in addition to giving away their games for free. Unity later clarified that charity bundles were exempt. Here's another one. You've heard of review bombing? Well, get ready for install bombing. If a developer does something you don't like, you can just install and reinstall their game repeatedly, which would cost the developer 20 cents every time. That was possible under the initial reveal of this policy, and Unity even confirmed that in their conversation with Stephen Totilo of Axios. They later reversed this policy so that only the initial install would be counted. But how are they counted? Well, Unity are using the extremely reliable and transparent approach to quantitative data known as Trust Me Bro. They specify that they alone will have a view of how many installs have occurred. They offer no way for developers to verify this number, and they say that Unity will employ tools to root out results that may have come from pirated game installs without offering any insight as to how their tools will be able to detect such a thing. Worst of all, absolutely worst of all, this change is retroactive. So if your game was made in Unity 10 years ago, but it's still meeting the install count and revenue thresholds, you are now on the hook for these new fees, and Unity will chase them for you, and if you don't pay, they will revoke your license, meaning your game has to be delisted. So obviously, all of this is deeply fucked, but of course it gets worse. Video games that you and I might play are all on the hook for this, but you know what's excluded? Gambling applications. Unity are happy to squeeze indie developers hoping to make the next Cave Story, but they don't dare miss with Aristocrat because they don't want gambling providers to start exploring other engine options. Here's another thing, and this is important. There are reports from mobilegamer.biz that this new install fee can be totally waived if you move your game onto Unity's Level Play advertising platform. That really reframes how all of this is to be understood, since if Unity are willing to use this fee as a bargaining chip in their negotiation with developers to get them onto their recurring revenue ad platform, it's pretty clear why Unity went down this path. Regardless, the backlash to all of this has been universal condemnation from every corner of the video games industry. The team behind Cult of the Lamb threatened to delete their game from existence on January 1st. That was a joke, thankfully, but they've also posted something else to properly condemn this new fee. The developers of Rust put up a blog post titled "Unity Can Get Fucked," in which they excoriated the new fee and finished with the following quote, "Let's not make the same mistake again. Rust 2 definitely won't be a Unity game."
Yo, Rust 2 confirmed?
Aggro Crab, makers of the upcoming Another Crab's Treasure, put up their own JPEG where they highlighted the issues this new fee faces with subscription services like Game Pass. After calling for a full reversal of the announcement, they finished with this quote, "I fucking hate it here," end quote. Inner Sloth, makers of Among Us, one of the biggest indie games of all time, posted their response, saying they would port their game to a new engine if this change went through. Imagine how badly you would have had to have fucked something up for games that have already been released to threaten to port themselves to a new engine. Devolver Digital sent out a cheeky tweet saying, quote, "Definitely include what engine you're using in game pitches. It's important information," end quote. That is the most successful indie label working right now, basically implying that they won't greenlight any Unity-made games going forward. Metacritic, makers of the seminal indie classic Slay the Spire, also released a statement. They revealed that they've been working on a new game for 2.5 years now, and by the way, no one knew that. This is how Metacritic announced their new project, a JPEG statement condemning Unity. They said that even though they've worked for 2 and a bit years on this game, they will port it to a new engine if these changes go through. They finished with this.
Holy
quote,
moly.
"We have never made a public statement before. That's how badly you fucked up," end quote. It wasn't just developers who were pissed off, by the way. One Unity staff member by the name of John O'Forbes tweeted the following, quote, "As a Unity employee until this morning, I assure you we fought like hell against this, brought up all the points everyone has, were told answers were coming, and then the announcement went out without warning. Those of us who care are out. More resignations coming end of week," end quote. One Unity staffer may have taken things further than that. The day after Unity made their announcement, the company closed several of their US offices due to what they called a credible death threat. San Francisco police informed Polygon that the person who reported the threat said that the threat was made by an actual Unity employee working in an out-of-state office. That allegation is unconfirmed at this point, but Unity did close their offices nonetheless. More recently, Unity has unsuccessfully tried to provide further clarification on this policy, walking back elements while standing by others. The flippancy of the flip-flopping has not helped their case though, as the sudden reversal of major elements of this new policy shows just how much power Unity has in this equation, able to make or break the livelihoods of developers with a few keystrokes, without engendering any trust that Unity's leadership have the faintest clue what the fuck they are doing. And that is the main takeaway from all of this. Even as a boycott campaign begins, and as various developers begin talking about a class action lawsuit, and as Unity tweet out that they've listened and are currently rethinking their plans and potentially putting a cap on the amount that they could charge, etc., the main takeaway is that even if Unity totally walk back this announcement, the damage is done. There is no reason to think that Unity will do anything other than the worst possible thing that they can do. No reason to trust Unity's leadership team. No reason to trust that this platform will engage developers in good faith and consult them about massive changes. No reason that any future change couldn't also be retroactive, upending the entire business model on which a game was initially developed and brought to market. Scores of developers have simply sworn off Unity now, promising to utilize other engines rather than risk more of Unity's mercurial bullshit. It's one of the most stunning examples of brand destruction.
Fall Guys is still on Unity, yeah. Honestly, like, genuinely, it might be time to swap over to Unreal. I mean, they're owned by Epic now, so there's no reason not to, right? Make the switch.
Have to wonder if they are going to get away with it. I really hope they don't. We'll find out, I guess. I will keep you posted on this story as it develops. All right, that was a big block of bummer industry news, wasn't it? So what say we change it up a little and talk about some actual video games? Just catch that Nintendo Direct? I did. It was pretty good. I mean, not amazing, but I enjoyed a lot of what was shown. Kicking things off was Mario vs. Donkey Kong. DK has stolen some baby Mario toys, and Mario needs to solve puzzles to get them back. It looks kind of simple but clever. It arrives on February 16th next year. Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown got a release date during this showcase, January 18th next year.
I know
everyone shut on this one when it was first revealed, but I played it and I'm here to tell you that it rules. It really does. Fantastic action, smooth controls, great level and encounter design. I'm all but certain that the discourse around this one is going to do a complete...
I'm tired of air dashes. Air dashes feels like such like a basic way to add movement to your game. I'm tired of air dashes, dude. Air dashes and dodge rolls with iframes. No more of those.
Complete 180.
Get them out.
People eventually get their hands on it themselves. That'll be next year. Nintendo teased a Princess Peach game a little while ago, and we got our first proper look at it here. Let's take a look.
Whoa, Peach transformed into Sword Fighter Peach. By transforming, she can use fantastic show-stopping abilities. Fend off the Sour Bunch with sensational swordplay.
I hope this game plays good. I feel like it's gonna play really bad.
Showtime, and it's an adventure game that sees Peach take on various roles like pastry chef, kung fu warrior, swordmaster, and many more. It looks pretty good actually, and after so long seeing Peach play the role of supporting character, it's kind of nice to see her step out into the spotlight. This one arrives on March 27th next year. Tomb Raider games are getting a remaster. No, not the Crystal Dynamics ones, those still hold up fine. We're talking about the OG Tomb Raider games from Core Design. You know, the ones with the triangle boobs, you know, the ones with the worst...
I've seen people calling it Balan but good. Do you get those vibes? I mean, other than it being like a stage show, it doesn't really seem, and like the costume swapping is different. The costume swapping in like Balan was meant to be like more open-ended. Like you were meant to like take costumes from one level and bring them into the other levels. Whereas this seems much more restricted. Like it feels like the costumes are just gonna be like little gimmicky segments. rather than like expanding the core game. So no, it doesn't. Other than just the aesthetic and vibe, it isn't really like Balan at all. It's just like on a surface level, it might seem like Balan, but you know, gamers saw Fast RMX and said, "Oh my God, F-Zero," even though it was very clearly more like Wipeout. You know, gamers, huh?
Control scheme in the history of third-person games. For the life of me, I could never understand the appeal of those games. But hey, if you were into them, then you can be again when the Trilogy Remaster is released on February 14th next year. Spend your Valentine's Day with Lara Croft. Great timing on that one. There's a new Detective Pikachu game hitting on September 6th. It looks cute. Atlas and Vanillaware are promising the return of the tactics-based video game. This one looks so badass and has the coolest title. Are you ready for it? This is it. Unicorn Overlord. With a name like that, I feel like this should have been published by Square Enix. They've cornered the market on naming their games badly with the whole triangle strategy and various day life era. Anyway, terrible name aside, this looks great and it's from an excellent team. Their last title, 13 Sentinels, being a Game of the Year contender for basically anyone who played it.
Oh, that was Vanillaware? 13 Sentinels?
March 8th next year. Luigi's Mansion 2 is getting an HD remaster. Love that. Luigi's Mansion rules. So anything that gets more people playing it, it's only a good thing. Biggest blue balls moment of the show was this one. Roll it, Stu.
No, this was a good announcement. Come on. This was an incredible announcement. I love this game.
Returns as a 99-player battle royale.
Remember how we're all hoping and praying for an F-Zero reboot, bringing the classic series into the current gen with amazing 3D visuals and a soundtrack that goes hard? Well, Nintendo have decided to do you one better. F-Zero, but make it battle royale. Look, to be honest, it actually looks kind of fun, so we can't complain too much, but I'd be lying if I said that this was what I was hoping Nintendo would do with the F-Zero franchise, and I suspect I'm not alone in that regard. Don't worry though, Nintendo basically made up for all of it with their next announcement, and it was this.
This was not the next announcement. There were plenty more announcements in between. Where was WarioWare? Huh? WarioWare? Where'd you go? Mario Kart? Yeah, where was another code?
Paper Mario Thousand Year Door is an all-time Nintendo classic, and a remake or remaster for it has been very, very high on people's wish lists since it became clear that Nintendo had every intention of re-releasing every good game they've previously made. Still, with Nintendo, you never know what you're going to get, so people were very, very pleasantly surprised to know that this not only exists, but it's a full top-to-bottom remake. I mean, just look how good this looks now. Holy shit. It was a big moment for YouTuber Arlo, who uploaded a video 4 years ago titled, "Let's Get Thousand Year Door Remastered." His reaction to the reveal was a lot.
Oh.
Not the Arlo cameo.
What?
The 7 Arlo souls.
What? What are you talking about?
Do the part where he shakes his table. That's the best part.
What are you talking about? No! It's a remake! What is this?
The video is basically 5 more minutes of him making these sounds, and I think I speak for the entire internet when we say we really couldn't be any happier for him. That Nintendo Direct happened on Thursday, but that wasn't the only major showcase we had that day. Just hours later, Sony hit the airwaves with their own state of play, and it opened with a reveal so impressive that Xbox may as well just throw in the towel, because this generation is over. Sony has won. Game, set, match, Team Blue. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you baby steps.
Oh yeah, I'm excited for baby steps, dude. This is this year, right? I really want to play this.
So this is actually from 3 developers, Maxi Bock, Gabe Cizillo, the person behind the excellent Ape Out, as well as Bennett Foddy, the person behind the iconic Getting Over It. This one is clearly doing something similar, combining QWOP-like movement mechanics with that trademark Foddy sense of humor. This looks totally awesome. I know some people roll their eyes at this,
another
but
code. Crazy.
set into it. This looks amazing and launches Northern Summer next year. There's a Ghostbusters VR game on the way for the PSVR 2 that launches on October 26th.
Stop it.
That Resident Evil 4 remake
Ghostbusters
VR
is like
edition
Indiana
also
Jones. Like, it's over. Just stop it.
on the way at some point, but big surprise, the Separate Ways DLC is not only coming, but it is coming very, very, very soon. tomorrow, in fact, the 21st of September, the DLC that completes the Resident Evil 4 story will release on all platforms. Ada is front and center this time, and as someone who never actually played the DLC back in the day, I'm extremely pumped for this one. Ghost Runner 2 was already scheduled to be hitting on October 26th, but the developer just announced that a demo is now available. Very nice. Helldivers 2. Yeah, so when this was first revealed, Sony said that it was headed to both PS5 and PC on day one. A rare move for them, given they like to leave a good gap between the initial console release and the follow-up PC port. Sony have said they plan to use this approach for their live service titles, so it's unclear if Helldivers 2 falls into that live service camp, or if it's more of a one-and-done deal like the first game. Either way, it's looking pretty cool. Teams of 4 playing in co-op to hunt alien monsters big and small. This one got a release date as well, February 8th of next year. We've got a deep dive look into Spider-Man 2 launching on October 20th. By the way, just in case you missed it, I was just over in LA playing a bunch of things, including Spider-Man 2. I played it for about 2.5 hours, absolutely loved it. If you're interested to learn more, I'll leave a link to my preview below the like button. By the way, you've hit the like button already, right? Right? Okay, good. Just
I want to know how the
moving
swing
right along.
changed.
Tales of Arise is getting an expansion
I don't know
titled
if anyone's
Beyond
talked
the Dawn.
about that.
It promises
Like,
to
that
add
got a
over 20
preview.
hours of new content to a much-loved JRPG. That drops November 9th. Honkai Star Rail hits the PS5 on October 11th. It's meant to be pretty damn fantastic, actually.
What about
It's free to play, so it might be worth
Roblox?
checking out, so long as you don't mind a bit of gacha. Foam Stars is that one from Square Enix, which is basically, we have Splatoon at home.
Oh, right, I forgot about
actually
this.
played it, and I
Open
will admit,
beta.
it was fun. They definitely nailed the core aspects of the Splatoon formula, so if you want to be able to experience Splatoon on something other than the Switch, then I guess this is it. They announced an open beta commencing September 29th, so that'll be your best chance to check it out before the game's official release early next year. So, I'm not going to lie, this was a pretty middling showcase, but luckily, Cloud and Sephiroth came in clutch with the goods.
Just close your eyes and listen. Tell me you can't hear that. Her rallying cry.
Planet runs out of energy. It and everything on it dies.
We can overcome our fate.
Am I the same as these monsters?
I'm cringing want this game to come out so Cage 4 marketing can start rolling.
God
Honestly,
damn,
same.
man, what a trailer. Square spent a good few years with their heads down on Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and we were all wondering when we might see more. We got a peek at the Summer Games Fest earlier this year, but this trailer, man, my god, this trailer, holy shit. Cat Sith or Ket Shi, depending on how they're going to have to say it out loud. Cloud on a Segway, Chocobo Racing, the Golden Saucer, and so much more. For me personally, it was just nice seeing how wacky all this shit was. I did enjoy Final Fantasy XVI's more serious tone, but this trailer reminded me that I really prefer my Final Fantasy to be weird and goofy. This looks incredible and I'm so pumped for it, and the wait will soon be over because the game has now got a release date locked in February 29th next year, exclusive to PS5 for the first 3 months only. And after that, I guess we'll find out how effective Phil Spencer's Charm Offensive has been. Stepping back from dire industry tidings and showcases, there was some other news this week, like Titanfall 2 is back. That's not a troll, dear Titanfall fans,
Oh, yeah.
for I know how you have suffered,
I should play
and I would
Titanfall
dare
2.
not rub salt in your already grievous wounds. This is for real. Earlier this week, Respawn deployed a patch that fixed multiplayer matchmaking, which had been absolutely balked for literally years. The result was instantaneous. The game went from peak concurrent player counts of 1,000 to peak counts of 27,000. At the time of writing, the game was still picking up speed as more and more people learned that one of the finest shooters of all time is now playable yet again. Does this mean that Respawn have something cooking for Titanfall? Well, maybe. The recent patch notes for Apex Legends contained a cryptic clue that referenced the release date for Titanfall 1, 2, and Apex Legends, and Respawn are constantly talking about how they'd like to one day return to Titanfall, despite the fact that they cancelled Titanfall 3 a number of years ago. I wouldn't hold out too much hope, as the lessons of history are certainly against us, but never say never. Speaking of Respawn, you might recall that last week they put out a patch for Jedi Survivor that they claimed would substantially improve PC performance. I commented then that I hope they weren't lying, and it turns out they kind of were. To be fair, the patch does provide a modest performance uplift, but detailed testing by Digital Foundry still found myriad issues, concluding that Jedi Survivor is still in an unacceptable state and is still one of the worst AAA PC ports of the year. They also note that EA's patch notes do not make mention of future patches, where before they did, hinting that this may well be the last major patch we'll see for Jedi Survivor, and that it'll stay in this shabby state in perpetuity. That would be a real
I really want to watch some like good Star Wars stuff, or play some good Star Wars stuff. What's a good Star Wars thing at the moment? Don't say Andor. Say something else. What's a good Star Wars thing right now? Yeah,
shame. This game is fantastic.
I wanna see some lightsabers. I'm in the mood to see some lightsabers.
and there's a third one on the way most likely. Just fix it. Don't let poor PC performance be one of this game's most enduring legacies. By the way, if a third game does eventually materialize, it won't be led by the same guy who made the first two. Stig Asmussen did a fantastic job directing the first two games, delivering a franchise that reached some 20 million players with the first entry alone. Asmussen hasn't spoken about his exit, but EA did say, quote, "After careful thought and consideration, Stig Asmussen has decided to leave Respawn to pursue other adventures."
Yeah, isn't that getting a remake?
Luck,
Maybe I'll wait for the remake.
To see
Cash, are you here? Can we play Lego Star Wars again? I don't think Cash is here.
Where he ends up.
While
we're on the topic of EA, one last bit of very sad news. Ascendant Studio, who recently released Immortals of Avium, announced that they would be cutting approximately 45% of their
Have I seen Tales of the Jedi? Is that a Telltale game? If it is, I'm not interested.
Studio boss Brett Robbins posted the news on Twitter saying, quote, "Today we are heartbroken as we part ways with friends and colleagues at Ascendant Studios about
animated show? No, I haven't heard of it.
Team. This was a painfully difficult but necessary decision that was not made lightly. Nevertheless, we have to make this adjustment now that Immortals of Avium has shipped," end quote. Polygon claims to have spoken to members of the Ascendant team who said they were informed that poor sales were cited as the reasons for the cuts. And yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Immortals of Avium was a big budget, AAA-ish game that peaked at 751 concurrent players on Steam and is generally averaging less than 100 players just a few weeks after launch. Reviews were also very tepid, and the overall response to the game has been one of indifference owing to not only that price tag, but also just how stacked this current release window is. I mean, this thing dropped while we were all still playing Baldur's Gate, and just a short time before Starfield arrived. Ain't nobody got time for that, evidently.
Oh, you are
Hopefully
here.
The affected staff are able to find jobs quickly. Sticking with that theme for
Alright, what's up, bro? You
want
wanna play Lego Star Wars?
A meeting with employees recently let go when Volition Studios was shuttered by Embracer Group. The event is being hosted by a senior.
We can play after we finish It Takes Two. All right, we can play It Takes Two tonight.
For any and all affected staff. While all of that is going on, the nanny, aka Fran Drescher, aka the president of the Screen Actors Guild, is continuing to advocate for a strike authorization against video game companies. This isn't a strike per se, but rather a mechanism that would enable a strike if the guild feels it's needed. The guild is seeking better wages for workers involved in things such as voice acting and motion capture, and they're also seeking protections from the impacts of AI, which could have a ruinous impact on the livelihoods of voice actors in particular.
Get everyone involved in this. Every single person, every single working class person. Got them all involved in this. Everybody strike. Let's go.
So far, game makers have refused to budge in their...
Is Lego Star Wars a good Star Wars game, or is it a good Lego game? I mean, I feel like Lego Star Wars was like the thing that got the Lego games like... I missed a call. I feel like Lego Star Wars is like the one, right? It's like the one that like everyone likes. What up?
Hello?
Hi.
What's up?
I don't know, you called me.
Did I?
Yeah. It said you missed a call from Cash Jackson that lasted a few seconds today at 3:43 p.m., which is 3 minutes ago.
Yo, did I hit that? Oops. What's up, bro?
What's... I'm streaming. I'm watching this video on stream.
Are you? Whoa!
Yeah.
Me sitting here watching with the TV on. I got you on the big screen right now, bro. The whole room's watching.
I know. I
got
know
like
you
20
do that.
guests, you got snacks. I do. It's comfortable.
I know you
What's
do that.
wrong with you? Bro, what do you have against it? Like, it's comfortable.
That's fine.
You know, it makes you, it's like you're a big deal. You're like CNN.
Say hi to Cash. Anna says hi. I think that's what
Hi,
she
Anna.
wanted.
Me sitting here reading her saying it, waiting for you to read it for her. Yeah, bro, I'm playing Monster Hunter Stories 2 on my Steam Deck right now.
Oh, wow. I did not
Unsupported,
care for
by the
that
way.
game.
That's fine. You're a hater.
Yeah.
Mike, thoughts on strikes?
Everyone should be doing it right now.
Okay, chat, he's turning the stream off and now he's striking. There's no more
stream.
He is now striking. Jeff Bezos, come to the table.
Jeffy V, where's my partner program?
Bro, could you imagine?
How long have I
Be
been
like,
streaming? What? Just because I don't get 60 concurrent viewers?
okay, it takes a lot more than 60.
Yeah, it's like 75.
It's like 90.
75 average viewers.
So that's to even give you the chance to apply.
Yeah.
They then will check you and like see if you're worth it. There's a league streamer they won't make a partner. Brother gets like 2,000 to 3,000 views.
What the fuck?
They won't make him because he's a brand risk.
Oh, what is hello? Oh, he is League.
He does some stuff that's not great. He's a big fan of saying in game, of course. If that tells you anything.
I don't know what that means.
You know, it'd be like, I'm gonna beat the dog shit out of you in game, of course.
Oh.
It's like saying in Minecraft.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. See, we don't do that.
I do that sometimes.
No.
Definitely like 2
wholesome,
streams
Michael.
ago, I think I responded to someone saying, I'm gonna come get you. I definitely said that.
Dude, there's no counterplay to that. What, bro? Imagine someone says, "I'm gonna come get you," and they're not like your mom picking you up from soccer practice. Like, what? You run.
I forget who it was exactly. It's left my mind.
It's probably vanilla.
It
That's
probably
what I
was
thinking.
vanilla.
See, me not reading chat, it was probably vanilla.
I mean, but this is a small stream. It's very casual. I would not say that to someone that like I didn't recognize their name.
I would.
I would just.
I had a guy
ban
come on my
them.
stream try to backseat me, and I told him, "You better stop it, or I'm gonna beat the shit out of you." In that order, and then he said, "Oh, my fault."
No, it wasn't in co-stream. It was like literally I was live and I said it to someone. It wasn't yesterday. Wasn't it during Xenoblade? I forget.
Man, I love gaming. Okay, Michael, I'm gonna let you get back to your thing.
Okay.
Sorry for if I wasn't on my phone.
Are we playing It Takes Two?
Saturday or Sunday? I don't know. It depends on my availability. You know me, my fucking work schedule's crazy.
Uh-huh.
I'm literally sitting here for the next. What time is it? It's 3. Oh, I got an hour. I'm sitting here for the next hour waiting to go to some guy's house to sell floor. It's tough being me, Michael. And you know, you are such a dedicated streamer that God forbid I get in the way of that ever, and I don't want to. See, me, I'm thinking about you.
Okay.
This is for you. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Do we have to restart It Takes Two?
I don't think we need to. Well, I mean, like, what? We're in the tree with the squirrels. We kill the squirrels.
Did we beat the squirrels?
We beat the squirrels. We end up in the bedroom. We ended at the start of the bedroom.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because we fought the vacuum.
We fought the vacuum,
yeah. Squirrels.
We got outside. We fought the squirrels. We flew away.
Oh, yeah, we did do that. Damn, how long has it been?
Like,
it's been a minute.
Many years. More than
Not
1
years.
year.
No.
More than 1 year.
I would say a year.
It's been more than 1 year, I think.
I think the easiest way to check is I'll boot up my Steam later, and I can look at the Friends Pass thing, because that would have been the only time I would have booted it up.
Yeah.
But I'll reinstall it. I'm down to beat it. Absolutely more than 1 year? Okay, now I'm getting fucking targeted.
Yeah, because we played it before it got pronounced Game of the Year, and that was 2 years ago, I think.
Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that, Michael. Oh, it's setting in. Oh, we're getting old, man. Oh, no, dude. We're almost 30, Mike.
That is crazy.
What do we do?
I still got a few years left.
I don't.
I still got a few years left in my 20s.
Oh, I turned... wait, you're what, 27?
Yeah.
When's your birthday?
December 4th.
Yeah, go fuck yourself. You're doomed like I am.
I got a few. I got a little bit longer.
February, I'm 29, and then the rest of that year is just going to be the Majora's Mask clock. Like, dude, that whole year is just going to be like, oh, it's so over. Because I feel like when you hit 30, you got a personality change, you know?
Yeah.
I've been working my way up to it, of being like old man with a mustache. I'm really like prepping that a little bit. Oh,
you're prepping that?
Mike. You gotta like, you can't just go raw into it. You gotta like prep it, you know?
Yeah.
I've done pretty good. You know, I'm known as having a mustache.
Gotta stop playing the Marios. Gotta start playing Obra Dinn.
The fuck is, bro? The Obra Dinn? Shut up. No. Here's what you do: you stop playing Monster Hunter. You start playing chess. You know what I'm saying? You got to go to the park with like those old fellas that are just in playing them little chess boards that are out there.
I'm terrible at chess.
I don't know how to play it.
I'm
good at
god awful at chess. I'm not good at checkers either. Anything where I have to think turn based like 5 steps ahead, it's over.
It's not really like
I'm terrible at Connect 4.
It's more of I find checkers and chess to be less I'm doing a secret power move, more so I know what you're gonna do. Checkers and chess, I say this full chest, okay? They are fighting games.
Yeah.
It's the same thought process as fighting
like games. Yomi Hustle?
It's literally Yomi Hustle. Me and Dill were playing checkers one time, and I knew if I moved forward, he would jump me, so then I would jump him twice, right? He would lose that. The problem was he was also thinking that way. So there would be an opening, and then it was like, I'm not going to take that because you see something I don't. And then I would have to take a few minutes to be like, you know?
Yeah.
That was a very engaging game of checkers we had, and it was awesome. I'm sure he was popping off as much as I was. It was sick.
Dude, so I don't know if I could play that.
5D chess with multiverse time travel?
Yeah, it's a game on Steam.
That sounds doo-doo.
It's crazy. You have to like win chess in multiple timelines.
I'm literally starting off being 30 by going on a cruise. Is Hannah 30?
Gonna be.
Sorry to hear that, Goddess. Hope that gets better.
The game is literally called 5D Chess with Multiverse Time Travel.
I assumed that's what it was called.
Yeah.
The way he typed it out, like, you don't type that out unless that's the name. Here's a game we should play, Michael. What is it called? You see that game there? You want it? What is it called?
Oh, the fucking ad game?
Yeah. That's what we should get into. What is it called? You see this game, you want it? Or something?
Yeah, it's like, oh, you want these games? Well, fine. Go ahead and clear them or whatever.
I've been saying I'm in my 30s for years already. See? She's prepped. You kind of have to prep.
You do probably have to prep, yeah.
Coastward was talking about it yesterday. You got to prep.
Yeah.
Bro, it's setting in. I'm glad, like, collectively and also apart, we're all having that same feeling of, like, oh my God, we're getting older.
Yeah.
When he was talking about that yesterday, I was like, oh, dude, okay. Whew. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
As I continue to play Monster Hunter and go, ooh, plushes. Yeah, it's kind of sick until you sit there and you go, damn, my back kind of hurt. You ever have that? You wake up and your back kind of hurt?
A little, yeah.
You wake up and your back kind of hurt. I get it.
I get a little hurty somewhere in random spots every day.
Unrelated, techno. Don't forget, eat that cake today. Buy that cake. Enjoy. I think your dad took you out to yesterday? I don't know. But you should buy that cake. I told him yesterday he should buy himself a cake for his birthday and eat it. And I said, you eat the whole cake. Do you agree?
Yeah, go for it. Enjoy the cake.
I think you should eat the whole cake.
I don't know if you should eat the whole
yours.
cake.
You should eat the whole cake one sitting. Bring a drink. Get you like a nice cheesecake.
You want to
cheesecake in one sitting? I'd be sick. Oh,
you want to make it to 25?
Nope. If you make it to 25, you're that closer to 30. Okay, final conversation piece, and then I'm going to abandon you. Okay.
Okay.
Do you find that, like, okay, this is going to get real, like, we're thinking about it, okay?
Okay. With this guy T-posing here?
Yeah, he's selling it. That's you looking at me doing my stance as a 30-year-old man, okay? Okay. Do you find that, like, mentally and, like, physically, you're like, oh, I'm the exact same person. And then you kind of glance sometimes and you're like, oh my God, what happened?
Like,
do you ever have
in
that?
the mirror?
Like, yeah, like that realization, like, oh my God, time has passed.
Like, I look at my eyes and it's like, what the fuck?
They're like, droopy!
Yeah.
Bro! There's sometimes I've seen pictures of me from when I was like 21, 22. I saw them the other day. It was like, oh, memories, and I looked, and I was like, what happened? I used to be handsome. Now I'm old. I was like, is this just what it feels like to be older? You feel the exact same forever? This sucks. What if I have grandkids? Bro, if I have grandkids and I have to explain to them that I was chugging soda online and be like, it was so sick. You guys have no idea. Imagine your grandpa talking like that. That's the
Yeah.
part I can't get around. Bro. See, Hannah, I would agree with myself in that regard, but in a different way. When I was like younger, I had like a full beard. I was wearing plaid all the time. I was just like a handsome young Southern man. Now I'm like, I got like this bald old man thing going on.
Yeah, now my hair
You
is
know what I'm talking
thinning.
about, Michael. Dude,
My hair is
I'm
hella
ready.
thinning.
I'm ready. I'm it's not happening to me, I don't think. I'm ready.
You're ready for your hair to thin?
I'm ready. I'm
I
prepared.
I don't love it. I'll be
I'm
honest.
I'm telling you, Mike, hand to hand, okay?
Mm-hmm.
The second that my hair goes, even remotely bald, don't care, bald. I'm talking like Agent 47, like I'm bald. You know what I'm saying?
I've definitely thought about it. I've definitely thought about just taking it all off.
We'd probably look sick. I know I could rock it, but I already look like I'm 40.
I don't know if I could rock it. I feel like I got
feel
a
like you
weird
could
head
rock it.
shape.
You got a beard? You get grow a beard. There you go.
I can barely grow a beard.
Can you grow one? Okay, you know what? You ever thought about using some oils, some beard oils?
I haven't used a beard oil, no.
You be lavishing, you know what I'm saying?
Might have to.
You gotta get into lavishing. That's what I do. Sometimes when I was younger, I used to put it in my beard and be like, ew, I feel gross. But now, as a ripe old 50-year-old man with a fantastic mustache, you know what I'm saying? I believe in the miracle. But I'm telling you, if I even think, like, I'm not going to be comb over, I'm not going to be John King of the Hill, you know what I mean? I'm not going to look like none of those brothers. If
You don't want
I think
to
I'm
have
going
the
bald at
side
all,
do?
no, I hate it. It's so gross. I hate it because it's sad. Okay, back
Yeah.
me up. It's a little sad because it's like just give up.
But your bald is significantly less sad than any other
Bald is
style.
sick.
Yeah.
Bald has a story. You know what I mean? It's like you could have been through something, or you think it looks cool, or you know what I mean. There's options. If
I
you're
think
balding and
you
you've
can
got like the
definitely rock
fucking U
bald.
shape, you can rock bald. It's like it's easy.
Could I rock
You gotta.
bald with a soul patch? I don't think so.
Hey, you can
Fucking
rock a
Howie
soul patch.
Mandel.
Howie got a soul patch?
Yeah. I don't know if he still does, but that was his thing during the Deal or No Deal era.
Was Howie on Deal or No Deal?
He was the host, yeah.
Good for him. I didn't watch that show. I saw those games when I would go to like the arcade or something. They'd be like, play Deal or No Deal, and it would have somebody like they were on the Wii. But no, you like just get into hats. That's all you have to do. Shave your head because it's fun.
Honestly, if you think about it, if you go bald, that shit is
Mhm.
customizable now.
Dude, honestly,
now you can have anything.
You could call your head Skyrim. You know what I mean? You got options. See, you could be playing Skyrim with a bald ass head, or you could be playing Starfield. It's that simple. Me, I'm picking Skyrim. I'm having a good time. I'm bald. Starfield? Nah, that don't work. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. My dad's bald. My dad had like the side hair. He never gave it up.
Ah, what a hero.
And sometimes that shit got long.
Dude, like, you know, what's his fucking name? I don't want to be mean to nobody. Hold on, let me. There's a guy specifically that I saw, and I was just like, brother, you gotta like just let it go. I think this is his name. Let me make sure before I say it.
Are we don't call anyone out.
It's not a doc.
Okay.
No. It's like a. You ever watch Easy Allies?
Yeah.
What's his name? Daniel Bloodworth?
Yeah. Oh.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I like Blood. Don't get me wrong. Big fan.
He definitely gotta let it go.
Let it go. You know, he'd be a handsome fellow if he went bald. I'm not saying he's not handsome now, but like, you could be a 5 and go to a 7. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You could like, again, I don't want to look like that. What was his fucking name? Bill from King of the Hill.
I don't know that guy.
Oh, dude, look him
I'm gonna
up.
look him up.
He's
I'm gonna
a
look him up.
I think it's Bill. It's like a fat guy. That's like the ultimate. I don't want to be that.
Honestly, Nova looks kind of good bald too.
I think Nova could go bald.
That bald emote of Nova, like it doesn't look bad at all.
No, and Nova would have a sick mustache or beard. I think you know what we gotta bring mustache back. Like people are too scared of it.
The solo mustache.
Solo mustache is on its way back, and I'm ahead of the times, bro. I'm telling you.
Oh, I'm looking
The
at Bill.
energy-
Yeah,
The
yeah.
energy
I don't
of
want to
just
look
a
at Bill.
fucking single mustache, like bro.
Do not.
A guy with just a mustache would save your life. Mike, don't listen to her. Listen to me, your brother in arms. Just, yeah, bro, we could just become Braum.
I don't want to be
You
like
know
Braum.
Braum, hero of the Freljord.
I don't want to be like Braum.
Come on, he's the hero of the Freljord.
I'm not Braum it up, nah.
You're not Braum.
You know what? That has single-handedly stopped me from wanting to go single mustache.
He doesn't get it, chat.
I want to go bald now.
Dude, like
I think the thing about bald is that makes it feel bad is that like would anyone purposefully choose to go bald? Like if they had perfect hair, would they ever choose to be like it's bald time now?
It depends, right? So like for example, right now my hair's doing pretty okay. I got a good thing going on, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I look at it sometimes and I'm not sure if my hairline is going back. I can never really tell. I try not to think about it too much. But I'm having like that urge lately to like shave my head. You ever get that?
Yeah.
Like just like, oh man, I bet I would look so good. Not like shave is different from bald, right?
Yeah.
Because a shave is like you're going down to a 1. A bald is like you're taking a razor to your skull.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I've been lately. I asked my girlfriend. I was like, "Hey, if I shaved my head, would you still love me?" And she was like, "Yeah, I think you could." She was like, "I think you could pull it off. You know, you've got a good mustache. Like you got options here." And I was like, "Thank you." So I did not shave my head, but it's like a crippling desire that I have right now that I'm trying to avoid. Because it's like I think I could do it. You get it.
I think you could do it too.
I see. Damn, I should shave my head. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. But I have a good support system that thinks I could do it, and that's all that matters.
I need to. Before I even think about going bald, I think I need to compensate with something else. You know.
Okay. So what would you compensate with? What are your options?
I don't know. I feel like I'd like. I don't know what it would be.
Because you're kind of a little guy, right?
Yeah, I'm a little guy.
You're a little guy. I can put you on my back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We can do piggyback. I get that. What about? Could you become a huge guy?
I don't know if I'd even want to be a huge guy.
Not like huge, but like a little bigger. Like we can bulk up. Do we get fat, Mike? We just like gorge ourselves. We become bald and fat. They don't know the bald anymore because we're just fat. Oh man, that'd be so fucking funny. Oh my god, we just don't like. Okay, so this is when we're on our hypothetical 6-month Appalachian journey, right?
Yeah.
We become fat and bald, and we come home and both of our girlfriends separately go, "What happened?" But oh, we ate so much honey. You have no idea. Oh my god, that's so fucking funny, man.
We come back looking like the fucking Godskin Apostle.
We roll into the room. That's what it would be, man. Let's see, what else is the options? Because it's always facial hair, right? Like facial hair,
Yeah.
everyone's always like, oh, you know, yeah, you could do it. I feel that. I still say mustache. Maybe because you're smaller, maybe a mustache doesn't work. Maybe it's my overall size and demeanor that makes a mustache so good.
Mm-hmm.
What are the other options? Do we paint our fingernails? Would you get into that? You a fingernail painter?
I've never done it before.
I saw a fellow the other day who had his fingernails painted. My boss was like, a little interesting. I was like, yeah, it's like a periwinkle. It was a nice color. You know?
Hmm.
But I'm not painting my nails. So here's the thing. I'll never paint my nails, and that's for one reason. Michael, can you guess what it is?
Why?
I'm an anxious nail biter.
Okay.
I would ruin it.
You'd be ingesting all of it.
Bro, I'd be poisoned. You kidding?
Yeah.
My mom used to threaten me. She was like, I'm gonna paint hot sauce on your fingernails, and then you're gonna bite it, and then you're gonna get like spicy mouth, right?
Mm-hmm.
I now have an addiction to spicy food because she used to do that, and I was like, damn. I wonder if that's like related. Crazy stuff. All right, sorry my story bored you, Michael.
Sorry. I just don't know what to say
Mike,
about the hot sauce nails.
Just say, damn, dude. Like, come on. Damn.
I got long ass nails.
You be taking care of those, or like?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like having some like length to my nails because like they actually come in handy. They're like tools. Yeah.
Bro. The amount of times like I'll go to like get something with my nail and I can't get it, and I have to be like, can you open this for me? It's more than you'd think. It comes up. Maybe we get into clothes. Are we stylish? I don't feel like I'm stylish.
I don't think I'm stylish now.
What if we? I forgot to change my Steam Deck boot up screen. That was really cool. We can get into fashion probably. How expensive is fashion?
Yeah, probably very expensive.
No, we just go get some old T-shirts, some jean jackets. I feel like I know I can rock a jean jacket. I know you could rock a jean jacket. You know what I'm saying?
You think so?
Get like a mullet.
Mullet, top, bald hair, mullet.
Dude, that's an appearance. Yeah, we could go Goodwill thrifting, bro. I don't want to get pierced.
Princess Diaries makeover for me.
Oh, that was good.
Wait,
she had a big turnaround in that movie. She had a big turnaround. Get into cosplay? Yeah, but you're not gonna know somebody's into cosplay like on the street. We're looking for like me and Michael walking down the street, 2 p.m. We're employed, of course. We're on break. And shut up. And someone sees us, and they go, "Wow, those guys are into something." You know what I mean? I don't want them to be like, "Those guys are into cosplay," because it's like, does that mean we're walking down in full fits? Or if we're into jean jackets, people are like, "Whoa, those dudes are wearing jean jackets. That's awesome." Those dudes who are bald with big old mustaches, they're in the jean jackets. Wow.
Where are they going next?
What kind of adventures are they up to? Because you ever see those people that people are just like, you know, they look like they get up to stuff.
When I see someone walking down the fucking highway, like, what are they up to?
Are we on the highway?
I've seen people walk down highways, yeah.
I think those people are like just trying to get somewhere, Michael.
Well, yeah, that's what we're talking about.
No, but like they're trying to get somewhere. I'm talking like they need to get home, like they got kidnapped and they're escaping New York. I'm talking about we're walking down like fucking Ardale Avenue, you know what I'm saying? And we're just like walking to Starbucks. We get into motorcycles.
I'm not getting into motorcycles.
Is that because do you know how to ride bikes?
No.
Is that a mutual thing? Is that like gamer doesn't know how to ride bicycle kind of thing?
I think that's
damn. What's wrong with us, bro? We got to get into bicycles. We could probably do that. We get like a what is it called? Tandem?
I mean, there's not really places to ride bicycles here.
Can't you ride a bicycle everywhere?
You can, but it's dangerous.
I mean, we'll wear proper padding and hats and.
No, not like falling off. Like, there's no sidewalks here, and everyone drives a fucking huge ass truck.
Okay, guess what? If they hit you, boom, paycheck.
Boom, I'm dead.
My girlfriend doesn't like that argument either. Don't worry. There's the amount of times that I'll just like walk across the street knowing I'm in the right of way and I'm right. She's like, "What if someone hits you?" It's like, "I'm fucking paid and it was a great day." She's like, "You could lose like your ability to walk. Like I don't need to walk when I'm a millionaire. I get somebody to carry me." Very effective system. We should get into bikes. We get like flames on the side. You know what we should get? We should get on our jean jackets. We should get like patches. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like not like full biker patches, but like people would think it's biker patches.
Yeah.
But we got to get them like when you steam it on. We can't get it sewn on because what happens if the group breaks up? You know what I mean? You got to get them off a little bit. Got to be prepared for any options. Penny boards? What's a penny board?
What is a penny board?
I'm googling.
Me too.
Penny boards. What the fuck is this thing? Oh, it's like. I feel like this is more dangerous.
Oh, is this like that kind of skateboard thing where like you swerve? It's like a surfboard but on land.
Yeah, you see these in like California videos.
Yeah. Honestly, you want to get into skateboarding?
I feel like skateboarding is way more dangerous than bikes.
It's super dangerous, but like obviously it's not going to be like a travel thing. It's like a recreational thing.
I tried skateboarders when I was younger because my brother was like really into it. And I saw him just fucking ruin his knees one good time, and I went, you know what? I love scooters. We ain't doing skateboards, we're doing scooters, you know?
Yeah.
And then what he would do is he would have me follow him around and have my hand up to my face as if I was holding a camcorder. And we would pretend we were making like little skate videos. We don't do that anymore now. We're grown. But I could. I'm sure in his old age and in my old age, we still got it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm super convinced my childhood scooter, I don't step on it and it like creaks a little, you know?
I definitely get nervous with anything that is powered. Like an electric scooter. I was on one of those once and it freaked me out.
I feel like that's like me personally, I used to feel that way until I started driving like a lot more when I was younger. And then I was like, okay, I feel like I could control this beast. You know what I mean? If I can control this megaton of metal, right? I can control anything. Except horses.
You don't gotta balance when you're in a car though.
Yeah, I mean, Mike, I'm gonna show you a trick, okay? You got wireless headphones or are they wired?
They're wireless.
Stand up.
Okay.
Let me know when you're standing.
Standing.
Boom. You're balancing as we speak.
Come on, okay.
It's true. You know, if you take your pinky toe away, like you just fucking. Ooh.
Really?
Yeah, like
I thought pinky toes were worthless.
Dude, pinky toe is a big toe. It's one of them. You take away, it's probably the big toe. I feel like the pinky's important.
Remember,
but there's one of them that completely like. There's one of them that completely fucks you if you like. You have to just completely relearn it. Because that's what your toes are for. I mean, I feel like that's too obvious. I'm like looking down at my feet. Because like, I mean, I guess as you're standing though, you feel like the whole left and right of your foot, like where your big toes are. Pinky toe feels important.
When you go tippy toe, you're most of the weight's on the big toe.
That can't be good for you, Michael. You don't do it on like all your toes evenly?
No, I can't even get the pinky toe on the floor.
Damn, you got toes like that? Jesus. Are my toes weird? Damn, what a reveal. I'm not balding, but apparently I've got freakazoid toes. Just like staring at my feet now, man.
What's up with those?
Oh, God. What video are you watching? I forgot what we were watching.
It was This Week in Video Games.
Oh, I like
that. I think this is about the strikes.
About Final Fantasy 16. He was clearly paid off.
You
remember that?
What, he didn't like Final Fantasy 16?
And people were like, "This dude's like should die," and I'm like, I don't think that's true. I think he should live a happy and healthy life because his review was pretty fair.
It did seem pretty fair. Yeah.
It was incredibly fair.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. Seeing all that Microsoft shit come out today, and all I could think was every podcast I listen to is gonna be a fucking banger episode this week. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Me knowing this Sunday Easy Allies podcast gonna go fucking nuts.
Dude, I haven't watched Easy Allies in a long ass time.
I don't tend to watch them now, but I definitely listen to their like podcasts.
Mm-hmm.
They've got a pretty good assortment of folks, I would say. Like they got John Nintendo, they got John RPG, like they got options.
I just like I was I was watching them from like the game trailers days. And I was mostly into it just because of Kyle Bossman.
So recently I was like, I only listen to the Super Best Friend cast, right? Or Castle Super Beast. And I was like, I only listen to them. I should listen to some other gaming podcasts to broaden my like options. And also I drive around a lot, so I want to listen to more podcasts. And I remember going, what was that one thing Kyle Bossman was on? And I typed in Kyle Bossman, and it was like Kyle Bossman leaves Easy Allies, and I was like, oh. I'm still gonna give this a shot, but like, damn, wasn't that like his whole thing? Shit. But it's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, he has his own show now that he does on Patreon.
Yeah, I don't fuck with Patreon shows. I'm gonna be that guy, Mike. I'm gonna say it. I'm not paying.
What are you trying to say?
I'm not paying money to watch your shit, bro. I'm sorry.
You don't have to pay money to watch this shit. It's just like he runs a show on YouTube and then he has a Patreon for it.
I'm not paying Patreon.
You don't have to watch the show.
I'm Mike, I'm not using Patreon. I don't even have an account. I got a friend who was like, I have a Patreon for this thing I'm doing. And I was like, I don't want to pay that. I'm sorry. Patreon's like, it skeeves me out, man.
Why?
I don't know. It's just something about it. I don't trust it. It's like Kickstarter. I don't trust Kickstarter.
I feel like Patreon's better than Kickstarter because you're at least getting like results. You know?
I want every Patreon to be required to tell me how much money they make.
I feel like that's like, isn't that a thing that was on the website? Did they take that away? I thought you could see how much they make.
It's an option.
Okay.
I think they have the option to show you it. I think it tells you how many Patrons they have.
Yeah.
But it doesn't tell you exactly how they make unless they want you to know that, I believe.
Because I remember there used to be like, we could see how much Easy Allies made.
All I'm saying is, I'll just fucking look right now. If I'm like supposed to be giving you $5, I want to know if I'm giving you $5 into your 13,000 a month. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Easy Allies Patreon. Creating video games. Yeah, see?
Crazy.
Ad-free extended Easy Allies podcast. No.
Extended?
I don't want that. It's long enough.
Gotta be long enough.
I don't watch like a lot of these like, when they're doing like skits or they're doing like, oh, we're doing a fun randomizer. You know what I mean? Like, that's when I'm browsing Twitch.
Yeah.
I'm not watching like made shows. But then again, they're making money off it, so clearly someone is. But me, I love the freeform nature of just calling into your favorite Twitch streamer and being like, hi chat, hi YouTube. You be doing that? You should do that more.
Wait, what do you mean?
You should just be calling in streams more. Just saying hi YouTube.
It's calling in to like what, your stream?
I don't know, any streams. Just call in.
You stream?
Yeah, just be like, ring ring. It's me, Michael. Michael here.
There wouldn't be many streams to do that in for me. It'd be like yours and Coast's.
I feel like we could do better than that. I like our options here. We should call into... You know what? There's got to be IRL streams or like just chatting streams where you can just like call in.
Oh, wait.
You think there's somebody that does like a therapy stream where you just call in?
Yeah, I think I've seen his stream.
Oh wait, that's what's that one brother? Dr. K. He does that.
I
But
don't know
we
that
gotta
guy.
go smaller than that. He's too big.
Smaller than that.
We gotta go smaller. We gotta get John Therapy with like 30 views. I'd call in. But what's your name? Be like, I can't tell you. I'm so sorry. How are you today?
I definitely feel weird sometimes when I type in other people's Twitch chats.
Why?
I don't know. I like.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I do not be talking in Twitch chats.
Yeah.
Ever, because I'm doing other stuff when I'm watching Twitch.
Like,
bro, even when one of my homies is streaming, I've been sitting here watching your stream for like 3 hours, Mike. I ain't typing shit because I was playing Monster Hunter.
I just I don't want to feel like I'm controlling a conversation from the chat, you know?
I do. It's very important.
I don't like that.
Think about it this way. You're not controlling the conversation, but say, you know, streamer asks a question, boom. You now have started a dialogue, right? Now the streamer is using you as a foil more so than you using the streamer. Thoughts?
I guess so.
That's what I do. I bait the chat into saying something. I use them to talk back and forth. And that's a dialogue. And now I've gaslit them into thinking we're all best friends and they will pay my Patreon that I don't have. It's that easy, Michael. It's you know what? We should start charging for bullets in Battlefield. I'll say it.
That's a bad idea. I don't think anyone will pay for that.
You know what the craziest part of that dude's statement about that is I completely understood what he was saying from a business perspective.
Yeah.
It makes me so mad because he's technically not wrong.
Yeah.
He's like, we should target them when they're the least price sensitive, which is they're just not thinking about the price, but they're thinking about the urgency.
Yeah.
That happens so much in flooring where it's like, well, you need it by next week. Price clearly doesn't matter. Here you go. There's the price. Easy. Who the fuck is emailing me? Just want to make sure the dates are confirmed. Thank you. Okay, I'll let somebody else do that.
When do you have to go?
No. It was just an email that was like, hey, just making sure my flooring appointment is confirmed. But like, that's not my job. I'm not doing that. I just forward it to my office manager and I'm like, yo, reach out to this person. I'm kind of a big deal, Michael.
Yeah.
I'm John Big Deal.
Selling big floors.
Bro, I've got one I'm working on. It's like 18,000. And like, I wish I could explain to you the feeling of not having $18,000, going to someone's house, selling them something worth $18,000, and them go, that's not that bad. Meanwhile, I sit there and I'm like, do I have $2,000 right now? Like, what? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, just that feeling. Oh my God. It's so like weird.
That's not that bad. Okay.
Like, oh wow, 18. I thought it was gonna be like 25. And it's like, you have that? Like 20 is nothing to you? Like, oh, it drives me nuts. It's like the number one thing that wants me to get out of sales is like, I hate all of these people. You people have too much money. Give it to me. Maybe I should get more into sales and then I take their money. Thoughts?
Yeah, go into stocking.
Oh no. I'm too nice. Michael. I will be the great salesman that I am, but that's different. That's like people are dying if you do that stuff. Those brothers are jumping out of windows when they don't go well. Like I'm good. Me, Gungaga. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, go back to providing content. I've got like 30 minutes before I have to go to a person's house.
All right.
So I'm going to use you to appease me and my monkey brain, which, by the way, fantastic choice earlier with the baby sensory video. I watched it the whole way through.
Did you really?
Of course I did. I love those videos.
Come on, man.
It's not a bit. They're good, bro. Mike, you know me well enough. At a fine line, a bit is not a bit. True?
You never do bits.
I do no bits. It's all real.
There's no bits.
There's no bits. Me when I get to the bottom of my fucking Cheez-Its button. There's no bits. Okay, Mike, have a great stream. Bye.
Alright, peace. Alright, back to this fucking video. What was this guy even talking about again?
Negotiations on key issues. So the
needs to go on
likelihood
strike?
of the second ever gaming strike looms larger and larger every day. A quick lightning round to finish off. Xbox consoles got a nice sales bump out of Starfield. How much of a bump, you ask?
He doesn't know yet.
Just 76% in the UK alone for the week ending September 2nd. Wouldn't you know it? Big exclusives do sell consoles after
You all fell for
Apple
it.
announced the new iPhone 15 this week, and its biggest feature is USB-C. For real, it's a very light year for Apple. Gaining less attention was Apple's big push into gaming, since iPhone 15 will be getting native ports of Death Stranding, Resident Evil 4 Remake, and Assassin's Creed.
Bro, so we do it for free. Come on. That's not a job, that's charity.
Mirage. That's kind of interesting, since Apple has typically had little to no interest in the core gaming market. Watch this space, I guess. The Rock is not playing Kratos in the upcoming God of War TV adaptation. That's been confirmed by the show's director.
Was that
I don't know about you guys,
a rumor?
but I think that's a massive W. And finally, NBA 2K24 has eclipsed Overwatch 2 to become the lowest rated game in the history of Steam. Overwhelmingly negative, only 9% positive reviews. Reviews point to issues too numerous to count, but I probably don't need to recount them to you. You already know that publishers treat their sports customers with utter disdain, rehashing last-gen releases and shoving out broken releases, all while charging ridiculous amounts through egregious and predatory loot box-style microtransactions.
I don't know how you can play
Will
these.
it ever change? Absolutely not. The era of the good, wholesome sports game is long dead, and sadly it will not be coming back. So what got announced or delayed this week? Well, in addition to all that Nintendo stuff, we did get two announcements. The first was a release date for Broken Roads, the upcoming Australian-themed CRPG. This one has been on my radar since the moment it was first announced. I was meant to go hands-on with it a bunch of times,
like
but
Disco
schedules
Elysium.
never lined up. Every preview I read through has been totally glowing though, as the mix of incredible art direction, taut writing, and clever decision-based gameplay appears to be really working. This is definitely more Disco Elysium than Baldur's Gate though, but if you're into that sort of thing, then you should definitely have this one on your radar. It just got a release date announcement this week, November 14th for Xbox and PC. No word yet on PS5 or Switch availability, but you got to assume it'll happen at some point down the line. Only other announcement was for Hades 2, which was earlier revealed, but now has an early access release window.
Oh, right, I forgot they're doing early access
What's
again.
interesting about this announcement is that Supergiant confirmed that the early access will be facilitated through both Epic and Steam, where before the game spent a long time as an Epic exclusive before eventually making its way to Game and Store. This is good. It can only mean good things for the overall popularity and uptake of the sequel. Though
Is this made in
it didn't
Unity?
Really need much help. I mean, it's Hades 2. No one's going to be skipping Hades 2. So what came out last week? Well, Gunbrella arrived on the Switch and PC, and surprise, it's great. Very positive 90% on Steam, a strong 81 on OpenCritic. TechRaptor scored this one an 8, saying, quote, Gunbrella is a fast-paced, rewarding action platformer full of pulpy noir personality, minor balance issues, and tonal whiplash aside, it's worth your time, end quote. Dune Spice Wars hit 1.0 last week after being in early access for about a year.
Maybe I should.
That unfortunately has not translated to a well-received 1.0 launch, mainly owing to the fact that promised features aren't there and the game still feels like it's in early access. The big thing missing is a single-player campaign, which was initially promised to ship when the game left early access, but is now just another roadmap item to be delivered at some point in the future. Backlash on Steam has been swift. The title went from 80% very positive to 56% mixed since that 1.0 launch. Disappointing to see such a promising title cut corners this close to the finish line, and you have to wonder if budget constraints force this developer's hand. Seems like one that might fully deliver on its promises one day, but for now it seems like that early access label still applies. Ad Infinitum is that first-person horror game set in the trenches of World War I. Seems like it's pretty good, 82% on Steam and a fair 73 on OpenCritic. God as a Geek scored this one a 7.5 and said, quote, Ad Infinitum balances engaging gameplay with a deep, dark, fascinating story that tells a tale of a family torn apart by war, end quote. The Crew Motorfest. Okay, now this is that Forza-esque racing game from Ubisoft. Always an uphill battle for this franchise, given how good Forza is, but from the looks of things, it appears to have ticked enough boxes to make your average racing fan very happy. No Steam reviews for this one since it's a Ubisoft game, but critics have it at a strong 77 on OpenCritic.
67?
Rick Riley is IGN's go-to man for racing games, and he certainly knows his beat. He scored this one a 7 out of 10, saying, quote, The Crew Motorfest is a robust racer with a confident sense of style, but its smaller map lacks life, its multiplayer isn't really worth the wait, and its omnipresent microtransaction opportunities are still tedious, end quote. Most of the reviews hover around the 7 or 8 mark, So if you're in the mood for a
that really doesn't
competent
sound
but
good at all.
unrevelatory racer, don't forget that this is available on Ubisoft's subscription service, so you can play it cheaply,
is pretty, though.
as long as you don't mind not owning it outright.
How pretty
The
these
most
games
impressive release of the week was Lies of P, the basically debut title from Round 8 that set out to deliver a Bloodborne-inspired experience with its own unique twist. Lucky for all of us, Round 8 absolutely nailed it. Lies of P currently sits at 87% positive on Steam, and critics are in a similar spot, scoring the game
I don't know if I'm
82
gonna
on
play this. I
OpenCritic.
kind of got my fill
scored
from
an 8 out of 10, saying, quote, its solid
demo.
presentation, rewarding exploration, and twisted world building makes it an easy game to recommend if you can ignore some caveats tied to its parrying and lack of poise, end quote. More importantly, Austin reviewed it for the channel, and he strongly recommended it. He was super impressed by its presentation, its weapon systems, its core combat, and how many new ideas it brought to the table. Definitely not just living in Bloodborne Shadow, which is great to see. If you're interested to learn more about that one, I'll leave a link to it below. It definitely seems like a good final release of the week was Mortal Kombat 1. This seems to have arrived with a lot less fanfare than Street Fighter 6 did earlier this year. But Street Fighter 5 really disappointed folks, so the stakes were a lot higher. Mortal Kombat, on the other hand, has been on a great stretch for years now, and this latest entry appears to be keeping the good times rolling. No Steam reviews yet, but critics have this at a strong 85. The 6th Axis scored this an 8 out of 10, saying, quote, Mortal Kombat 1 says...
I don't know what it is about Mortal Kombat, but, like, I'm not, like, interested in it, like, per se, but, like, something about the colors in this one, like, I was never interested in the other Mortal Kombats that have come out. Like, Mortal Kombat X, I didn't care. Mortal Kombat 9, I didn't care. But something about the poppy colors in this, I don't know, there's something about it that, like, I'm kind of intrigued by. But, like, I also, like, I see what they're doing with, like, the pricing in this game, and it honestly pisses me off. I don't really want to start supporting early access, pay extra for early access release. I really don't want that to become a trend where, like, games start to you can play a game a week early, but you have to pay double the price. I really don't want that.
A love letter to fans of this 31-year-old franchise, and as a pseudo reboot, it also has potential appeal to newcomers alike. There's still room to grow, and I'm sure it'll just keep getting better, but Mortal Kombat 1 is already definitely worth your time, end quote. Do watch out for that Switch port though. Nintendo Life scored this a brutal 4 out of 10, saying,
MK9 was very vibrant classic, but MKX and MK11. I'm probably thinking about MKX and MK11 then. Whatever the two most recent ones were.
Quote, there are frame rate issues, big resolution dips, input and timing problems related to performance drops, missing content, game-breaking bugs in invasion mode, long loading times, and unresponsive menus. If you're a huge Mortal Kombat fan whose only option is Switch, you may be able to press through all of this. However, if you have any other option, we suggest you stay away from this one for now, end quote. So what's coming out this week? Well, it's actually a pretty massive
Party
week for
Animals!
big and small releases. Kicking things off is a small release that's actually a pretty big deal. Party Animals has long been one of the most wish-listed games on Steam, suffering multiple delays along the way. The wait is now over though, and on the 20th this game will be available for PC and Xbox, where it's also day one on Game Pass. What is it?
Wait,
well,
what?
Fall Guys, but less organized.
I didn't know that shit was Game Pass? That's crazy.
More bouncy, and somehow more cute.
It is nothing like Fall Guys. What the fuck are you talking about? There's a very clear comparison you could make to another game. Why? What? It's not like Fall Guys at all. It's very clearly, very much like, say it with me now, Gang Beasts.
It's a physics-led multiplayer brawler with a bunch of different maps and objectives, but all of it's designed to just get you laughing with your friends. You can play online or local co-op. It looks like a great time, and I low-key expect this one to pop off and take over every social media timeline for the next few weeks. Here's one that I'm very interested in, Witchfire. This one was...
Is it made by the Gang Beasts team? No. It's not made by Gang Beasts team at all. Wait, this comes out this week? Oh, it's early access. Right.
Revealed a long time ago. Back then it piqued our interest for its mix of magic and weaponry, a bit of Destiny energy in there. The game was delayed a few times for a few reasons, and at one point the developers basically rebuilt the game's core world design, allowing for more interconnectivity. Since then...
He said Fall Guys, that's what it looks like? Why are you saying that to me like I didn't understand that? I definitely understood that. It doesn't even visually look like Fall Guys either. Fall Guys has very like a candy pastel look to it. Maybe falling.
The game has looked better and better with each trailer, and on the 20th the game will launch into early access exclusive to PC. Austin's checking out this one this week actually, so be sure to subscribe and ding the notification bell so you'll know when his coverage goes live sometime next week. In the mood for a bit of free-to-play medieval inspired rough and tumble, Warhaven arrives exclusive to PC on the 21st. This is similar to stuff like Chivalry or Mordhau, but it's way less gory as all your foes turn to stone instead of, you know, bloody
what is
piles of
this?
Bone and sinew. This is a much more fantastical spin on the formula as well, full of magic and impossible contraptions and all sorts of stuff that you don't find in those more grounded renditions of medieval warfare. I don't know about you guys, but I think this looks kind of fun.
He grabbed the cannonball with his magic!
Because the in-game spending isn't out of control, then yeah, this might be a good time.
I've never heard of that. Oh my, what is that? Warhaven. It's free to play. Uh-oh, scary. Big team PvP medieval fantasy warfare. I'll look at a trailer for that later.
Payday 3. We all wondered if this would ever see the light of day owing to all the troubles over at Starbreeze, but they pulled it off. The latest entry in their wildly successful Heist series hits all platforms bar the Switch today, or at least the early access period kicks off today. The official release is later this week. There's been a number of betas up to this point. All of them indicate that this is definitely another Payday game, but fans of the franchise are more than okay with that since it provides a huge amount of replayability, either alone or with your mates. We'll check back in on reviews for this one next week. As I mentioned earlier, Resident Evil 4 Remake gets its Separate Ways DLC on the 21st. That's hitting all
platforms. Does she actually get the grappling hook?
My Time at Sandrock is the follow-up to My Time at Porsche. It's a cozy building game at heart, but it's also got some open world exploration and combat and bosses and mounts and racing and all sorts of stuff. Been in early access on PC since May of last year. It's still in early access, but now it's making its way to consoles on the 26th.
Oh, nice.
The biggest release of the week is one of the most hotly anticipated expansions in the history of expansions. Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty arrives on PC and current-gen consoles only on the 26th. If you are still on PS4 or Xbox One, you will not be able to play this expansion. But Cyberpunk was never really playable on last-gen consoles anyway, so this is CD Projekt Red just kind of making it official. This expansion is really two things. Firstly, it's Update 2.0, free to anyone who owns Cyberpunk.
I think it's time to jump back in. I think I might jump back in for 2.0 update with all the new stuff in the base game and all the fixes. Like, this is what I wanted with Security Breach. I hate to keep doing it, but like, Ruin does not make up for Security Breach. It just doesn't. They didn't fix the game. They didn't fix the game that I bought. They just gave me a thing I didn't want. So annoying. Anyway, we're not getting into it. We're not getting into it. I'm done.
That's the update that overhauls massive portions of the game, from vehicle combat to the police system to enemy AI to perk trees and so much more. It's a true overhaul of some of the most fundamental elements of the game, and all of it is looking extremely promising. The other part of the expansion is the paid component, which is the Phantom Liberty campaign. That's the one starring Idris Elba, a spy thriller where you have to either help or betray the president of the new United States of America. It's got new weapons, new vehicles, a new level cap, a new portion of Night City to explore, and tons more. I'm currently playing through this right now, and I'm taking my time because I'm doing a full replay of the game, from character creator right through to the credits of the original. This is the last...
I mean, if they are making another Cyberpunk, I wonder if they'd be interested in making the next game not super realistic. Because, like, I feel like Edge Runners really made the aesthetic pop, like, a lot. Like, using, like, a more, like, fantastical, stylized interpretation of the world, they were able to, like, represent things a lot better. I wonder if they'd be ever interested in doing that. Probably not, because it probably won't sell as much as realistic graphics. But I think that'd be cool.
Major updates Cyberpunk will ever get, and I want to see how it lands after one of the most tumultuous launches.
Yeah, I mean, Edge Runners made, you know, like, the Cyberpunk world seem very, very cool. But I don't know, I've heard that, like, the actual game proper doesn't really explore that kind of stuff as well.
Video game history. Not only
even like
that,
a spin-off,
I can reveal this week the Friends Per Second podcast is sitting down with Cyberpunk's game director Gabe Amantangelo. He's directing not only the Phantom Liberty campaign, but he's also directing the Cyberpunk sequel, which is currently in pre-production. That episode will go live this weekend on podcast platforms and this very YouTube channel. I'll leave a link to it below the like button, or you can just subscribe and ding the notification bell so you'll know when that episode is live. Should be a big one. Don't want to miss it. Hey, put this on your radar. In this age of big 100-hour RPGs and immersive open-world experiences, sometimes you just want a faster, more immediate dopamine hit. Enter Dread Hunter, a roguelike looter-shooter from developer Trickster
I like the little
Arts.
chunky guy.
This isn't their first isometric rodeo. Their previous game, Monolith, had the same perspective, but had a fantasy setting.
I like this
It was also
game's
a lot
aesthetic,
less
wow.
polished than this one, and you can see just how far the team has come in a few short years. Dread Hunter's simple but effective visuals make for a very readable experience, which is important because this game moves fast, and the loot drops just as fast. It's procedural levels and trash mobs and bosses, and just a straightforward shooting game with
I like
guns
how
and
fast
loot.
your
And I don't know
character is.
about
Very
you guys,
nice
but I'm in the
speed.
mood for something like that right now. This one just got a release date announcement, October 18th this year. I plan to check it out on Steam Deck, as it looks like it'll be a nice fit there. If you're at all interested, then be sure to wishlist it, as that always helps developers out in a big way. I've profiled it over on my Steam Curator page, which also has links to all of the other Put This On Your Radar stuff I've recently covered. I'll leave a link to all of that below the like button. Sort of free stuff time now, and we'll do this one fast since this episode is already way over. Later this week, Epic will be giving away Out of Line, which is a really pretty looking puzzle game propped up by some
It's
very
cute.
compelling hand-drawn
Like a
art.
spear
The PS Plus
puzzle
Extra tier
game?
got an update this week. Headline items include Near Replicant, 13 Sentinels, Civilization 6, and the delightful
Oh.
Unpacking. On the
You can
Xbox
play
side, don't
13
forget that Lies
Sentinels
of
now?
P just arrived on the service this week, so you can grab it for both consoles and PC.
Wait, Lies of P's on Game
This is
Pass?
also
Wait,
the
maybe,
month that Games with
maybe,
Gold officially dies,
maybe
replaced by
I'm,
Game Pass
I am
4.
playing it.
There was
I
originally
don't
meant to be
know.
about 25 titles debuting on the service, but that number got a bump to 36. Be sure to check out that list, as there's a bunch of really great stuff on there, all of it included with your monthly Xbox Live membership. Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty drops this week, so it feels only right that our feel-good story for the week gets us that little bit more excited. And I use the word excited rather deliberately, mind you, and the following interview from IGN will showcase why. Enjoy.
Lots of people make mods for the game,
Okay.
and one thing that they like to do, this is a bit spicy,
Spicy's good.
is they like to make mods so that they can have sex with the characters, like they've done it with Keanu Reeves. That's definitely going to happen with your character, I'm telling you now.
Wow.
How do you feel about that?
How do I feel about that? How do I feel about that? I mean, if you're gonna make a mod, you might as well f the mod as well, right? If you're gonna do it. You know. No, but that's pretty interesting. I didn't know that information. How does Keanu feel about that? Does anyone know?
It was actually he found it funny.
I bet he does.
I genuinely love how much Idris Elba loved this. Like, you could tell he was tickled pink by the notion. God bless him. And if anyone has a link to that mod, by the way, then be sure to leave it in the comment section below. Just, you know, for research purposes, of course. Guys, I know we had an unusually long show this week, but that Unity story was just too big to not cover properly. And I feel like we covered it properly. If you agree, then I would love it if you'd hit the like button on the video. There's always the best kindness you can extend to any YouTuber. We thank you for it. If you want to hear that interview with the Cyberpunk game director this week, then be sure to hit the subscribe button and ding the notification bell so you'll
Thank
know
you,
the minute that
Skill
video
Up.
is live. Thank you very much for stopping by.
Oh, it just skipped the ad. Okay, I was wondering why it just stopped, but it just skipped the ad. Oh, a film theory about the FNAF movie. We're skipping. We're skipping. We're not doing that. We're skipping. We're not doing that. We're not doing it. We're skipping. Don't worry, we're not watching it. Don't worry, we're not watching it. I'm not gonna put you guys through that again. I'll put myself through it later and let you guys know what I thought of it. Alright, let's watch one of Coast's videos. The story of Apex 2015. Ooh, I didn't know there was this. I was there! I was there. I did that. I sat on the floor of a truck as we got ferried to the new hotel, and I got very motion sick. Because the ride was like an hour long. And I was on the truck, and I had the brilliant idea to play Smash 3DS with one of my friends while I was on the floor of a truck for an hour. And one of the people in the truck was very kind to lend me a gift bag they had. They just took the thing that was in the gift bag and gave me their gift bag just in case I threw up. I didn't throw up. Thankfully. Why do you keep saying the Bing Soy video? What even is the Bing Soy video? I haven't seen I don't see no Bing Soy video. Control F. Bing Soy. There's nothing. It doesn't show up. Oh. What? It doesn't show up. Oh, here we go. Oh, Big Soy was the name of the player. I couldn't control F it. Okay. We'll watch this one.
This has been a 6-month investigation. I have collected hundreds of gigabytes worth of footage. I've spent countless hours scouring the internet, but I think we did it. I think we found the strangest TF2 player of all time. Let me show you. On the 6th of January, I uploaded a video called The NPCs of TF2, which was a short compilation of all the wacky people I'd come across whilst playing TF2. Around 8 seconds into this video, there's a clip of me waiting for a health pack to respawn when all of a sudden, I notice a demo man below me who's perched on the side of high towers.
Yeah, what is he
shooting
doing?
Stickies up at a gap in the floorboards. Now this isn't how most people play TF2, and I did think it was quite bizarre at the time, but it didn't go any deeper than that. I clipped it, I put it in my video, and that was that. A few people commented about how the strategy this demo was using was actually 200 IQ, but besides that, I didn't really think too much of it. Fast forward 18 days to the 24th of January, where I was playing a game on Moss Rock when one of my friends noticed that a huntsman sniper on our team was taunting after every shot they fired. So, like any sane person would, we began to follow them and investigate what tomfoolery they were up to. They picked up a clean kill with the bushwhacker on a flanking demo, and then,
whoa!
Well, then something quite spectacular happened.
Surely.
What?
That's right, this random sniper decided to pull off a 360 huntsman shot whilst falling to their imminent death, and it actually worked. This absolutely blew me away, and you may actually recognize this clip because it featured in a video I released later in January called the Auto Balance Atrocity. Now it was really funny, but again, I honestly didn't think too much of it until I saw the comments where people were pointing out that this huntsman sniper who just pulled off the frag of their life was the same demo man we saw in my previous video.
Wait, is this the best TF2 player of all time?
Officially came onto my radar. I don't know what it was exactly, but this discovery got me really interested in Bing Soy because the way he played the game was unlike anything I had ever seen before.
Mans is having
and I
fun.
wanted to know more. So the following day, I got to work. I started by creating a new text chat on my Discord called Bing Soy Sightings, where people could submit any videos
Wait, really?
they had of his unusual behavior. And to my surprise, we started getting submissions really quickly. The first video was sent in by one of my admins, Corey, who discovered Bing Soy on Badlands spawn camping in a way that I have never seen before.
It's just air blast. It's just
Forcibly air blasting someone into water so you can pyro shock them? That takes ingenuity. Another clip from Corey also showed Bing Soy camping his own team's teleporter. Another one of my admins, Legs, found Bing Soy on the map Altitude, where he repeatedly shot at a wall with his shotgun before backpedaling off a cliff to his death. Later that game, Legs also found him peering off into the mountains at the edge of the map, which, I mean, fair enough, it's a pretty scenic view, but why? What compelled him to do this?
Dude,
This
leave Bing Soy
juxtaposition
alone.
between
Bing Soy
genuinely impressive.
is just
players
out here
and creative
living.
Strategies to, well, this.
It just walked off a cliff.
Really dumbfounded me. I was so intrigued by the enigma that was Bing Soy, and I had so many questions that needed answers. So on the 31st,
He's playing
of January,
TF2 like I
decided it was
fucking
time for
play
me to
Animal
suit up and
Crossing.
get on the ground myself. My investigation began in the beautiful rainforests of PL Borneo, where I spotted Bing Soy playing Engineer. At first, I didn't see anything too out of the ordinary. I mean, he just seemed to be playing some pretty stock standard Engineer, but later in the match, he swapped to Heavy, where I began to notice some oddities. Rather than holding down mouse 1 to continually shoot like a normal Heavy would, he seemed to really like tap firing with the Tommy Slug as if he were peeking an angle in CSGO. I also noticed that Bing Soy had quite the affinity towards taunting, because he was whipping out that stock minigun taunt after literally anything of any significance happened. He's taunting. Oh, he's dead. The investigation continued on to the next map, Mountain Lab, where things got a lot weirder. I kid you not, for
It is very strange. Like, once he said he got the Discord channel set up, I think that's honestly, like, very weird.
For an entire 60 seconds, Bing Soy was absolutely determined to do this jump, which I am 99% sure is impossible. He did find a little ledge on the rocks you could glitch onto, but ultimately it was to no avail. No! He almost made the jump from the... He also seemed to be very paranoid as he was firing projectiles at literally every.
Yeah, probably because you have a whole Discord channel dedicated to following him.
Sniper gameplay where he would randomly shoot arrows through the floorboards. Things started to get really weird on the next map, Badlands, where Bing Soy was playing Flog Pyro, and for the period of about 15 minutes did nothing but well, whatever this is. I don't know if Bing Soy thought there were gang stalkers hiding in his walls, but he seemed determined to engulf every single surface of the map in flames, and God, was it just bizarre to watch. I ended up on his team and we swapped to Badwater, and it was more of the same. Except this time I was pocketing him, meaning he was actually racking up kills, and he also started taunting directly in front of the enemy team's spawn door, which is just alpha as fuck. You have to respect that. This rampage on Pyro was followed by some scout gameplay, except not the normal kind where you're shooting, more the kind where you drink bonk to go invincible and then proceed to taunt directly in front of your enemies. Next time,
dude, it's crazy because like you can't do this in most multiplayer games, you know? Like in TF2, I feel like no one really gives a shit what you do. Whereas like if I did this in Overwatch, I would get flamed to hell and back.
Seemed pretty normal until Bing Soy is trying to shoot through walls as heavy, which if you didn't know is impossible. Ultimately though,
yeah, TF2's pretty active.
Off the day with perhaps his most daring strategy of jumping off the edge of the map, using the base jumper to float, and then trying to kill gamers as he slowly creeped towards his inevitable death. That one didn't go too well. So look, that was just one day of observation, and we saw Bing Soy cycle through at least like 10 wacky strategies. There was also some more footage sent to Bing Soy sightings in my Discord by Corey again, and yep, that's him doing his strange little thing. So look, after a full day on the field, we did observe a lot of strange behavior. That much was for sure, but unfortunately I wasn't really any closer to understanding why Bing Soy played like this. But that was about to change, because my Discord made a very interesting discovery. Bing Soy had a YouTube channel. Now, it hadn't been active in 2 years, but he had quite the backlog of TF2 content here. The channel started off with some Minecraft videos in early 2018, but that soon turned into some pretty damn good TF2 frag movies. I mean, take a look at the most recent upload, Cliff Enforcer, which features a lot of insane huntsman kills, similar to the one I put in my video. There was also a bunch of pyro-related stuff here, a class which Bing Soy appeared to be actually very good at, judging by the quality of the frags he was getting. The channel basically proved to me that Bing Soy is far from being a noob.
You can rocket jump with pyro?
I think he's really good at the game. It's just that he voluntarily handicaps himself with these wacky-ass strategies, and I kind of have a respect for that. I guess the only sad part about this discovery was that the channel seemed to be inactive for now, which was unfortunate, but it actually wouldn't remain like that for very long. You see, a week or so had already gone by since the formation of Bing Soy sightings at this point, and a cult of personality was starting to emerge around Bing Soy, and he was growing quite the reputation amongst not only my Discord, but the wider Australian TF2 community.
Nah, yeah, this is getting weird. This guy is literally just playing a game. This is getting really weird. This better end up being nice at the end, Soul.
Now we were finding his YouTube channel and leaving comments there too. So, on February 6th, with a growing buzz around Bing Soy, I decided to once again suit up and track down Mr. Soy. This day's investigation first led me to Landfall, where Bing Soy was experimenting with a new strategy on Heavy. Rather than using his favorite tap-firing Tomislav tactic, he was instead making use of the Buffalo Steak Sandwich and Holiday Punch, meaning he was hunting down enemy gamers to secure some taunt kills. Unfortunately, things weren't going all that well for Bing Soy with this strat, and to top things off, I actually managed to get an accidental telefrag on him whilst I was observing. I telefragged him. He did continue with the attempts as we moved over to Viaduct, but again, it didn't seem to land him any success. Things did begin spicing up when we swapped to Process though, as he switched to Demo with the Sticky Jumper and Lock and Load. On the first rollout to mid, I ended up dying pretty quickly, but that did not matter, because it allowed me to spectate Bing Soy, only to discover, this. He just doesn't look at the map the same way I do. I thought I usually look pretty vertically, but he looks more vertically. After this, he played.
I've never seen that weapon before, the orange one.
After the kills I was getting, which was some nice moral support, but other than that, not too much else occurred. We did have some more footage sent.
If someone teleports onto you, it kills you.
Chop found him spawn camping on Sweden in yet another peculiar manner. So look, it wasn't the most fruitful session of stalking Bing Soy, but that didn't matter, because yet again, my Discord had made another very important revelation. Not only was a Bing Soy website discovered, but I happened to feature in it. The homepage of the website had a nice SFM banner where we could make out a few things. Firstly was the background, where we can see Bing Soy included some of his favorite loadouts like Huntsman Sniper, Lock and Load Demo, as well as his fabled spawn camping Pyro Shark. Now the next thing to note was the foreground, where there are 4 figures. The engineer on the left represented Brattles, an Australian TF2 who runs a really popular high tower server called Have Fun, which is one of Bing Soy's favorite. Now the next figure here is a soldier with a black painted Miami Knights Tyrant's helm, which of course represents myself, and this did come as a bit of a shock to me. To my right was my admin Chorus Pyro, who had not only submitted some of those clips I showed before, but it also started to form a bit of a relationship with Bing Soy. And finally, the one who probably doesn't need an introduction is Uncle Dane on the right, and he is featured on the banner because Bing Soy really likes the Uncletopia servers, as he thinks it's a better way of playing TF2 compared to casual. Now it didn't end there either with the website.
Part in the RPG where you finally see the gods that have been toying with you.
Special thanks, where he stated, "Special thanks Elmaxo has shown the TF2 gaming world that Bing Soy is something more than a myth."
What?
This was absolutely wild, and one of my friends actually said something I was thinking.
We need to seriously consider, is Bing Soy an ARG?
It might be, if it is, that's awesome. With how everything was panning out so far in the investigation, it really seemed like Bing Soy was some manufactured alternate reality rather than a real human being. It was discovered that Bing Soy had a bunch of other channels on YouTube too, one of which featured an animation he created that has over 1 million views. I was honestly in disbelief at what had transpired thus far, and it turns out that was only going to continue, as 4 days later, on the 10th of February, Bing Soy Team Fortress returned from a 2-year hiatus with a fresh upload. The video was titled Requiem, but there was something a bit strange about this upload, because the first 42 seconds showed this cryptic message of a happy stick figure progressively growing sadder and sadder. What? Why?
What? What is happening? What the fuck? It's like fucking pronunciation book.
What is happening? I still have no idea what
Pronunciation manual, whatever it was.
Way, but at the time when I saw it, I was definitely starting to believe that the ARG theory may hold more weight than I initially thought. The description also read, "Something good can come from something bad," which was again really cryptic, and I'm not fully sure what to make of it. The rest of the video
already more invested than Welcome Home.
High tower, but that mysterious ass intro kind of overshadowed that for me. I will say though that Bing Soy did end up pinning my comment, so hey, we've got that going for us. Another 4 days later, on February 14th, it had seemed we really pulled Bing Soy out of YouTube retirement because we were blessed with yet another upload. The video was called Uncletopia One Life Huntsman. The reason I love this video so much is the timestamps, where Bing Soy detailed literally everything that happened in the video. This ranged all the way from retreating at 1 minute to breathing at 34 seconds, and all the way to reflexive shot, shoot or die at 2 minutes and 4 seconds. In a video spanning just over 2 minutes, Bing Soy managed to include over 40 timestamps.
Let's go.
Which I honestly think is a cool idea that feels pretty avant-garde when it comes to TF2 content on YouTube. Now, I will admit that from this point onwards, the flow of the Bing Soy investigation came to a grinding halt on my end, as I moved on to some different video projects. So it was really my Discord that carried the movement over the next 2.5 months. No Zero, a fellow Australian TF2ber, found him on March 12th taunting and zapping his way to the front line with the short circuit. The following day on March 13th, we caught a fake Bing Soy who tried to join the Discord, or at least we think they were fake, because Mr. Soy seems to be a pretty elusive dude who rarely communicates in game, so seeing him join my Discord felt a bit
no
unlikely.
trespassing.
In late March and early April, there were a bunch of screenshots of him in game, and then on the 3rd of April, No Zero made his own video compiling his interactions with Bing Soy, and to be honest with you, it's bloody beautiful. We got to see more of his Pyro Shark, more of his taunting, and more of his affinity towards jumping off the map. So look, at this point it had been a while, but on the 22nd of April, I decided it was time for me to return. So I once again put on my boots and picked up my camcorder because we were going hunting. It's almost been 2 months since I last watched Bing Soy.
At least it generally seems like he knows that this is happening.
Oh yeah. I don't think he recognizes me, he knows who I am. I've seen his website. I think he knows what's up.
Oh my god.
He's He's so odd. Bing Soy's
Oh no, he got Blair Witched.
break, taking a breather. He's in. He's in. He's in. He. Oh, yeah. I think he did something. Let's see what Bing's up to. Wait, what?
What?
He's got the bind set up. He wants the good spawn. The big so. What? What is he doing? He's getting himself low so he can escape that in. God bless. Again, more of the same wacky strategies we were all accustomed to, but at this point, I really wanted to get deeper with Bing Soy and understand the mentality behind everything he was doing. Later that day, though, my Discord discovered a fresh upload on the Bing Soy channel called Uncletopia Caber Bomber, and as the name suggested, it was a cool montage of him going around harassing inferior enemy gamers with the sticky jumper and caber combo. The interesting thing about this video is that it actually went on to get some attention in the algorithm. At the time of writing, this video has almost 10,000 views, which is the most successful video on Bing Soy's channel to date. He actually does some really cool work with the demo system in this video and playing around with all the camera angles, so it's good to see that his channel was starting to get some more attention. We also continued to get some more sightings, as on the 12th of May, Var from my Discord noticed he had a Game Banana account and had created a new hit sound and a custom model for the sticky jumper. On the 29th of May, Digger
Download it. It's the key to solve the ARG.
CP Steel, and on the 3rd of June, No Zero managed to pocket him with the quick fix all the way behind the enemy team on Upward, where he did the classic demo-based jumper sticky strategy over the wall. I ended up running into him on the 12th of June on Steel, where he was doing some strange exploration of the cliff face around point E. I also managed to score a high 5 with him on the next map Upward, where he went and redid that strategy of shooting stickies over the wall to the first spawn area. My absolute favorite Bing Soy sighting happened later that month on the 28th of June, where we got a dual perspective of a beautiful moment that unraveled.
Whoa, what?
I've ever seen someone flick faster in my life after to get a kill, and boy was it something. As the investigation entered July, it actually started to pick up some momentum yet again, as I found myself running into him on Uncletopia quite frequently. Things kicked off on the 1st of July, where I found him
is Uncletopia just like a server?
Absolutely determined to get a kill with it. Oh, he's doing what I do, where you shoot the other way with it. Like, what? 10 days later, on the 11th of July, I was playing with people from my Discord.
Uncle Dane's server? Ah, okay.
Bing Soy was playing on Uncletopia. He continued to sticky trap our spawn and spam pipes out at seemingly nothing. Eventually, he did come out of his shell somewhat and started playing around as Pyro and Huntsman Sniper. It was during this session, and at this point in the investigation, that I finally mustered up the courage to send Bing Soy a friend request on Steam, as given how the vibe
those servers were holding it down when the bot crisis was bad.
He would accept. However, it seemed that he ignored my invite for the moment and instead
he changed his profile picture. Why? Bing Soy.
He did.
He always does this.
Which is something he actually did way back on the 31st of January whilst we were playing on Badlands.
Oh, he changed it back.
He changed his profile picture.
Doing this and
what? He changed it live! Who does that?
I don't know what prompts him to do this, but hey, he's a free man changing his profile picture and doing whatever he wants. It was pretty late at night at this point, so I decided to get some sleep, but one of our Discord investigators named Sleepy actually decided to stick around with Bing Soy, which led to some very important developments when I woke up. Now, the
lore deepens.
That Bing Soy accepted my friend request on Steam, which marked a nice progression in our relationship. The second part, which absolutely blew me away, was Bing Soy's profile picture. Now, you remember that he changed it mid-game to this weird distorted close-up of the sniper, but the original one he had selected contains some secret messages within it. You can see that in the foreground is Bing Soy's character sitting on a bench in this kind of cosmic spacey setting. What Sleepy discovered, however, is that in the background were 3 different drawings. We can see that the drawing on the right is a light bulb, which represents my admin Corey's pyro loadout. In the middle is a little cube, which represents No Zero's profile picture, and most interestingly, on the left is Bing Soy's drawing of an actual photo of me. Yeah, that's right. It's a photo I used on Discord for a month or two. It's a photo I use on my second channel, and it's also still my current Twitter profile picture. You can see the necklace, you can see the beanie, and you can see the thumbs up, so this absolutely blew me away. Now, the reason we became aware of this information is because investigator Sleepy managed to ask Bing Soy a bunch of questions whilst it was just the 2 of them on Uncletopia late at night. And you can see in this transcript that Sleepy asked, are there any TF2 YouTubers you enjoy watching?
You got the transcript?
Look at my profile pic. Sleepy then followed up with, are those 3 in your profile profile picture the only YouTubers you watch, which Bing Soy responded to with a no. So Sleepy asked, but are they your favorites? Which Bing Soy responded with yes. Hello, hi there, this is Editing El Maxo here, and I actually have to let you know something that I've learned since I wrote the script for this video. You see all these the lovely questions Sleepy prepared and Bing Soy responded to in this text document? Well, they were actually sourced in quite an unbelievable manner. We know Bing Soy isn't big on communicating through text or voice chat, so to get the answers to these questions, and I kid you not, Sleepy spent almost 2 hours in the middle of the night going around Koth Lakeside having Bing Soy either shoot at letters on signs or draw them with bullets or use the Scottish Resistance to spell them out, which Sleepy would proceed to transcribe in text chat and Bing Soy would shake his head if they were right. It wasn't just like typing out messages. He had this whole process and I had no idea about it when I wrote the script for this video. Sleepy has the full 1 hour and 47-minute recording on his computer, but he sent me through this small section to prove it, and oh my god, what the fuck. I had no idea Sleepy went to such lengths to secure some answers from Bing Soy, so I have included the full transcript in the description, and a big thanks to Sleepy again, because that is dedication to the cause. But god, finding this out the next day sent me spinning. We were now even deeper into the Bing Soy rabbit hole, and I was all for it. It was at this point that I knew I had to make a documentary on this, because the story so far was too goddamn interesting to pass up on. Sleepy also collected some more footage of Bing Soy whilst I was asleep, and it was some of the strangest stuff I've seen so far. The next day, whilst I was playing on Bomb Blitz, I came across Bing Soy yet again, hiding in a bush as Huntsman Sniper. You may again recognize this clip because it featured in my last clip dump and marks Bing Soy's third official appearance in an El Maxo video. So look, it was clear at this point that the way Bing Soy played TF2 was strange. I don't think anyone could deny that, but we still didn't know why. What fueled the man behind the mask? Well, we could theorize, we could come up with some wild speculation, we could continue to observe him and maybe edge just that little bit closer to an answer, but why would I do that? If I wanted to know the truth, I had to ask Bing Soy directly. So I conjured up this grand message with 5 questions in it. Number 1 was what compels you to play the game like you do. Number 2 was what is your favorite unconventional strategy to use. Number 3 was do you have any long-term goals with TF2 or your YouTube channel. 4 was have you enjoyed the increased level of attention you've gotten in the past 6 months. And 5 was what piece of advice would you give to the TF2 community. I didn't really want to poke and prod into his personal life, but I did want to get a better idea of what made him tick in TF2. I wasn't fully sure if we'd get a response given how private Bing Soy seems to be, but given Sleepy managed to ask him some questions, I was praying we would get some form of response. And so I waited. And I waited. And I waited. But I never got that response from Bing Soy. I tried this last-ditch effort of investigating him whilst he was on Upward, and just as you'd expect, he was on his favorite pick, Huntsman Sniper. He was getting kills, he was taunting a lot, and hey, he even went for a game-winning shot whilst he fell out to stop the enemy team from capping. But that was it. So I sat there, I reflected, and I had a sort of epiphany. Because I think Bing Soy can teach us a lot about TF2. You know, we don't always have to lean on what's meta. We don't have to keep going back to the loadouts which we are most comfortable with. We don't always have to obsess over the objective and sweat our asses off. Sometimes it's good to get out of our comfort zone and try and unlock that we've never used before. After playing TF2 for so long, I think we subconsciously lock ourselves into these rigid playstyles and fail to experiment and push the game to its limit. You know, I get that you have 20,000 kills on your strange sniper rifle, but maybe on that next life you could take a note out of Bing Soy's book and give the Huntsman a go. Or maybe the next time you're on demo, you could swap out that Iron Bomber you love so dearly and try out the lock and load. And hey, it has been a while since you used the Holiday Punches heavy, hasn't it? So you know what? Maybe Bing Soy isn't so strange after all. Honestly, I think he encapsulates the
he really is just a funny guy playing the funny game in a funny way.
My message one day. Oh, maybe he'll provide me with all the answers I wanted, and we'll reach a nice and clean resolution to the enigma that is Bing Soy. But honestly, I don't really want him to. That's where things were supposed to finish. I had a poetic ending, all thought out, but one day, I noticed a Steam notification when I got back to my PC from Bing Soy, and he had sent me a link to a Google Drive folder. I did record a live analysis of discovering this folder with fellow investigators Corey and Sleepy, which I will weave in at times, but it was honestly a mess.
Run that fucking Google Drive through like 5 malware checkers.
So I'm just going to do some post-commentary to explain everything that happened after this point. The Google Drive Bing Soy gave us contained 4 files. The first was a file named Elmaxo's Questions, which, as the name suggests, contains those questions I mentioned earlier in the video. The next file, called README, is unfortunately only for my eyes as directed by Bing Soy, but I will say that he gave me express permission to use everything else he sent in this folder in the video, so don't worry about that. Next up was a folder named Main Images, which contains the bulk of what we're going to be analyzing, but before I get to that, I want to discuss the contents of Other, which contained 3 images. The first was a drawing titled Stick, which contained a stick figure drawing of my soldier with his tyrant's helm along with my little dog Mackie on the shoulder. I also presume that it's Bing Soy on the right, but what I found a little distressing is the straight expressions on their face, which don't suggest much happiness, which is a little sad. The next image was called Sticker, and this contains something similar to those visuals we saw in the intro to his video.
Oh. Is Bing Soy the mimic? What's going on? Why do we got post-it note room shit going on here?
Requiem, which was a little distressing. We can see someone who seems to be isolated from a group of
This is really scary.
people, but we'll talk a bit more about this later. The final image in the folder was called Stickest, which seems to be an MS Paint drawing of someone approaching a house in the woods. I'm not sure how to interpret this, and the only thing I could really recognize was a TF logo in the window, so if you have any ideas as to what this may mean, be sure to leave it in the comments. I will admit that folder was quite cryptic, and I'm still not fully sure how to interpret it, but the most important stuff for us is in the folder named Main Images, in which Bing Soy has not written his answers out to my questions, but instead drawn them. We can start with question 1, which was what compels you to play the game like you do, and here was his response. The first image, which depicts someone pouring a liquid into a glass, we deciphered to mean experimentation, which confirms our belief that Bing Soy likes to push boundaries with the strategies he uses. The second image depicts a little astronaut on the moon with a flag, which we believe to mean a sense of accomplishment. Maybe Bing Soy wants to be the first person to popularize these strategies and make them more well known. The one thing we weren't sure about was what looked to be a little play button on the moon, so perhaps he wants to grow his YouTube channels with these different types of strategies. We weren't 100% sure. The third image we jokingly deciphered as genuine insanity with the eyes. We didn't realize it at the time, but as famous YouTuber It's Feckin' Raw from YouTube channel It's Feckin' Raw told us, is that this was a drawing of a character from the game Encryption. Now I'm not going to
Inscription.
I'm not actually sure what that symbolizes.
Not
the fourth
encryption.
image seemed pretty obvious, and we think this means Bing Soy wants to level up his intelligence in game with what he can do. I mean, it's no surprise, but by doing all these wild strategies, Bing Soy is definitely going to have a more broad knowledge of TF2 and how it works. And finally, the image I found most interesting was a little Bing Soy on scales. It seems that he thinks that there is more negativity in the TF2 community, as symbolized by the broken heart weighing more, and Bing Soy wants to use his wacky playstyle to bring more love and positivity to the community, which I think is really admirable. So, to answer why Bing Soy plays the game so differently, it's because he likes to experiment, he wants to be the first to succeed with these strategies, he's insane. Kidding, I don't fully know about this one. He wants to level up his intelligence, and finally, he wants to bring more positivity to the community. The second question I asked him was what was his favorite unconventional strategy to use in TF2, and the answers are a lot more direct here. At the top left, we can see the classic Girardi and Bushwhacker combo, which I will admit I personally don't think is all that unconventional. The bottom left is a strategy we have seen a lot of in this video, and that is the
These
Bing
are great
Soy
little
trademark suicide
drawings
custom
too.
plays he loves to do. Finally, and what was one of my favorite pieces of art he made for this, is the Pyro Shark, which of course means that one of his favorite unconventional strategies also happens to be Pyro Shark. The third question I asked him was if he had any long-term goals with TF2 or YouTube, and this one was interesting. The first image here is easy to decipher, and it's clear Bing Soy really likes YouTube and wants to see his channel grow, which I can definitely relate to. The second image was a little complex, so we'll take it bit by bit. The middle of it is an information sign, which we assume means that Bing Soy wants to put out some educational content about, firstly, demos, because as we've seen, he's actually really good with using the demo system. Secondly, video making in general. Thirdly, we weren't too sure about, and the fourth one kind of looked like a strategy or maybe movement. We weren't entirely sure about that. The third image was a wholesome one. As we can see, is a love heart in a little film reel with my Tyrant's helm, No Zero's icon, Corey's light bulb, and Uncle Dane's Engie, which may mean there's a video coming out or maybe even some potential collabs. I'm not sure, but it seems pretty exciting. The final image, or rather group of images, was all of Bing Soy's different YouTube channels linking into one main area of screen.
Wow.
So maybe this means a central
This is crazy. Oh my god, Bing Soy.
channel is coming, or a crossover, or maybe even a Bing Soy cinematic universe, which would be very awesome. So to summarize this third one, we can see he has goals about growing his channel, making some educational content, a potential collab or video with some other creators, and perhaps some more crossover.
I'd only wish to be as much of an enigma as Bing Soy. That would have been amazing.
Music channels. The fourth question I asked him was what were his
But I
thoughts
just
on the
had to go
interest
and
level
join a
attention he's
podcast,
gotten
huh?
from the community in the past 6 months. And this answer was both intriguing but also saddening. The first image relates back to one of his drawings in the first response, where he feels that the TF2 community has more negativity than positivity and he wants to balance it out. Now after this, it actually tells a bit of a story with the timeline of images, starting with Bingsway on the left being found by myself, NoZero, and Corey. The attention from us, and I assume the wider community, prompted Bingsway to blow the metaphorical dust and webs off his camera, or in this case, his YouTube channel, and started making videos again. We can see he did this cool little drawing representing his Caber video, and was surprised by the amount of positive attention it received. This has led him to being surprised by all the people who recognize him in-game, and has also made him a lot more stressed about making videos.
The timeline where Roger never got you on an episode. Yeah, imagine if I just stayed as like the silent editor. I just moved on. I mean, I still wouldn't be that mysterious, but you know.
Process, and don't worry, Bingsway, I definitely hear you on that one. Now in the next image, we can see that Bingsway sees all this new attention as a double-edged sword, because he is grateful for it and having his work seen, but is also stressed out, which makes sense after gaining a lot of eyes on you so quickly. The next image I wasn't all
Yeah, it's almost like there's a Discord channel by a popular TF2 YouTuber dedicated to fucking spying on him.
I shall let investigator Sleepy and Corey give their live analysis.
I think it's like he's showing that he's going towards the future, and while the future is uncertain, he feels as though
like
he's avoided sadness or something similar.
Yeah, because I know previously with TF2 he did quit for a bit.
Yeah.
Because of
This right here, this seems to indicate that he is very nervous about people just spying on him.
the community, so
This seems to represent that he is lonely, like everyone is talking about him and everyone is around him, but he still feels lonely because they're just kind of like talking about him rather than talking with him.
like new approach might be, whilst it's not he doesn't know what it could be, it's not the negative community
Right.
he's used to.
The next image shows Bingsway by himself around a group of people, showing that he feels isolated and disconnected from those around him who he plays TF2 with, which is something that makes me sad. One thing I've wanted to avoid in this video is otherizing Bingsway, which I get I can't completely avoid given the bizarre nature of how he plays the game, but it does break me a little that he feels this way about the community around him, and that's something I definitely want to fix. The final image shows this giant magnifying glass with an eye staring down on Bingsway, which links back to the idea of the stress of all the attention on him and having everything he does watched. The final question I asked Bingsway was if he had any advice to give the TF2 community, and it actually appears he doesn't. I found this interesting because
Yeah, I want to avoid that. That's why I made a channel called Bing Soy Sightings.
Negativity in the community, but maybe he doesn't see it as his role to comment on and give advice to everyone about, as he may just see it as his own personal goal for him to do his best on to improve the state of things. The final two images in this folder was this cool bit of art from Bingsway, where he features his new little logo for his Team Fortress stuff, and a little thank you which I am honestly honored to receive. I decided to make this my desktop background because it looks really sick, and I am really thankful to have discovered Bingsway, who's taken me on such a wild ride for the past half year. So that's everything. I didn't expect any of this, and I wrote a script as if he wouldn't respond, but to my surprise, we actually got some answers. I think the way Bingsway plays TF2 is great, because it's easy to fall into these rigid playstyles we become accustomed to after many years of playing, and he breaks that entirely. Whilst I will admit that even sometimes I can't comprehend what he's trying to go for with his strategies, that doesn't really matter, because he's just a dude playing the game how he wants to, and picking up some video-worthy clips in the process. So look, to tie this all together, I want to give you the ending I wrote to this documentary, assuming Bingsway wasn't going to respond, because I think it actually ties everything together really nicely. There was actually one question Sleepy asked Bingsway during that late night session, which I purposefully left out earlier, but I do want you to hear it now. He asked Bingsway, do you have any advice for other people? What's something you'd like to convey? To which Bingsway responded, keep an open mind. So maybe, just maybe, the next time you see a cliff and there's an enemy just across from you and you happen to have the huntsman equipped, why not go for that shot? I think it's what Bingsway would want us to do. Thanks for watching.
That was a sad video, actually. It was honestly kind of a sad video. I hope kind of a sad video. I hope he took down the Bing Soy Sightings channel from his Discord. Hope he did that. Weird. Has Bing Soy uploaded anything new in the year? Bing Soy Team Fortress. Oh, a new video a month ago. Ooh. Go for it. Got him! I can only land a shot if I take myself out. He lands the shot every time. Oh, got him. Ooh! This is awesome. Oh, get him. Oh, he makes good videos. Whoa! Oh, no. It's gonna be a tragic day when they do a face reveal. Dude, whenever a YouTuber does like a face reveal, it feels like at that point forward, they feel like they have to always have their face on screen. It's like, no, you don't. You don't have to do that. Like, especially like people who do content that isn't even like about them, you know? Like, I think there was like a an Overwatch clip channel that one day just decided to do a face reveal, and then all of his clip compilations started with him talking for like a minute on camera. It's like, why? I'm not here for you. I'm here to watch the Overwatch clips. It wasn't even like his clips. It was like streamer clips, you know? Like he added like the only thing he added to the equation was was like putting them together and his little bit at the start. It's like, I'm not here for you. Vanilla, you're different though. This is no offense to people that make clip compilations. Trust me. Oh, I thought that's why you said damn. Wait, what? Oh, he's got channel support members? That's awesome. Interesting. This video got 37,000 views. Awesome, dude. Alright, I think that's honestly a good place to stop for tonight. I think we had some fun. No gaming was had. Good. No gaming was had. Good. Yeah, I had a good time reacting to everything. I think we had some fun conversations. I yelled a lot. It's always a good stream when I yell a lot, right? Right, everybody? It's Thursday. I'll send you guys to Virum, I suppose. And yeah, Thursday. Maybe we'll play something. I don't know. Maybe a PS5 game. Get the fuck out of here.